Hey everyone, welcome back. Thanks for your patience. That was exciting to say the least. Let's just give some people time to get back in. But yes, I'm glad that you are here. I'm glad that we are all together. So let's wait till a few people get in here and then we will get going. I'll just make sure that everything is set up again and working. The worst ever time for a computer update. I will say that, but I'm glad that, I'm glad we got it out of the way, and I'm glad that there's no guest during that time. And basically, I just had to move my shower around. I was gonna do my point projections at 6, then do the shower at 6:30. So I just got my shower in now, looking all fresh, feeling good. Welcome back. Everyone's still looking fresh. Thank you, Matt. Welcome, Dill Sauce. Hello, M. Nick, Debut Hunter, Gmod. Nice to see you. Yeah, so let's just wait. Let's just give people 2 or 3 minutes to get in, and then I will give you the hour number 12 word, which is pretty exciting. So let's just give people a few minutes to get in here, like I said, and then we'll get ready to go. And actually, I'm just going to, let's see. I just want to mark off a couple things. And then we'll be ready to go. 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. All right, Justin, thank you. I hope you got your 2-minute nap in. 25-minute nap in. Thank you for the $2 donation. Very kind of you. Justin is solidly donating $2 every hour. And if he keeps that up, he's going to get to obviously about $48 to $50 by the time we get over there. Jumping over clouds. I'm holding up just fine. Thank you. I kind of wish we didn't have to restart the stream. But yeah, I'll talk about it real quick. Talk about what happened. And then we will get back into things, and people will join as they continue to join. Yeah, I just hope that people re-like and sub. Oh, that's right. We got to start all over again. So for those of you in here, re-like the video. I know on my old video, anyone that was in there, hopefully they will see that. We had 3,000 views on the other stream, 242 likes, which was awesome. And then give me 1 second. I just want to put on that stream the link for this one, and then we'll be ready to go. So let me do that real quick. Gail Imoo 24-hour live stream part 2. That's good. Gonna share this, copy that link. All good. Then go to part 1 and write in the comments part 2 here. Paste, send. All right. And then I pin it. Pin. Okay, good. All right. And as people come in, Hockey Arcade, welcome back. Justin, thank you very much for the donation as well. Hello, Trev Hu. Nice to see you. So, smaller group now, so we'll see if people start to file in as we go. But those of you that are here, you want to know what the 12th code word is. So for hour number 12, hello, M. Nick. For hour number 12, it's very simple. Horvat. The hour number 12 word is Horvat. Again, if you have no clue what I'm talking about, just make sure that you're writing all of these down. So our number 12 is Horvat. Horvat. Okay, so what happened is around 5 a.m., I started to get messages every 5 minutes that my computer was going to restart. And I could postpone, but I couldn't cancel altogether. So what was crazy is the computer restarted for me right at 6 a.m. No choice. I couldn't exit or anything. So between 5:55 and 6 a.m., I set up a stream, part 2 of the stream. So I think it might take maybe about a half an hour for people to find it, but that's fine. We'll build up to 7 o'clock for when Kim is on. I'm grateful that switch happened when there was no guest on, so I didn't have to accommodate anyone else except for all of you, which I appreciate that you stuck with me and you made it work. Another good thing is I heard from Dan Murphy, so he is now going to be 1:30 Pacific. I've updated the schedule on the link, and I've tried to update it wherever, but I think I still have to update it in a couple places. So I think the second half is going to go by really quickly. So we're not exactly at the second half yet. In 25 minutes, we will be at the halfway point. Yeah, so make sure you like this video. Let's start to build it up once again. And what do we got here? No sleep, Fernando. Exactly, no sleep until tonight. V, no, it wasn't going to be Smeal. Oh, I get it. You know, I didn't want to do just player. That's good. I wasn't smart enough to actually connect players to their jersey numbers, but I have some other different reasons why I picked some names, not all. What are your thoughts on Podkolzin sticking with EP40? I'm not convinced yet. I think Podkolzin, while good, he's only played 2 games in the league, and Pettersson and Miller require a certain precision and a hockey IQ to play with him. I'm not saying that he can't get there, but I'm not sure if he's there yet. Alan, it's 9:34 in China. You should do more 24-hour live streams. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Alan. I appreciate the kind words. Okay, so for this hour, or for this remaining 20 minutes before we get ready for Kim to come on, I want to give you my point projections for the Canucks. So I'm going to go pretty quick. We can basically spend a minute on each player, if that. But yeah, I'm going to go pretty quick. At the same time, I would love it if you guys put your point projections into the stream as we go. Okay? So let's do that. Let's see how this goes. And yeah, I'm just checking one thing before we start. 66 games played, game playing 68, 71, 3 years, 2 years, 1 year, 1 year. Okay. All right, let's get going. Let's start with Elias Pettersson. I think he will be update. Oh yes, thank you. Before I start, thank you, Justin. You are great. See, all you guys taking care of me. Let me just fix one more thing as well. I need to fix. Actually, even the subscribe. Sorry, guys. Give me a second, and then we'll be good. We'll be good. So let me update the hour thing. Thank you. Well, yeah, this defaulted to like my very first one. So this hour is Canucks point projection. Thank you, Justin. And the next hour is Kim Isles Girl 3 Metro Division. All right. Did that update? It did. And lastly, I'm going to update the subscriber goal. Oh, it's too bad that we lost the stream because we lost like 30 people. So hopefully people will start to find it. We're at 7871, which is great. I'm sure they'll find their way in here. So let me just edit this so it's at least current. Oh, whoops. I said that I had 78,000 subscribers. That would be awesome. But no, I have 7,000 subscribers. 7871. And then we'll be good to go. Sub goal. subscriber goal. Okay, let's try that. That makes a lot more sense. Okay. Did I sleep a bit last night? No, I didn't. I went straight through and I've been fine. Yes, we are in the morning. So I'm going to rip through these in about 15 minutes. Would love for you to come along with me for the ride. Okay, Pettersson, point per game player. Yes, he fell off a little bit last season, but that was an anomaly, of course. So I'm going to say that PD is going to get 80 points, maybe 82. Let's go with 82. I'm going to say right on a point per game. So in the chat, we're going to go away pretty fast, but type in what you have as Pettersson's point total. I'm going with 82 points for PD. Next up is Brock Besser. Before the season started, I would have said 71 points. But no, given that he's only missed, maybe he plays today against Detroit, which would be awesome. So I see 80, 78, 76, 75 for Pettersson. That's good. For Brock Besser, I'm going to go with 70 points, 7-0. It might seem high, but I do think he has the talent and the ability to do it. So let's go with 7-0, 70 for Brock Besser. So Justin starts with 70, and then we'll see what else you have for Brock. Remember, it's his contract year as well. Next up, Bo Horvat. His career high, Horvat, has been 61 in 82 games. I'm going to say that's about right. Maybe they'll do a bit more scoring. I'm going to go with 64 for Horvat. So I have 64 points for Bo Horvat. Let me know what your thoughts on Horvat are. And by the way, the faster I go, I guess all these numbers are going to bleed into. So I actually don't know who you're referring to, but I don't expect you to type it out right now. So just that. Usually Justin's pretty fast, so I'll say that he's the first one, and then everyone other Justin is for that. So Matt says 68 for Brock with the extension done before deadline. I like that. I said 70, and then for Bo I have 61 or so. Okay, 55 for Bo. Great. Next up is JT Miller. JT Miller, I said this even before he had his 3-point game last night. I'm going with 70 for JT Miller. Let's go with 70 for JT Miller. That's what I think Miller is going to get. So I have 7-0, basically tied with Besser for second overall behind Pettersson. Justin's very close. He has 72, which is nice. Miller times 68, 70 for Matt. Okay, good. I like it. We're all on the same boat. Next up, Connor Garland. I had really high hopes for him. I still do, but I don't think he's going to score as much as I originally thought. I had 65 for him, but that seems really high, despite him having a really good year last year. He had 39 points in 49 games. I'm going to bring that down to maybe 55. So I'm going 55 for newcomer Connor Garland. 55 for Connor Garland. Podkolzin. So all these bets I made, I mean, for mine and Parker's prop bets, but using the benefit of, not hindsight, of just being able to see what's going on, I think this might be a little high. No, maybe not. I should stick to my guns because maybe he's going to. So I have 40 for Podkolzin. Okay, Justin has 35. Yeah, I have 40 for Podkolzin. When I say it out loud, it admittedly seems a little high. So I got 40 for Podkolzin. Oh, you guys, let me do one thing real quick. I just realized that I didn't type in any of the schedule for the live stream. So give me 1 second, and then I'll be back to giving you my full and undivided attention. Give me 1 sec, guys. Thank you for your patience. We're all bearing with each other. And I just realized too that for this one, I better update. I know that I didn't have the updated members list, so I better update that as well. Because we have some new members, which is awesome. Season ticket partner. So Dan Murphy is now at 130. Dan Murphy. Sportsnet. And then I just got to add a few members, which is great. And then we will be ready to go. Okay, members, where are you? So we had some new members join tonight, which is awesome, which is really awesome. Okay, give me a sec, guys. Dexter is franchise. Gmod is franchise. And then, wow, a bunch of new all-stars, which is awesome. Arman. I gotta get Arman in there because he noticed that my list wasn't up to date. Then Muka. Spell that. Muka Shinoworo. And then last two, Samuel Kim and Wigiwa. Okay, save. Okay, now we're going. Now we're good. Okay, hey everyone, thanks for bearing with me here. Podcolson, rookie question, do you only get points for goals and assists? Yes, that's correct, Jogpal. Who won the contest on how well they know? It was Fangirl, and then yes, C-Edits and Lego Rocks came in second and third. I was very impressed. Well, Fangirl, no surprise, because she knows me quite well. Same with C-Edits. But Lego, yeah, I was really surprised that Lego did so well. So that was kind of cool. That was kind of cool for sure. Okay, let's keep on going with what we were going through. And then I want to be ready for Kim in 13 minutes. Tanner Pearson, I have as 33. It seems kind of low, especially that he's playing with Horvat. But he's just not like the massive point getter he used to. So I got Tanner Pearson, 33 points. Yeah, you guys, I probably have to go pretty quick here. Good morning, Troy. Thanks for being here. Tyler Mott, I had 21, but that's when I thought he was planning to play the whole season. So maybe I bring Tyler Mott down to 18. Brandon Sutter, I had as 18. I'm going to bring that down to 10. I'm hoping that he's going to play later in the season. And yes, Steel Dog, I am still up. Jason Dickinson. Yeah, actually, you guys do me a favor because I do like to read your responses. Just put the initials. You don't have to type out the whole guy's name. But for Jason Dickinson, I said 26. That seems high now, but I would say JD 26. Just first initial, last initial with the number. It helps me kind of identify. So I'm going JD 26. Brett says 25. Wow, Justin says only 12 for JD. So I don't know why my number is so high. Okay, let's keep on going as the viewership starts to go up, which is awesome. 30, 22. Good. Niels Hoglander. I'm going 40. Same as Podkolzin. Maybe Hoglander should be more if he's going to get like a chance to play higher in the lineup. But for NH or for Niels or for Hoglander, whatever you want to say, I have 40 for him. So I see a 44 from Dill Sauce for Hogs. Yeah, maybe Hogs is easy to type, or Hugs, as Chris Faber taught me, that is Huglander. But yes, 44. Got 44 also, Justin. Yes, Dickinson does have the same initials as you, Jogpaul. Very good. 45 if he moves up second line. Wow, so we're pretty bullish on Huglander, which is fine. Let's move to Quinn Hughes. I think he's going to have a really good season. So for Quinn or QH or Hughes, I have 64 points. 64 points for Quinn Hughes. I would love to know what you guys say about Quinn Hughes. I have him for 64. Seems a little high, but I think he could do it. 48, 65. Wow, Justin and my numbers are very, very similar. Maybe I copied him. But yes, sometimes we're only off by 1 or 2. Not always. So I see 60. Yeah, my 64 is really high. I know. But then 2 years ago, he did have, what did he have? 41 and 68? Is that what it was? No, 53 and 68. Sorry. He had 53 and 68. So I think, okay, so 56. Okay, good. Let's keep on going. Oliver Ekman-Larsson, he's always been a point every 2 games or half a point a game. So for OEL, I have 45. What do you guys have for OEL? I have 45 for Oliver Ekman-Larsson. 45. What do you guys got for Oliver? 46, 42, 50 from Brett. That's the high man so far. 42. Okay, so we're all in the 40 to 50 range, which is good. Okay, good. Let's keep on going. Tucker Pullman, second line with Besser, with second pairing with Hughes. Maybe this is bad. Oh, I don't know. I have 13 for TP. I have 13 for Tucker Pullman. That seems low, but maybe that's about right considering I don't think he scored last year. So 13 for Tucker Pullman. Is that high? Is that low? Well, Justin's got 5. Brett's got 15. $15, 23, half Hughes. Well, Gmod is very, very optimistic. I like that. Jack Rathbone. I don't know how he's going to do this if he's playing on the third line, but I have Jack Rathbone for 20. Matt says 12, and they're all assists. That probably makes sense. So what do you guys have for Jack Rathbone? I have 20. Deal Sauce says 14 for Rathbone. 10 for Jack, 15. Okay, so maybe I'm a little bit high. Not high. Maybe I'm a little bit high on Rathbone. Yeah, no problem, Steel Dog. Late to the party here, but I thought Pa's reaction to his first goal was priceless. Yeah, it was very exciting to see, and he was very happy, and rightfully so. Oh, Church is still here. Awesome. Thanks. Wasn't the Church of Pedersen great? That was funny. That was a lot of fun. A 25 for Rathbone as well. Okay, cool. Is there anyone out there? So I'll just kind of ask a couple open-ended questions, or just one, and then I'll turn it over to you for the last 5 minutes. Is there anyone who thinks that Podkolzin is somehow going to outscore or outpoint, I should say, Höglander? Is there a way that Podkolzin outpoints Höglander this year? I get used to that, but Chris Faber says it's Höglander, not Höglander or Hoglander. That is Höglander. Anyone? Any takers for Podkolzin outscoring Höglander? Nope. So Steel Dog with an emphatic nope. It'd be nice. That would mean that Podkolzin is having. Gmod wants to play more than 7 minutes a night. Maybe they're arresting him for Detroit. Not this season, maybe next year. Okay, that's a fair way of putting it. Okay, friends, for the last 5 minutes before we bring Kim on, let's go with, I'll just answer whatever questions you have as we ride into the halfway point of our stream. I have a feeling that when Kim comes on, that she will be, she'll help bring the numbers up a little bit. Well, I'm starting to get a little hungry. I can feel it actually. So you got any questions for me for the last 5 minutes as we reach the halfway point of the stream? Who scores first tonight? Great question, Gmod. Let's go with Besser if he plays and Garland if Besser isn't playing. I'm going to keep saying Garland, and I'm going to keep saying 4-2 until it happens. You guys know that I always pick 4-2 Canucks as my score. Are you tired? Quacky, I'm okay. Actually, that shower helped a lot. And I think given now the volume of guests, I basically have guests all the way through now from 7 o'clock. Yeah. I think this day is going to go by really fast now. I really do. By the way, like stay for Kim for sure. She's going to be awesome. She's very entertaining and I love her. She's the best. 8 o'clock. He's going to be a very sneaky, good guest. His name is Mike. He's my season ticket partner. He knows more about hockey than I do. He can articulate it. He's played at a higher level, but he also has to suffer with me in many ways. Sitting with me at Canucks games, taking me golfing, having me on the roller hockey team. So I don't know if it's going to be a full-fledged roast, but I'm ready to get roasted. So we got Kim at 7, we got Mike at 8, and then we have Hannah Bernard, former Canucks in-arena host at 9, Parker at 10, Rick Dhaliwal at 11, Marie at 12, Dan Murphy at 1:30, James Duthie at 2, Nick at 3, and then the Canucks game at 4. So we have something going on every single hour. Matt, what's for breakfast? I probably won't have time to cook it. I think I'm going to have my lovely wife, Gail, make me just egg whites and toast and salad. I think that'll be good. Oh, Kim is in here. Awesome, Kim. 5 minutes and I'll get you to jump on that Zoom link. That's great. Kim, tweet it out to your followers that on Twitter that you're going to be joining me because I want them to see you and I want them to see me, but more you. You have to eat in front of the stream too. Yeah, I've been snacking a little bit. Yeah, we'll see. I probably will actually. Halakin tonight, yes, deal. I would imagine so. Where's your coffee, Steel Dog? Don't drink the stuff. Watch our Twitter for today's game day giveaway. Oh, Church of Pedersen, I will do that. That's awesome. Larkin suspended, and no way Bertuzzi gets back-to-back 4-goal games. I say good chance we win. Yeah, the Canucks got to be feeling good about themselves too. They could have won the Edmonton game too, although different ways, right? They had to come back to tie Edmonton. Whereas they gave up a lead against Philly. Hello, Vikram Jeet. Fell asleep on the stream, but I'm awake. Well, glad I have that effect on you. What about Parker? Yeah, I said Jogpal, he's coming on at 10. I'm not sure if you heard me. Yeah, Parker's coming on at 10 in the morning. Already tweeted, oh, Alsgo, you're the best. I'm going to go share that now. Isles girl. Oh yeah, that's one thing I didn't do. Is it's kind of hard to be on social the whole time too, but that's fine. Fell asleep too, but before the how well you do know Clay, but I'm back all day. Nice, Gmod, nice. You're missing out, Clay. Steel Dog, what am I missing out on? Did I do something bad? Or coffee, you mean? Gotcha. I feel good. Weighed myself. I wasn't sure if I'd gain a lot of weight because I've just been sitting on my big butt. So I got my 10,000 steps early yesterday, and I'll have to get them late today. Although it does say, no, I have 1,900 steps already, which I guess isn't bad for 7 a.m. Fangirl, welcome back. The champ, the winner of 4 prints from Gassy Jack Art. So congratulations, Fangirl. Will Patan play tonight? I don't know. I don't know if Travis Green's going to change his lineup. Only if Besser comes in. And if Besser comes in, then that means someone like Chason might sit out. But I don't think Patan is going to come in to replace anyone. But we'll see. And then Logan is here. Hello, Logan. Glad to see you. And yes. And thank you. I'm so glad that all of you found the stream, this second link. I don't know how you found it, but I appreciate that you found it. So right at 7 o'clock. Good morning, Justin. Matt, have you got time set aside to come with a haiku or two during the stream? I'll do one right now. This has been so fun. Thank you for sticking with me. You guys are the best. There, boom, done. Haiku master. Only takes me 7 seconds, although they're not really good. Okay, we are at 7 o'clock, and we are exactly at the halfway mark. So, Kim, give me 2 minutes because I'm going to reset here really quickly. No, actually, I don't have to. You guys have all been here it's not like a bunch of new people are just starting right now at 7. So, welcome. Actually, I will reset really quick. So, Kim, give me 2 or 3 minutes, and then I'll bring you into that Zoom. We are halfway done, 50% done, 12 hours done, another 12 to go, and welcome. I'm Canuck Clay. I'm the founder of the GLCPC, the Good Looking Canucks Positivity Club. This is my Canucks take all in one take. It's Clay's Canucks Commentary Live, my 24-hour live stream. This is part 2. The first link broke. No, the link was fine, but my computer decided to restart. It gave me a warning at least of basically an hour, but it took 5 minutes to set up a second stream. So it sounds like most of you have found it, and hopefully others will find it as we get going. Yes, we are 50% done. Yes, I saw Alphonso Davies' goal. Pretty amazing. I want to, as I say, if you're new, this is what you should do. Hit the subscribe button now for daily Canucks insight that's positive, timely, and trustworthy. Shout out to my moderators. Thank you. Shout out to my sponsors, Perform and Transform, Gassy Jack Art, and Monkey 9 Brewing. And shout out to all members of all levels. Thank you for your support. Okay. So before I bring Kim on, because we don't want to waste any of our precious time with her. Oh, that's good, fangirl, that you saw it. And the Vancouver Canucks just tweeted about their game. I want the Canucks to tweet my song, but they haven't yet. But I'll be patient. Okay, so the password for hour number 13 in honor of Kim is lipstick. Lipstick. Yes, I know technically lipstick is 2 words, but remember this whole thing, it's case, all caps. It's got to be all caps and only 1 word and spelt correctly. So lipstick is the code word for hour number 13. Man, it feels good to say hour 13. No, this is hour 13, Dexter, because we just finished hour 12. So this is indeed hour 13, and it is lipstick, right? Because we start it, we do these at the start of every hour. Okay, I've said it 3 or 4 times. I'm not going to spell it for you. Okay, fine. Lipstick. Lipstick, all 1 word. Let me start to get my Zoom ready for the incomparable Kim. And this is the first time I'm logging into Zoom since my computer restarted, so bear with me if I have to change a couple things. Personal room, start. I just feel bad that it didn't work for John when he came on when we first started. Oh, I see movement. Okay, let's see that this is working. Speakers and microphone, camera. Kim is in the waiting room, which is great. Can I switch this? Good morning.
Good morning.
Wow. Graced with our first female guest. Finally, I have a few. Don't worry, I'm not like I'm all about equal opportunity here. But Kim, thank you for doing this. It is 10 a.m. your time, right?
Yes, it is 10 a.m. my time.
Are you usually up at 10 a.m. on a Saturday? Be honest.
No.
Wow. So let's get some love for Kim already. Now, there's a reason why I love people like Kim, not only for the great content that they produce, but they make me feel young. Well, they make me feel old and they make me feel young. They make me feel old because I'm probably double her age easily, but they make me feel young because they teach me all these cool words that I'm supposed to say, like let's get some hype in the chat or don't know hype. It doesn't sound right when a 47-year-old man says it. So I have a lot to say, but I want to let Kim, I want to give you the chance to introduce yourself. Tell us a bit about your channel. Tell us a bit about you, and tell us why I chose lipstick as my code word for this 13th hour.
All right. Easy enough. I mean, good morning, everyone. Hi, my name is Kim, also known as IELTS Girl 3. You can look me up via that name on YouTube and Twitter. My love and passion is for the New York Islanders. This is my team. This is what I love. And these boys, I live and breathe New York Islanders hockey. I'm a third generation Islanders fan in my family. So on my channel, I love to just specifically talk Islanders, Metro Division. And I love to do play-by-play of games, break down games. I do a podcast every Sunday, which is actually coming up tomorrow, my first one of the season.
Nice.
And with the code name, very, very specific word, lipstick, but I'm not wearing it this morning as it is 10 a.m. But my thing is that I do half blue and half orange lipstick. It kind of became my thing. Didn't mean it for it to, but I love going all out for games from head to toe, and especially in the face. What people know me by is the lipstick.
And that's actually how I first noticed you. You know how I first met you, Kim? I saw you in that video you did about Tavares, the team that John Tavares video.
Yep. I've been memed. Honestly, what I've learned through social media is you have to get burned to get a thick skin. And I've had everything thrown at me, honestly. You could meme me. You could say anything you want about me, Mel. I'm passionate for my team. I know who I am. I love who I am. And that's all I care about. Yeah. So, you know what? It started off a rough start in this community, but I'm just still trucking. And if you hate me, you hate me. If you love me, you love me. I love you. So
I'm pretty sure there's more people that love you than hate you. And I thought you were fine in the video. I was like, whoa, who's this pretty cool, good actress, funky lipstick? Who's this? And from there, and to see you grow on your channel has been pretty amazing. And I know that some people, they went to sleep or they went away, but they came back just for you. So it's a bit of an early start here, obviously. But we had people cranking throughout the night. So I'm quite impressed with the community here. And I know you feel the same about your subscribers and followers as well. So your podcast called Kim in the Crease, correct?
Correct.
Awesome. And you start out tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And then do you go
Absolutely.
Do you do it on YouTube and then go to audio, or only on YouTube?
Only on YouTube.
Okay, gotcha. And then why did someone say you're out of your parents' kitchen? Because I know that you do a lot of your streams from there.
Yeah, so with what I have limited limited funds, and so actually in my house, because money's hard to come by nowadays. Yep. And I don't have cable in my room. And this is kind of like my Islanders fortress. So when I do play-by-play, the only place in the house where I could usually do play-by-play is actually literally my parents' kitchen. I do with what's available to me. I know it's not the best setup. I know, people got green screens and people got, whole PC setups where they have 4 screens where they look at. I'm not that lucky to be that, fortunate with money situations. Yep. So I do with what I have. And I wish I could do a little bit better. I'm trying to maybe improve, little by little. But yeah, that's why they said I'm out of my parents' kitchen.
No, I think it's great. And truly, and the lights, the mics, the background, it's all for naught if people don't like actually who they're watching or who they're listening to. So I think that is one massive advantage that you have. It's not a competition. There's a lot of room for content creators, but if people know that they can tell you love what you're doing and you know what you're talking about, it doesn't matter. You could be talking into the side of I don't know, pick anything random. You'll be fine. So what time would you usually get up on a Saturday morning?
Morning is a funny word. Yeah, no, I am a night owl. I am absolutely a night owl. I will stay up late and then wake up late. Like, honestly, I'll get up around 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. I I am definitely a night owl. You will catch me honestly around 12 to 2. I'll be up like, "Hey, what's up, guys?"
Yeah.
Like, but yeah, I don't know. I've always been a night owl ever since my teens. I think it's because in school I would stay up until every single inch of my homework was done. And it just kept me up till all hours of the night. I was that kid who had all these after school programs. So I wouldn't come home till like 7, 8 o'clock at night. And then, you come home, you get an hour to eat, and then I would do schoolwork until 1, 2 a.m.
Yep.
So I guess it's just like I've grown up used to that schedule, and it hasn't changed.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it because sometimes when I'm streaming between 10 and 11 my time, you will pop in, which I know is 1 to 2 your time. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, gotta support the legendary Clay here. Just like everyone in the chat, get some Clay hype in the chat right now. He's doing 24 hours. I can't believe you're up. Oh my gosh.
I'm surviving. And Justin, thank you for the donation. Justin is donating $2 every hour. So instead of going just 50 out, flat out, I like the general too. And he says night owls unite. So that's awesome. Okay.
Yes.
Before we talk about the Metro Division and your beloved Islanders, anything in the background that you want to show us? Like, I love the shrine, but is there anything in particular you really want to show us back there?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, along the wall are probably my just favorite photos of mine. I have some with my favorite players. As you know, Johnny Boychuk was absolutely beloved of mine. Oh, I'm gonna get emotional. Sorry.
No, don't worry.
I have a soft spot for the Boston Bruins. I know it's a really weird, especially coming from a New Yorker for a lot of people. But so Chara and Boychuk were my favorite defensive pair with my grandma and my uncle. And, my uncle recently just passed away. Suddenly. So guys like Johnny Boychuk and Zdeno Chara have meant so much, and coincidentally they've come over to the New York Islanders.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about that. Yeah.
So it's been very is this like saying something? But yeah, I have a picture up there. If you guys don't remember, Johnny Boychuk had this thing. He's got the nickname Johnny Rocket, and every time he would score, he would look at the goal, and he'd do like the handgun and go like pew pew, and I was fortunate enough at a meet and greet to meet him and Nicoletti, who were a D pair, and I wound up the courage to walk up to him, and it's this side of me, right up there, where I said, "Hey Johnny," I'm like, "Can we do the pew pew?" And he said yes, and straight up did it with me. It's one of my favorite photos I've ever taken with a player.
That's awesome.
And over on this side was probably one of the greatest moments of my life. And that was meeting Robin Lehner.
Yes.
If you guys don't know, Robin Lehner is a huge inspiration to me, so many others. And I flew to Chicago just to see him play after he left the New York Islanders, because I was like, I am going to see this man play. Mm-hmm. I'm not waiting till April. And good thing I didn't wait, because COVID happened and he didn't end up coming back here. So after the game, he had actually he saw my sign at warmups, and he actually waved at me. Wow. Next thing I know, he asked me to come down after the game. And this moment happened between us.
That's
where
great.
He straight up met me after the game, and that's photographed here. And I'll turn the camera.
Oh.
That's my Lehner collection of every team he's ever played for. We got Ottawa, Sabres, Islanders, Chicago, Vegas. Yeah. And that's my beautiful Lehner collection over here.
Why did he switch his number when he went to Vegas? Is there a story behind it?
I'm guessing so. I honestly don't remember why. Okay. I think someone else was wearing 40.
Okay.
I think I'm just like, I honestly, I meant to look it up, but I never did.
Yeah.
but I think someone else is wearing number 40. But yeah, 40 is usually his number.
Okay, cool. Wow. Well, thank you. No, that's some pretty sweet stuff. Some really nice pictures. So maybe we'll loop back to Leonard and Char. I want to get your take on the Metro Division, because I've was blessed to have other legends like Hot Take who helped me break down the Atlantic. Then we had Nathan come on. So it's the same four last year, Kim, that I did my series, but instead of doing because I didn't plan that well. So I'm so grateful that all you came onto the stream and we're just kind of doing it live. So I would love to go through the 8 teams in the Metro. If you could spend maybe 2 to 3 minutes talking about each one, and then it doesn't matter what order, I'll just kind of fire it in randomly. And then at the very end, I would love for you to give your quick predictions of the standings. And you guys, while Kim is talking about each team, you can type in the chat what your thoughts on the team are. But I'll save all the questions for Kim until the very end. Does that work?
That works.
Awesome. We're going to let you start with the love of your life, but you got to keep it within 3 minutes. A lot of you are picking the Islanders to win this division this year. Tell us about them.
That scares the hell out of me. I love my Islanders, and do I think they have a really banging team right now? Yeah, absolutely. I think they definitely have a strong team. What's scary right now is the loss of Varlamov. We don't know the situation with him, so it's a little bit weaker on goaltending side. I mean, we do still have Sorokin, which I'm very happy about, but you know, please let him stay healthy. But when it comes to defense, I mean, we have one of the best shutdown defensive pairs in the league, Pelech and Pulick, who we just both signed to 8-year deals.
Yep.
But it's kind of like chippy right now because we have Dobson, we have Chara, we have Green, and that's kind of like where it's like, fluctuating around. It's a little bit older on the defensive pair side, which is maybe a little bit weaker for us, but I'm still confident with them, as well as our forward pairs, which could be better offensively, just in the finishing aspect. I mean, that's what the Islanders have been needing the last 2 to 3 years is literally just finishing. We need guys who are just going to put in the back of the net. Anders Lee being healthy back in it this season is a huge help, and that first line has been so dominant. So I just want to see a little bit more out of the third and fourth lines. That's something that's still got to gel, but if it does, we're gonna be flying.
And what happened to the first goalie you talked about?
Varlamov.
Yeah,
Varlamov. During training camp, he was out with soreness. I'm a little bit, so my prediction about that is that it was Varlamov's had a lot of issues with groin area.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if he somehow it's re-injured, it's not feeling good. But he's been out, he hasn't, I don't think he even took part in training camp at all. And I have heard nothing about him on the ice. Martin's been out because he had to get a bone shave. So he was out, but he's been skating. He's with both Varlamov and Martin are traveling with the team. I'm hoping good news for Varley, but I haven't heard anything about him skating yet. But Martin should be joining the team. It could be tonight. It could be in a couple nights. So it's just up in the air.
Okay. No, that's a very good breakdown. And as an aside, Matthew Barzal, is he a lock for Team Canada in your eyes?
Oh, I absolutely think so. Absolutely.
Very good. Let's go to your favorite team, the Rangers.
Oh, the Rangers. Now, just in an unbiased standpoint, I mean, the Rangers, these next upcoming years, once these young kids get just a little bit older, they have Gallant now, which I think was a great switch in coaching for them. Once they, get these kids, they have good coaching now, and they're going to get just that maturity level. They're going to be a force to be reckoned with in just a couple of years. I really do think, this is the time where their rebuild is, I think finally ending, and they're finally just becoming that force of a team, but they got to mature. And I really do think that this, Rangers team's got some really great pieces. I just wish, poor Kravtsov had an opportunity on this team. But you have Lafreniere. I mean, kid's a stud. And I will say it, I'm going to give credit where credit is due with this team. Defensively, definitely, I think needs more help. I mean, with that Dallas Rangers game that happened, Jacob Trouba. Oh, Jacob Trouba. My boyfriend and I do talk about that a lot, about, just defensively, how they could use just a little boost. I think if they could use anything to work on, it's definitely defense.
Sure.
But offensively, I think they're a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, they're kind of one of those teams. They're kind of like New Jersey, who we'll get to too, where they've been so bad for a few years, but you keep adding these pieces like Fox and Lafreniere, and you never know. This could be they didn't miss out on the playoffs by much last year, did they?
Yeah, no, they didn't miss by much.
Yeah. And
you know what? They said, we want this, and they acted upon it. They said, we want a little bit more muscle.
Yep.
They acquired Ryan Reeves. And, this is a guy who's, he's buffing up the team. You saw him practicing, just had a fight with the younglings. Like, this is how you grab a guy. This is how you, give some jabs. Like, you saw it in their training camp. And, offensively with Loft, you have guys like Panarin who are going to show them the way. Like, Panarin's an elite sniper. He knows how to get the puck in the net. It's just little things like that. And, Adam Fox, your Norris Trophy winner, he's definitely going to lead the way with defense, but he just needs a little bit more help back there.
Right. Okay. And then for those that don't know, your boyfriend is a big Rangers fan, correct?
Yes.
How is that for your relationship?
Islander Ranger game days, we don't talk. It's a very, we have to sit apart from one another. Like, even we were at the Devils home opener last night, and they were showing previews of, Devils scoring against the Islanders or Devils scoring against the Rangers, and we'd be like, every time they showed each other's teams. But we just have fun with it. And in the end, we will just talk NHL and hockey, and we'll actually, just like I said, with you, how I'm discussing the Rangers is how we'll talk with one another about each other's teams. We'll be honest.
Okay. That's fair. That's good. So you're mature enough to, despite being very passionate, you know what's important at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Good. I love it. Let's talk about those New Jersey Devils, the third of the trifecta.
New Jersey is definitely going to be a big wild card team to me this year. I know a lot of people, and it's, people put them at the bottom of this division, and I understand why, but it's a team that has young pieces, but it's also added some really good ones. I know goaltending's a bit of a situation for them right now with vaccination status, but let me tell you, I saw them, it was against the Blackhawks, but I really think, they had good chemistry out there, good, just the passing was, I think, immaculate on the Devils. I think they really, were able to set up some great plays. I think this is, Dougie Hamilton, what was it? 17 seconds into the first. I mean, that was a great acquisition right there. And it's already paying off for them a little bit, but I do think the Devils will be that wild card team. They can either really show up like they did last night, where they have that, that chemistry and just put that puck in the net. But, they do have that, that weakness. The Blackhawks did eventually come back. I mean, that could be any game though. Yeah. But I think the Devils are a team to watch out for, because they can either come out guns a-blazing and be that team where you didn't see coming, or they can, you can be like, okay, yeah, this is where we expected the Devils, It's going to be tossed up in the air, but those young guys like Hughes and Heischer, I just think the Devils are going to be that team where it's going to be up in the air. It's going to be a coin toss.
Yeah. They're similar. Yeah. I kind of put them in the same group as the Rangers, in that have a lot of young talent, but you're right. You just don't know how well or not well it's going to mesh. So that's good. Thank you for that. So that takes care of the three teams whose names start with the word new. Let's go with a team that the Vancouver Canucks, they didn't handle easily, but I think the Canucks made it a little bit harder on themselves. Carter Hart made it harder on themselves. Let's talk about the Philadelphia Flyers.
The Flyers, to me, are a very, very strong team. And like you said, Carter Hart, I think in goaltending, he's definitely going to be a stand-up goaltender for them. I think he's absolutely a fantastic goaltender. And yeah, he gave you guys some trouble. I think you guys versed a very, very hard team, honestly.
They're good.
Yeah, the Flyers are a fantastic team. I think they are going to be very, very hard to play against. I remember, just facing them in the playoffs, that how good a team they are. And I think, I don't know much about what they did this offseason, the Flyers, honestly.
Yeah.
I didn't pay that much attention to the Flyers,
Yeah.
but I just know, just as a team and who they are a force to be reckoned with this season. And I think they are going to be I think they're a lock in the playoffs to me. Definitely Flyers lock in the playoffs.
Awesome. It's interesting, Kim, watching the game last night, Vancouver against Philly, you recognize that they didn't play last year because of the divisions. And even the year before that got cut off. And if they were supposed to play them at the end of the year, then that's another. So it's basically, it could have been almost 2 years since we played them. I was impressed with how fast and how aggressive they were. Like, they could hit, they could skate.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, they just didn't have good goaltending last night. So
yeah, physicality on that team is not lacking. That is for sure.
So we're halfway through. I'll ask you one question that came through the chat. Church of Pedersen. So I'm not sure if you saw this 2 hours ago. Yeah, he came all dressed up to the nines. It was pretty impressive. So he's our resident alien pope, but very smart guy. Went to high school with him. He says this: how many NHL arenas are within a 1 hour commute for you, or pretty close to you?
Well, within 1 hour, it's actually just the Islanders' new arena and MSG.
Right.
Within 1 hour, kinda is pushing it with MSG. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Because it's it's a train ride. It takes like 67 minutes, I think, on the train. But once you're at Penn Station, I mean, MSG is right out the door.
Right.
For my commute to the Devils, we took a 3 o'clock train to get to Penn Station by 4, and then at 4 we took a train to get to New Jersey by like 5-ish. Okay. So
2 hours.
Yeah, so it's about like 2 hours still to get to New Jersey, but still that's nothing compared to what some other people have to travel to get to other arenas. And I'm very, very fortunate to be so close. I've been to Philly, I've been to Jersey, I've been to MSG. Awesome. And I'm very fortunate to be around so many arenas.
That's cool. You may remember.
And Church of Pedersen hype. I love you guys.
Yeah, okay, very cool. Some nice mutual respect there. You may remember. I don't know if it was online in one of my videos or your videos, or if we just chatted. You may remember me telling you that I almost took a job on Long Island in Lindenhurst at a Catholic church out there.
Oh, yeah.
Our Lady of Perpetual Help in Lindenhurst, and then they flew Gail and me out there. They recruited us. And you know what's crazy, Kim? Back then, this was 20 years ago in the year 2000, where they were recruiting me. Once they offered me the salary, and then I added up how much I could potentially spend on Rangers, Devils, Islanders, Yankees, Mets, Nets, it didn't make any sense for me to move down there, because I would not be able to control myself. All my disposable income would have gone to supporting your local sports teams.
I don't blame you. I mean, went to Mets games too. It's just so easy. Like, it's just so close. Like, yeah. I went to Brooklyn for the Islanders, but easy to go to a Nets game, Knicks game, Mets. Yeah. I'm a Mets fan. I mean, I think you have to choose one sport as your main for season tickets in this state. So, I mean, my family focuses on Islander season tickets, but I understand that completely.
That's awesome. Yeah, no, it's a nice place to be a sports fan. Okay, let's talk about the other 4 teams. Let's start with the very nondescript Columbus Blue Jackets.
Yeah, Columbus this season, I think in the Metro, it's very, very hard to put it into ranks. But with the Blue Jackets this season, it's not going to be. I don't think they're going to be the strongest team this season. It's just like I don't know if you saw it the other night. It was very nice. Their memoriam to Kivy.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that meant I loved that the Blue Jackets doing that. That was great, and even the Devils. I know we're going to talk, but they did a nod to Jimmy Hayes as well. Yes. It's great to see, them, caring about these players and their families. And it meant a lot to see that the other night. But the Blue Jackets, this is going to be, they gotta rebuild. They gotta reset. The the Blue Jackets definitely do. They have some talent on their team, but definitely is a needed reset for the Blue Jackets. I don't think they're gonna go anywhere far this season in points, but I still think they're gonna be a stronger team, but like stronger than most other bottom of the division teams. But yeah, definitely it's gonna be just a casual year for them.
Yes. Carolina, a lot of people love them. A lot of people dislike them. Can't deny how good some of their young players are. Tell us about your thoughts about the Hurricanes.
I am one of those who hate the bunch of jerks because I'm going to tell you straight up, going into this first game of the season, I was scared to death because for some reason, the Hurricanes are the Islanders' kryptonite. I don't know what it is. If you look, because we didn't get to play them last year, but in 2019-20, we lost every single game against Carolina.
Oh, strange.
I don't know what it is. But with Carolina, they are a scary team. And I knew going in that if the Islanders didn't get that game under control, it was definitely Carolina's. And well, they proved me right. Carolina, but yeah, the problem with Carolina obviously is their goaltending. It's not the most secure goaltending for Carolina right now. That's the thing that you have to watch out for with the Hurricanes is that, I think they have a very strong, efficient team, especially getting the puck in the net. Yeah. But you definitely have to watch out for their goaltending. That's something possibly that could let them down. But yeah, the first game against them was, it was very tough. Yeah. It was very tough. And especially just like this Islanders team didn't get much time to gel with these new guys like Parise and Chard to come in. We didn't get much time in the preseason. The Devils game got canceled that we were going to try out these lines to start off. And I'm hoping we can see more gel, but yeah, Carolina definitely gave us a challenge and they came out guns a-blazing against us. But for some reason, always against Carolina, it always sways their way.
That's strange. No, it's kind of like us. The Canucks always struggle playing against the Winnipeg Jets, actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so your team always has that one team.
Yeah. And your team's really bad if you have more than one team in that scenario where you always lose to them.
Yeah, that's definitely not good. I mean, that was us with the Bruins, actually.
Oh, man.
We actually had that problem with the Bruins, and we ended up, breaking that streak by winning against them, 5 times, the last season. I was shocked. Good. We hadn't beat the Bruins at home since 2013 until, last season. And
Wow. Okay, that is a long time. Let's go with the Washington Capitals.
Yeah, the Capitals, this is still a strong team in my opinion, but the problem with the Capitals, much like the Islanders, is that you're getting older. I mean, Ovechkin, Backstrom, Kuznetsov, these guys are incredible players, but they're getting up there in age. I mean, you look at Ovechkin this preseason, he did a legal check. And he ended up just tweaking his, I think it was his knee. Just little things like that, to see Ovechkin go out is a scary thing, for Capitals fans. So if this team can stay healthy, I think you can see a lot from the Capitals. I still think they're a very strong team, but if they're unable to, they may not make playoffs in my opinion.
Bold. And you say the Capitals rival for the past decade and a half since the two superstars came in. Pittsburgh Penguins.
Ah, man, the Pittsburgh Penguins. Yeah, this is upsetting because you see their stars. I mean, Malkin's out for so long. Crosby's out with the wrist surgery. Yeah. And that's the thing about them is that they really got to step up to the plate. Their stars are out. And this is a Penguins team that really has to step up to the plate without their, superstar players on the lineup. Tristan, I mean, again, you talk about goaltending. Tristan Jarry definitely has he can't do Jarrys. I called him Tristan Jarry. I mean, if you don't know what I mean, last year in the playoffs against Islanders versus Penguins, OT, I think it was double OT actually. Tristan Jarry takes the puck behind his net, throws it in front right to Josh Bailey, who just ends it in double OT. Jarry gave it right to Josh Bailey for us to win that game. And that's what we call a Jarry, is the goaltender behind the net just giving it right in front. Yeah, Chari definitely, I think, needs to show that he is a more solid goaltending. If he does, that's definitely a plus. But yeah, the Penguins are definitely going to hurt not having their star players here, and we'll see if the team steps up.
Yeah. Did you use Jari there as a verb? Like they got jarried or no?
Yeah, if a goaltender he did a Jari. I definitely will say he did a Jari.
Okay, I'll take it. Nothing
against Tristan Jari, nothing
course.
against the guy. Just I felt so bad for him in that moment.
Yeah, it's okay. He's not gonna watch this. We'll be fine.
Very true. He doesn't know who I am.
Ditto. So, okay, so a couple of teams you said maybe close but not yet. You said some are really good. Washington, you're not sure. So now you throw all those guys. Thank you, Ryan, for the donation. By the way, yes, I am still going. We're past the halfway mark, and Kim is the perfect person to get me through the first hour of the second half. So give me your order, and is it 3, 4, 5 teams that make the playoffs from this division?
Ooh, I honestly, if it's gonna be Metro, it's gonna be probably like this is gonna be like a division where most teams you're gonna see this is gonna be a dog fight for the playoffs. This is absolutely to number this was excruciatingly hard. I mean, after the top 3 for me, 4 through 7, it can be anything.
Right.
4 through 7 for me could be absolutely anything. The Metro Division, no offense against your Pacific, but
no offense taken. We like it that our division's weak.
I think the Metro Division is the hardest division in the NHL. And of course, that's where my Islanders are. But it's definitely going to be a fight. It's always a fight in the Metro in these past, years for, especially for putting it in order. This is definitely going to be wrong. And I am 100% sure I will 100% be wrong. So let's get into it.
Let's do it.
At number 1, the New York Islanders. I hate that. I don't like expectations. This is not bias. And I honestly, I really do think if the Islanders can, just gel, we have the goaltending, we have the defense, just get that firepower. We have Anders Lee back. He was our top leading goal scorer. And we saw so much from that first line against Carolina. I really think if they can just keep that production going, they can do it. Just it sucks because it's a lose-lose, because if we make first, yeah, it's expected. If we don't make first, what a joke. I hate it. I don't like it. I like being the underdog, but I got to put my Islanders at first.
All right. No problem with that. That's fine.
Number 2, this team you just learned and their play style very well, the Philadelphia Flyers. Right. I really do think this is going to be a team that is a force to be reckoned with. I know the Flyers. I know their tenacity. Yep. I know their grit. I think they got solid goaltending, and of course, just great, leading. Yeah, they have great goal scorers on that team. I think they have a nice blend of like an all-around balance. Yeah. And so I put not my Flyers. Oh God, no. But I put the Flyers at number 2. Philly, I'm giving you number 2 there. I really do think they're a strong team all around.
Sounds good to me.
Number 3, I have the Carolina Hurricanes.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know a lot of people have them lower, but I really do think Carolina's a team that is going to make playoffs. Yes, goaltending is a little bit of a situation for them. That is why I put them under the Flyers. Mm-hmm. Honestly, I could have put Carolina higher if they had more solid goaltending.
Right.
I really do think this is a team that it just offensively, they are just insanely solid. And even though they did lose Dougie Hamilton, it's just a little break in that brick wall of theirs. I really do think the Hurricanes are a solid team, and they will definitely make the playoffs. To me, 1 through 3, I think, are definitely making the playoffs.
All right. Now, who's in your middle? You said 4 through 7. So let's make this easy. Who's the 8 spot?
The Columbus Blue Jackets.
Okay.
I think everyone has been putting Columbus there. It's definitely it's going to be just, everyone's, I think Blue Jackets fans are expecting this not to be like, oh, we're going to make the playoffs year. It's definitely not going to be their year this year. And I hope they maybe, do some moves, get some picks and start kind of like in a rebuild.
Yeah. Not a lot of star power on that team, especially when a guy like Line A didn't really do much. Yeah. We'll see. Yeah. Okay. So now you got your 4 in the middle.
4 in the middle, yeah. And someone said Flyers need a goaltender. Carter Hart, I think, will surprise you. I think Carter Hart will definitely surprise you.
That's fair.
In the middle, this was where it got hard. Do you want me to go 7 to 4 or 4 to 7?
No, go 4 through 7. Go 4 through 7.
All right, 4. 4, I have the Washington Capitals. Okay. I think even though they're a little bit older, maybe it's a bias of my old team, but even though they're a little bit older, if they stay healthy, they can definitely, in my opinion, make the playoffs. I think Ovechkin is definitely going to be, breaking some records this season if he can stay healthy. I think it's definitely going to be a thing. I don't know. They just have a strong core. I think they really, and Samsonov, I think he's a solid goalie for them. I really do think this Capitals team is definitely, I think, has a definite shot for the playoffs. And so I have them at number 4 if they just stay healthy.
Sure.
5. You want to talk about it's just a little bit, I guess, but Rangers. I have Rangers at number 5. I think, again, this young core, if they can get it together, if Gallant, because especially with goaltending, with coaching, this new coaching, if Gallant can definitely get those kids, he's going to be finally playing them. That's something they didn't have, is that for these young kids that have a chance to, get the minutes, get the time on the ice. Seeing this team mature and gel, maybe they have a shot towards playoffs. Maybe maybe a wild card position for the Rangers.
Yep.
But I do think they have a decent shot towards playoffs. Maybe they don't make the top 4, but again, they're still young. They're still melding. They're still maturing. So my boyfriend just texted me 5. Wow, the disrespect.
I gotta bring him on again, like we did last time. Okay.
Oh my gosh, but yeah, I do think 5 for the New York Rangers. They do need a bit of more turning, like I said, just a little bit more and defensively. But yeah, like I said, in the next few years, they definitely have the ability to climb.
Yes. So that leaves
6.
only Pittsburgh or the New Jersey Devils for 6.
I went, just like kind of like preseason thoughts, and 6, I put Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Definitely because that the loss of the, their core players. I don't know if this is, the team is going to step up without them. I think maybe they definitely can. I think Pittsburgh definitely is a strong team, but I don't know. I'm very up and down about the Penguins. Again, goaltending is a big thing with me with this team.
Yeah.
But yeah, Penguins, I don't know. I don't know if they will step up to the plate. Maybe this is, times where it's getting into that latter half, kind of like where the Capitals are. But I think Capitals are just still stronger. And, it's not like Ovechkin and Backstrom are, out. It's not like they're losing Kuznetsov and Backstrom, kind of like how they have lost Malkin for most of the season and Crosby right now.
Right.
So definitely going to be a hit in points for the Penguins. So 7, of course, what's left? New Jersey Devils.
Yep.
But this one is going to be the wild card. This is one where you will. I see it fluctuating between 4 or 7,
wow.
4 to 7. Like they can be 7, 6, 5, or 4. This is a team that is going to be the most versatile to me, like in the standings, like where you're just going to see either they're going to be like, fighting for that wild card slot, or they're not going to make it, but they put on a damn good show, like to try to make it. So the Devils are going to be that team where you're not going to know where they're going to end up for me. So I put Devils at 7, just like if you look at rosters and things like that. But no disrespect to the Devils, I still think they're a very strong team.
Yes. So there we go. So you have Islanders, Philly, Carolina, Washington, Rangers, Pittsburgh, New Jersey, and Columbus, correct?
Yes.
Awesome. So That's perfect. No, that was an awesome breakdown. So we have 10 minutes left. If anyone has questions for Kim about why she said certain things, or you just want to ask her about her channel, I saw a really, really good question up above from Lefty All Around saying, where is it? Who influenced you to get into into hockey as a young child growing up? Who influenced you?
Oh, definitely. My whole family, my grandma, my grandpa, my mother, my father, my brother. I had honestly with me, it was that, at the dining room table, it wasn't how was school today. It was, did you see the game? Did you see that contract?
Yeah.
And I will say that all the time, because as a little kid, that's the atmosphere I grew up in. I grew up going to Nassau Coliseum and watching this team. And one of my earliest memories of being a kid is nudging my grandma, because I was frustrated that I didn't know what was going on. I had ice cream in my hand, and I remember nudging her and going, why did they blow the whistle? And my grandma slowly teaching me the game. And I learned at home with my parents, sitting around the television, and it just went from there. My grandparents have been season ticket holders since 1973. And my whole family, it's kind of a little bit of, just family tradition.
Wow. 1973. That's awesome. I love this question from Fangirl, completely unrelated, but obviously important to her. Do you play Animal Crossing New Horizons? And if so, are you excited for the next update? Because I'm excited.
I do play Animal Crossing New Horizons. I actually made a New York Islanders arena on my island. I can show you, I did make a New York Islanders arena. I got the benches. I put cameras. I put lights.
Wow.
But yeah, no. And my island is actually called Belmont.
Yeah.
My mom and I share the island. It's called Belmont, and I am very excited for the new update. It looks insanely fun.
Very cool. I had no clue what you're talking about for the last 45 seconds, but I'll look it up. That's awesome. I
played Animal Crossing since GameCube. So.
Okay, very cool. Dexter has two questions. One of them, he asked every one of my guests, what do you think of David Perron's eyes? Because Dexter thinks that David Perron has the most googly, ugly eyes in the entire league. I'm not sure if you've ever seen them.
I don't know if have you seen Tanev's picture?
True. Okay.
I never really looked at David Perron's eyes. I've never been like, oh, look at David Perron.
But if you do it, make sure you've eaten already. Yeah, yeah.
Let me look up his look up his photo, and I will get back to you on that.
No problem. Yeah, no, look up. This is the content we want to see. You looking up David Perron's eyes. Anything there? No.
I don't know. I think he's a regular looking dude. He's not too bad looking. Definitely Tanev's picture is my favorite though. Tanev's picture is number one in the NHL.
Quite scary. Dexter also asked, what's your favorite out of all your Isles merch? What's your favorite? Your one favorite?
Oh dear God. That is insanely hard. You know what? I'm gonna go with my favorite Isles merch is, it's kind of tied.
Yep.
But my first ever true Reebok, when Reebok was the brand, is probably my first ever true Reebok is an away Casey Cizikas jersey. It was my first true authentic jersey, given to me by my grandma when I was 10 years old.
Nice.
And it's probably my favorite jersey that I still hold on to because of, just who my grandma is and my grandparents and how much I love them. And it was my first ever jersey. Casey Cizikas was my second love of an Islander, but still to this day, one of my favorite Islanders. And it's tied between that and definitely that New York Islanders Leonard up there, signed by him. So definitely that. And again, that's a jersey that was gifted to me by my grandma.
Wow.
And so just those jerseys just hold that much extra meaning in my heart.
I love how family oriented you are. It's wonderful to see.
Family is everything to me.
Awesome. Jason asked, I just jumped in. No problem, Jason. Welcome. I might have missed this. No, you didn't. Where do you see the Canucks finishing? And don't worry, you don't have to preview the whole division. Just do you think the Canucks have made
I do
enough
have every
improvements?
division, actually.
Well, that's awesome.
You're probably going to like this. I have Canucks at 2.
Wow. Someone else said that tonight too. Was it John or Nathan? It was Nathan. Yeah, one of those two guys said Canucks at 2 as well.
I see Grav in the chat. There you go.
Wow, how did that happen? Yes.
But I do think you guys have a very strong team. I have Pettersson on my fantasy. He got me 8 points last night. Let's go.
Can't go wrong with that.
beautiful shootout goal and beautiful goal in the game. But yeah, no, I definitely have Canucks at number 2. I think they're a very strong team.
Yep.
And I think, you know, I know a lot of people like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people put them lower, but I don't know. That's my hot take. Canucks at number 2.
We love it. We love it. You can come on the channel anytime, Kim. Oh, this is a great one from my friend Leonard out in Toronto. Given that you're speaking about your grandma a lot, who is your grandma's all-time favorite player, if you know that?
I know when my mom was like a teenager, like my age, she absolutely loved Eddie Westfall. She was an Eddie Westfall love. And a funny story, actually, really quick.
Yeah, no,
my mom met him at like back in the day. The Islanders Booster Club had like, you could literally just sit and have dinner with the players. Like it was, you had picnics with them. You had, you know, dances with them. Like it was, and she met Eddie. And so she picked up the phone, called my grandma when it's still, you know, like the wire phones. And she was like, Mom, I have a surprise for you. And she gave it to Eddie Westfall. And she wanted him to say, you know, like say, hi, I'm Eddie Westfall. How are you? Like, and she said like, he said that. And she was like, oh, awesome. Thank you. He turned around and just had a full conversation with her. She's like for a half an hour, like she was like, oh, okay. Like, so she just kind of just left him with the phone and had a whole conversation with my grandma. But God bless Eddie Westfall. Like he was such a great guy. And I know my grandma loved him.
Wow. I think that story sounds familiar. I wonder if you told me that story before, because it's such a good story. Yeah. That's pretty cool.
It's something we still joke about.
No, that is wonderful. That is wonderful. Oh, I forgot to ask you. It might be Pettersson, might not be. Who's your favorite current Canucks player?
Oh, I feel a little pressured here. I mean, you got the Church of Pettersson in chat. I mean, how do you not like PD though?
Right,
right. How do you not like PD?
Yeah,
I gotta give it to PD. The Church of Pettersson. They're very persuasive.
Yes.
And when I looked at fantasy, I was like, oh, I gotta grab him. I was like,
we had some nervous moments here this summer, but that's okay. Everything is fine.
Yeah, no, it's everyone. He's good. We're good.
Yeah. So did you say you have seasons, or your family has seasons, or how does it work?
Yes, we do. My grandparents have been season ticket holders since 1973.
Nice. Nice.
We've kept it up. My grandparents kept it up for me in Brooklyn, which they didn't have to do because they couldn't do the commute. But in Belmont, we grabbed tickets right away.
Yeah.
We have 2 regular season tickets, but for the home opener, we have 6. The whole family's gonna go.
Wow.
We're so stoked for Belmont, and yes, so we are regular season ticket holders with the New York Islanders.
Who's their home opener against?
We are against the Calgary Flames,
yeah.
and I know a lot of people are like,
Smoke
really?
Them. Yeah.
The Flames? But my friend brought up something that I didn't know, and she told me she was the first ever New York Islanders game to be played in 1972 was the first ever inaugural game was against the Calgary Flames. And so it's just only right that, we start out this new era, this new time at Belmont against the Calgary Flames.
Oh, that's a good point. And then you said you were at the Devils game yesterday?
I was.
Wow.
It was, my friend is down from London, Ontario.
Yep.
And he's a Maple Leafs fan.
Yep.
And we wanted to go to a game, and Islanders aren't open. MSG's insanely expensive. So we were like, you know what? The Devils home opener is going to be happening. Why don't we all go? So we did. And, we all wore neutral clothing. We all wore blue, which was very funny. But we did. We went to the home opener. We had a great time. It's fun watching a game and just not caring who wins.
Yeah, that's true.
It was just fun to watch hockey for hockey, and we had a great experience with the fans all around.
Oh, that sounds great. And last question here. Well, why would Jordan say, "Wow, not even mention rude"? Who's Jordan? Sunshine?
Yes, I went with Jordan.
Okay, that's why.
I went with Jordan, of course.
And then last question from Sam. Actually, 2 questions real quick. Lefty All Around says, who is your all-time favorite Islander player? I think I know the answer. And the second question is, how did you enjoy watching the Islanders at Barclays Center? I heard it was small.
Oh, I'll hit Barclays Center first.
Okay.
Horrible. It was horrid. How many things can you talk about? off center screen, the freaking car. I remember I had seats, we were up against the glass, and just to see what was happening in our zone, you had to go like over the glass, like over the barrier, just to see what was up. I'm like, oh, did they shoot? I'm like, it was ridiculous. It was absolutely ridiculous. And when you go to Nassau Coliseum, we talk about the fan energy, the chants, the loudness. You couldn't start a chant in there. It was just like, it just felt so disconnected. I remember coming back to Nassau finally when we faced the Columbus Blue Jackets, and just the cheering in there. I was like, oh my God, we were missing this so much. Like, but I was like, we got used to such, like, I'm sorry, Nets fans, but we got used to such garbage. I was like, oh, it feels so good to be back, kind of like feeling. So yeah, Barclays wasn't good. The only reason I'm thankful is that they kept us on Long Island. Right. And my all-time favorite Islander definitely is Casey Cizikas. I mean, he's been my favorite player since I was 10 years old.
Yeah.
My first love was Trent Hunter.
Yep.
And Trent was a grit player. He wasn't that guy who always got the points, but he was always on the ice giving his all. And that was Casey. And I remember around that time is when we drafted John Tavares, and everyone was like, oh, Tavares. I was over here like, I like Casey. I was like, since a young age, I just loved how every time he stepped on the ice, he would just, every single puck he would skate 100% for.
Yep.
He would not hold back. He's always a player that, he's a fourth liner, but he doesn't deserve like a fourth liner title. He was always a player who gave 100% grit. He would make fantastic plays, and sometimes he'll score here and there. He's a fantastic center, and I'm glad to, call myself a fan of his and to see that extension this season.
That's cool. And I just noticed, I remember that Travis Green, our head coach, the Islanders were one of 5 teams. He got drafted by the Islanders back in '89. I just looked up. Yeah. But you weren't born yet. Yeah,
I was not born yet. And I was not born yet when Chara was drafted either by the New York Islanders.
Great. Why don't you make me feel even older? That's great. Awesome.
I'm sorry, but yeah.
It's good.
Chara was drafted in '97. I was a '99 baby. So I was just a baby when Mike Milbury traded him, but yeah, I definitely know the history about that. But yeah, no, it's just fun how that's come full circle. But yeah, Casey Cizikas, if you didn't hear, his quote was, "I'm an Islander till I die."
Wonderful. But that's a perfect way. And Church of Pedersen, he says, Clay, you are old. That's an inside joke because we're the exact same age. We graduated from high school together. So, Kim, you are so good. Thank you. That hour flew by. This was a perfect way to start my second half. And good luck with everything that you're doing. And like I said, I love how passionate, how articulate and genuine you are. And I love how you have your priorities straight when it comes to family and health and taking care of not only yourself, but those that need you. So thank you for that witness as well. And you know how much I admire everything that you're doing. So, and I appreciate you spending time with us this morning.
Thank you. I mean, Clay, all the time. Thank you so much for having me. Keep doing what you're doing. It doesn't matter what age you are. It doesn't mean that you can't be a big and passionate fan, okay? Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Don't let anyone in this chat tell you you're old.
Okay,
Don't
exactly.
let anyone.
You heard it from Kim.
You put some hype in the chat. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And I will say that to the ends of time. This is why you were a legendary. This is why you were legends. This is why the whole community, like everyone knows, you are one of the best fans in the NHL.
Oh,
I mean, from your music to your passion to the work that you put in for your streams. Yes. We appreciate you, Clay, and thank you so much.
Well, respect is mutual, and we will catch up very soon. Enjoy your day. Don't go back to bed now. Just stay up.
And hey, best thing about New York Islanders fan base, we're a family. And Donald at Blue Line Deli today, for any Islanders fans in here, he's doing free New York Islanders bagels today for game day. So, and he's giving out little goodies too. He's giving out some little, maybe some signed goodies, maybe some, so maybe definitely make your way to Blue Line Deli. Sorry, I promised him.
No, that's kidding, great. But... No, you got to get those plugs in. I have no clue what you're talking about, but I'm sure they're great.
I'll see you there, but thank you so much, Clay.
All right, Kim, we'll talk soon, Kim. Thanks a lot.
All right, bye, Clay.
Take care. Wow, so good. So good. I don't even need to put a 2-minute break up. I'm going to go to take a 1-minute washroom break. We'll come back. We'll enter hour number 14 with a very special guest. So give me a second. I'll use the restroom. I'll come right back. So just talk amongst yourselves, but don't leave. Don't leave. You want to see the next guest as well. And again, thanks to Isles Girl 3. Thanks to Kim, who's wonderful. Okay, I'll be right back. Give me a minute. All right, our viewer count is slowly moving up as people are waking up and getting in here. Let me just change the text. Oh, I didn't even change it last time. Okay, so let me just change the text at this hour. Mike, McBurney, Bernie. Season ticket partner. Next hour, Hannah Bernard. I'm a little rusty. I forgot to change this. Hannah Bernard, former Canucks in arena host. Okay. It is now. Oh, I gotta shrink this to make sure it fits. It is now 8 o'clock Pacific. We are entering hour number 14. So 13 hours down, 11 to go. We have blown past the halfway mark, and now it is time to bring in our next guest. So welcome everyone that is back here. Oh, thanks Kim for putting your channel in the chat. It was so good to have you here. No, I'm not the Iron Man T. I appreciate all of you being here. Lucas, glad you got some sleep. Thank you, Showtime. Yeah, I feel good. I feel healthy. This next person that's coming in, we'll have a lot to say about that. So before we get to him, I need to give you the code word for hour number 14. And I saw Dexter, he actually went back and looked at all the other hours to get the ones he missed, and that's fine. If you know, every hour, every name, every word that you get, you guys know that it's going to give you another entry. So do what you got to do. Okay? No power nap, Emo. Wait, Emo, that's like my last name. Cool. Okay. So the word for hour number 14 is monkey, in honor of Monkey 9 Brewing, I call my perpetual sponsor. So Monkey 9 Brewing. So the code word for hour number 14 is indeed monkey. MONKEY. Obviously one word. It's not monkey. It's monkey. MONKEY. There's your code word for hour number 14. Okay. Next guest I'm going to bring on. I've been looking forward to this just because he's one of my best friends, and he's also my season ticket partner, and he's my roller hockey captain. He's my golf teacher, and I'm bad at all those things, so I'm not sure how good of a coach or captain he is. So let's bring in Mike. So let me find him on Zoom, and then I'll make sure that he's around. No problem, Lucas. Whatever you're doing, I trust you. No, that's awesome that you're here, Matt. I know you've been a member for a little bit now, so that's great. Who's up? Is that you, Jake? Good luck. Thanks for helping me last night. Did you get a rest or not? Huh? I don't speak mumble. Okay, looks like we're ready to go. Now we're waiting for Mike to join us, and as soon as he does, we will bring him in. So good morning, 8:00 Pacific. No rest. I'm not sure, Dexter. No, Jacob's good. He works really hard. Yes, we have plowed through the halfway mark. Okay, Mike is here. Let me bring him in, and let me share my screen, and let us all have fun.
Hey,
good morning.
how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. I got some sleep last night. How are you holding up?
I'm doing okay. I had a quick power nap. No, not a power nap, a power shower. Half an hour earlier. Maybe I am tired. I got the words nap and shower mixed up. No, I feel good. Sean and Jake spelled me off for an hour last night, which was nice. But good. No, we've rammed through the halfway point, and now we have guests straight for on the hour, every hour until we're done. So I think it's going to go by really quickly, actually.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Where is that your new place? I don't think I've been there yet.
No, you haven't. Yeah. I moved from Steveston near you to sort of central Richmond a year ago.
Right.
And into a house, which is pretty lucky to be able to have a house to live in. Not many people can say that. So it's just in the unfinished office downstairs, trying to stay away from the puppy and the child that are upstairs.
Well, thank you for getting. Well, I know you're always up earlier than I am, so you're a teacher. So thank you for joining us. And the numbers are spiking. I guess many people. I've really hyped you up I think many people also waking up, rejoining. So thanks to everyone in there. We have 73 people watching at 8 a.m. on Saturday, which is pretty darn impressive. So, Mike, I've told them a little bit about you, but let's hear from you before we actually start talking about our friendship and our funny experiences, and especially going to games together. A little bit about you, your family, and your kind of hockey experience.
So I've been, to start with hockey. I grew up playing hockey. I've always loved hockey. Played hockey myself growing up, never very good, but I just always played, loved it, still play to this day. I actually had a late game last night at the Ice Center.
Did you win?
Playing beer league. We did win. We won shorthanded in overtime.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's fun. And I've obviously started playing when I was like 21. I started playing roller hockey, and that's how I played roller hockey with you. That's hockey. I mean, I have a wife, Jen, who's also an English teacher. We're both English teachers in Richmond at different high schools. I'm in McRoberts. And I've heard some of my students or former students are actually subscribers of yours. So I don't know if anybody's on this morning. Hi, any McRoberts grads that are on there. We got a lab this summer. So I have a 6-month-old lab puppy upstairs who's full of energy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you can hear, there was a little barking a minute ago. And my son is 6. His name's Lyndon. People might be able to guess why I named him Lyndon.
If you didn't know about Mike's hockey fandom before, now you know. Yes, his son, gorgeous son, a lot of fun, talented son, named Lyndon. Indeed. What's his middle name?
Galim.
Okay.
It's his Chinese name.
Very cool. Very cool. So in Richmond, teacher, hockey player, and for some context, yes, I've told people that you are my season ticket partner. You've had a pair of tickets for how many years now?
So I can't count the years. I got half seasons when I was a high school student, when I was in grade 11. So I was like 16.
Yep. And
I decided with a couple of friends, we were going to each get one seat. There were 3 of us, and we got half seasons and held those for a few years. And then I guess it was 2004 was the lockout. I decided, hey, if I put down a couple of grand that's just sitting there, I could get a full season tickets, which came with a few extra perks at the time. You get your big once a year big thing, whether it's the jersey off the back or some other awesome thing they give you. So I'm like, well, let's try this. Just, I don't think there's going to be a season this year anyway. So I did it. And then coming back, lost one of the people in our group. There was a couple of us, and we ended up getting full seasons during the lockout and then kept them coming out. So 2020 years, 2001.
Wow. And then when your season ticket partner left town in 2010, I jumped at the opportunity, ran it by Gail, which I do basically everything. And it's been great. We've been going to games together for the last 10 years. And so some context here, Mike is, like I said, one of my best friends. He was Sean, who you guys met last night. He's his confirmation sponsor. So Mike and I know each other through church. I was Mike's youth worker back in the day. And yes, we're season ticket partners. He is the captain of our roller hockey team. He is the one who tries to teach me golf. And we can get into all that. But first, Mike, I want to talk quickly about your, just drop some knowledge on these people. Tell us why we should or should not be excited about the Vancouver Canucks this season.
I am excited. I think Benny went all in this year, and there are parts of me that are really worried about the long-term ramifications of that. But I think I've just been trying to focus on the here and now, and I do think he's made the team considerably better this year. I like the new additions. They're looking good, but I don't want to rush to judgment on any of the new guys. I think it takes time to gel, and I want to see what those guys are going to look like. Garland looked great yesterday. I didn't get to see the whole game yesterday. I came home late, but I saw part of it, and I saw the first game, and looked good. The biggest thing for me, I think, is I did not think Quinn Hughes played well last year. Despite the numbers, the counting stats were there. 2 years ago, he was just a revelation, phenomenal. I remember watching him and the arguments with people about how he's just as good as Cale Makar, and like Makar is just unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. And I really think Hughes defensively took a step back last year, and I don't know the reasons why. I know some of the guys on my hockey team are always texting me. Some of them aren't the biggest Quinn Hughes fans. They think he's overrated. And so they're always texting me, and I'm like, no, I'm trying to defend him. But last year, defensively, there were some major flaws in his game. And it worries me because I do feel, I know you always ask your guests, if you were going to build a franchise, you're going to do Quinn Hughes or Pettersson. And I always think that the franchise D-man is the most important. And I think that's one of the reasons the Canucks haven't had as much success in the past, and they've come short a few times in the finals, is they've really lacked that number one D-man that can just dominate. And I think I really thought, and I still think Quinn Hughes can be that guy, but it didn't look like it last year. But I'm very hopeful that this year he's going to turn it around. I'm sure he's been working on the defensive part of his game. His footwork is just so good. I'm not worried about his size. Mm-hmm. I think he'll learn the game. And he'll learn how to use his speed. I've used the Scott Niedermayer analogy a lot. And somebody's like, but Niedermayer is like 6'1". It's not the same thing. And that's true. But at the time, I think Niedermayer was seen as a smaller, speedy defenseman. And I mean, the guy just dominated. Granted, we don't have Chris Pronger, but I think Quinn Hughes can turn into that, and I'm really hopeful. I'm also hopeful Pettersson can take it to the next level. I actually have a bet with a friend that I made 2 seasons ago that within 3 years, Pettersson will be nominated for the Hart. So I really, that speaks to how high my confidence is in Pettersson.
Wow.
So I think it's hard when you miss camp, and the way he started the season, he seems good, ready to go. I mean, picked up 2 points last night, and I know the goal was kind of a fluke, but I think he already looks good. And I think the fact that he missed camp, he's definitely going to take it to another level. I think we're going to see in the next couple of weeks, he's going to ramp up, and my prediction is you're going to see Pettersson at the very top in probably the 10 to 20 game mark. He's going to be right there with the league leaders in points.
Nice.
Demko, I think Demko is phenomenal. He's got some consistency now. I mean, we saw everyone's talked about bubble Demko, and there was some worry that maybe that wasn't sustainable. But with a bigger sample size now, I think he's just a fundamentally sound goalie. He's imposing. He's huge. That toe save he made last night it was the shootout where he reached across. Yeah. There's not many goalies that can do that, and it's just like his athletic ability combined with his size. He's a special goalie, and I could see him being a Norris Trophy guy in the next few years. So when I start talking like this and thinking about these players, like this is a good core, and I think Bo's a great leader. And hopefully those depth pieces can finally sort of come through. I'm actually sorry, I'm just gonna keep ranting.
No, keep going.
I was thinking about this yesterday. As you know. Your followers probably don't. I am not a big Benning supporter. I think he's made some absolutely terrible moves, and I think he's overrated for the good things he's done, despite the team we have right now. But one thing I do give him credit for is he hasn't been too patient. I've always been a supporter. I've actually supported every GM this team has ever had since I became a fan, and I was always the one that defended them. And I remember back to the days when Nonis was GM, and everyone would be railing on him. All my friends would say he's terrible, and I would be the guy defending him. And I always just thought it wasn't fair. Like, I think it's harder to make trades in the NHL than people think it is. Yeah. And Nonis was patient, and he didn't ever give too much. But the result was a lot of inertia. They never really seemed to take big steps because he seemed kind of scared to make those big changes. And at the time I defended it, but now looking back, I think, man, if we had a more aggressive GM that put us over the hump, I mean, there's some great teams, but I think that was one of his downfalls. I think that's the downfall of a lot of GMs, but that can't be said about Benning. He's been willing to make moves pretty much the whole time, some of which people like, some people don't. But I like the fact that he's really remade this team. Like last night I'm looking at the numbers and I'm like, wait, who is that? It's been a while since I've had to really process and think about who it is that has the puck.
Yeah, well, no, that was an excellent answer. No, you certainly didn't go. That was great. And I always, when Mike and I are golfing or hanging out, I always tell him that he should come on my channel more because he knows so much. He's played the game. Mike's very humble, but he's played the game to a decently high level, and he understands the game. When he's teaching me how to back check in roller hockey or basically not to do what I'm doing, I'm always learning a lot. And I will say, speaking of roller hockey, Mike, speaking of our friendship, he was the one guy who, when I got my concussion, the one that Sean and Jake, basically Mike, last night Sean and Jake were saying that one thing that people don't know about me is that although I'm a good public speaker, that I stutter way too much. And they say that I still blame the concussion that you were there to help me off the ice with when my family was in the Philippines. So I'm grateful to you. And we have some questions already in here. One question from the Church of Pedersen. So you've seen the pictures of the alien Pope. He was actually on 2 hours ago in full costume, which I was impressed with. It says, Mike, what adjectives would you use to describe Clay's golfing?
Oh.
Or golfing and golf swing.
I'm going to give more than one. Consistent. That's the positive one. As background. So Clay, first time I golfed with you was probably like 10 years ago, probably something like that. And I've been a golfer for a long time. You weren't really a golfer. You golfed very little. I remember the first time I golfed with you, I was blown away by how good you were. Truly. And I'm not trying to blow hot air here. Not that you were shooting a great score. You were definitely in the hundreds, but you made good contact with the ball. You just always kept your ball straight was the thing I remember. Like you were hitting more fairways than I was. It might have gone half the distance, but and your short game could use some more, but you were hitting the ball straight. And I was amazed. Most people, when they start the game, it's hook right, slice left, and or vice versa. Sorry. And it's just all over the place, but you kept the ball down the middle most of the time. So consistent is the first word that comes to mind. Whatever the opposite of fluid is might also come to mind. And I know I'm an English teacher, but I'm not sure. I can't think of what the word is right now, but it's not always, sorry?
Choppy?
A little bit.
Yeah.
I hear you say it probably is choppy. I hear the word choppy and I think of Charles Barkley, and it's not nearly that bad. It's not like you're on that level. Right. It's more fluid than that, but it's a little bit of an abbreviated swing, maybe. but it helps you keep in control. And I think you're a pretty good golfer considering how little you golf. Although I know you've been getting out a little bit more this year.
Yeah, it hasn't helped, but yes, thank you. Thanks. Yeah, I don't have a full. I'm not very flexible. So whether it's actually golf or hockey, or even bowling, I don't have a full swing. I don't have a full range of motion, so I'm limited that way. Now, and Mike's a very good golfer as well. Sometimes he takes my two boys, Sean and Jacob, out during the days when they can get away, and they all shoot very well. I think you and Sean are a good match, actually, for sure.
I don't know that I'm very good, but yeah, Sean and I compete pretty well.
Awesome.
I came on last night after my hockey game, watched your stream for an hour. And I saw when Jake and Sean took over, I was on for till like 1:15 or something. Yeah. And I was just trying to think of a golf question I could ask them to get them to start fighting with each other, but I couldn't do it. And I was going to mention the time that one of my favorite stories ever involves Sean, and I golfed with him at Northview last year, and we had a KP with the foursome in our group. And on one of I can't remember what hole it was, 14 or something like that. And Sean put it close. He put it like 2 feet from the pin. And we were all talking about what a great shot. I hit mine, and I actually hit it short right, and there's water in front of the green. And I bounced it off the edge of the water, off like a rock. It took a huge bounce and landed like 3 inches from the pin. It was the closest I've come to a hole in one. And it was just gross. It wasn't a good shot. It was just the luckiest lottery bounce in the world. And he was just so sad. He thought he was so pumped up from winning this, thinking he was going to win this KP. And he was just shocked. He just stood there as I jumped around. Sorry, I don't know if that story is very entertaining for your viewers, but
I love it.
It was fun.
I love it. And a lot of these guys know Sean now, know Jacob and Kayla from the streams. Showtime asks, is that peach juice, Mike? It looks delicious.
Oh, it's orange juice. Yeah, it's like diluted orange juice.
Diluted orange juice. Okay. What Fangirl asks, what's your current favorite Canuck currently?
Yeah, that's sometimes I ask myself this question. I got a jersey last year. And I was trying to decide who to get, and I ended up it was for Christmas, but I asked for Horvat. So I think I like Horvat. I'm always my favorite players are always sort of the team leaders. Like Trevor was my favorite player back in the day, and then Daniel Sedin and Henrik, the two of them, I would probably more Henrik, were kind of my favorite players during that era. I've just always liked those leadership guys. The guys play the game the right way, to use the old man hockey cliche. And so Horvat was the guy that I was kind of drawn to. But I mean, honestly, all of them, there's so many great players. I was thinking about it yesterday. I'd like to get another jersey soon. I don't have a skate jersey. I've had a skate jersey since I was a kid, and I feel like I should get one because they are really nice. So I was thinking that I might get a Hoglander.
Nice.
After the first game, I just thought he was by far the best player of the first game. And the energy, I think he's going to be a huge fan favorite in the next few years. And I really enjoy watching him. I love the way he's always so happy. Like he looks like he's having so much fun out there. He's got this big grin. I would imagine I think he's also going to turn into a bit of a pest. Like he's a guy that I could see being super annoying to play against, because he's so hardworking. He'll pound you. He'll steal the puck he's always in your pocket stealing the puck. And then you look at him and he's just like, I don't know. I think he's going to be awesome. So yeah, probably he may be, by the end of the season, I think he may be my favorite player in the Canucks.
Nice. What's your, actually good segue. Do you have a favorite jersey that you have right now?
I have one that's like special to me. Like it has significance, and that's my Linden jersey. But it's the old blue whale. And I kind of hate that jersey. Like I'm not a huge fan of that particular jersey. It's very low in my ranking of Canuck jerseys, but it was the first named jersey. I already had probably 5 or 6 jerseys before that, but that was the first named one I had. Before that, they were all just generic. And getting it was really special for me. And obviously Trevor Linden is my favorite player of all time. So the combination of those things, that's it's my special jersey. In terms of the one I like the most, the look, probably just my Henrik jersey, which is the blue whale one.
Gotcha.
And yeah, I need to get a skate.
Yes. Speaking of jerseys, I was telling people the story this morning. At 3:00, I did a jersey and swag show and tell. So I told him how I bought a David Booth jersey and then you won David Booth jersey off his back.
Yeah, that was funny. For people that don't know how it works, you find out as a season ticket holder if you're going to get the jersey off the back. You find out in advance. So we knew a couple of weeks out, and you were gracious enough to let me be the one to receive the jersey.
Of course.
Yeah, so you really don't know who it's going to be until you actually open that envelope and pull out the.
So I had my phone out, recording every moment.
And the thing I remember about that, some of your viewers might remember in that era, Chris Higgins there was kind of a joke going around about Chris Higgins' abs, and I had a couple of female friends who were obsessed with Chris Higgins and particularly his amazing abs. And so I think it was Anna Lynn, one of them, friend of yours, who told me I gotta try to get a picture close up of his abs if he takes off his jersey in front of me. And I think I can't remember, but I think he actually ended up being like the person next to me got him. Like he was actually close to me, and he flashed the abs. I'm like, oh, it's right there, but I'm in front of 15,000 people. I'm not going to pull out my phone right now and start videotaping him as he undresses. That's really weird.
Yes, very strange. Thank you for that. Sam J says, thank you so much about Benning. You're my hero. Tell me why people thought he was a great GM. When Benning gets fired, who would you recommend to replace him? So let's just the second one. Do you have any, I don't know if you know what GMs are out there, if Benning gets fired, when he gets fired?
It's very Canuck positivity of you.
Yes.
Let's leave the negative stuff and focus on, what could be the positive that comes of this. I haven't thought about his replacement. I thought Gillis, I don't understand it. I think Gillis is being blackballed. I think Gillis was a phenomenal GM. Mm-hmm. His approach to the game, I just think he's brilliant. And I think part of it maybe is that he's not because of his role as an agent, wasn't very well liked by some GMs. And I think that made it hard for him. And he was seen as sort of the guy on the other side of the table. And now that he's gone back to the NHLPA, I imagine that probably shuts that chapter in his life forever, because I can't imagine it's going to help. But he's brilliant, and he did smart things. He revolutionized some aspects of being a GM, did things like bring in a capologist, and like the sleep stuff that now everybody's doing. Mm-hmm. He's just a very intelligent man. And I would, whenever there was a rumor that popped up that, oh, maybe they'll bring back Gillis, I never believed it, because I think that relationship, someone on the radio was talking about, I think it was IMAC was talking on the radio yesterday about how that relationship, sorry if it wasn't him, one of the media guys was talking about how that relationship got strained with Aquilini towards the end. But so I don't think he's ever coming back, but that's my wish, would be to bring back Gillis. I think he's a phenomenal GM. So I'm going on a tangent here, but I will say also, I think Aquilini deserves a lot of the blame for some of the stuff that's happened, but I give him credit in some ways. As much as I wish Benning wasn't still GM, I think it speaks well that an owner is willing to stick with his guy. I think you look at a franchise like Buffalo. Didn't Buffalo at one point go through like 3 GMs in 4 years or something like that? Like you need stability to be a successful franchise, and for all of the criticism he faces, Aquilini's been loyal to Benning, and he's let him try to fulfill the plan, or lack thereof, that Benning has. Oh, I respect that. Sorry, and I don't have another. I'm just trying to think as I'm talking who another GM is. Yeah. No, that's fine. I don't know. There'll probably be 5 more that become available by the end of the year.
Yeah. Very good. Jed says, morning, Clay and Mike, still going strong. Way to start my morning. Hot complimentary breakfast, Mountain View, and listening to your 24-hour live stream. Yes, I think Jed was doing a cross-province road trip last night. So good. Steel Dog says, hack and whack is a good description of his golf game. Jed says, question for you both. You could trade back or sign any active former Canuck player. Who would it be?
Okay, you answer first.
You know,
I know.
It sounds so like that's current playing.
I know. I'll go first because
Okay.
it came to me. Stetcher.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't be a trade. It would have to, or it would be a very marginal trade.
Yeah.
But I think you give up a 5th round pick for him. It shows him that you realize you made a mistake. And I know I'm 100% sure that guy would come back in a second. Like he just bled Canuck. Like he wanted to be a Canuck so bad. They could really use him as a depth piece right now.
Yeah.
And I love the way he played, and I just love the fact that he was from Richmond, and combined with the way he played.
Yeah, mine's similar. If the money made sense, I love Tanev. I thought Chris Tanev had a great year last year, and given what we know now with Hamnick's situation, he looked really good in a top 4 with Hughes, Pullman, and OEL. So coulda, shoulda, woulda for sure. Oh, I love this. P-Man 1120, unless you know who this is, Mike seems like the type of guy that would enjoy a high stakes poker game.
Who is this?
So I don't know if it's someone who actually knows you. I don't know. It just says P-Man 1120, but it could be someone completely random.
My poker chips are like sitting right next to me right now, but I don't think you can see that on the camera. No, I'm pretty sure this is somebody who knows me. I don't know who it is.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was trying to goad you last night, and you didn't take the bait on the chat when you were talking about your previous all-nighters. And I was saying you were talking about traveling and business and pulling all-nighters.
That's
and
right. Oh, were you in that? Did you actually comment?
Yeah, you responded to me. You were just like, you repeated your previous answer. It was really lame. You gave a terrible answer.
Oh, that's right. Yes, poker all-nighters. Yes. We'd be playing at our house, and then Gail would come down at 9 a.m, and she'd look at us around the table and say, "Did you guys even go home?" And the answer is no.
Yeah, and then we do the walk or drive of shame home, where the sun's already come up and you just feel dirty.
Yeah. So those that have ever gambled in Vegas or anywhere like that, that's how you feel, right? The pumping oxygen, you're drinking, whatever. Then you're going back to your own hotel, because you usually don't play at your own hotel. And then you have to walk back, and it's morning time. It doesn't feel good. Win or lose, it doesn't feel good.
No. I want to clarify though. Clay is only drinking Pepsi.
Okay, thank you. Well,
anyone out there who thinks he's drinking anything like other than that, no, I am, but he's not. Just Pepsi. Can I tell a story about your drinking?
Please do. People want to hear. It sounds a little conceited, but heck, it's my live stream, and you know me so well. People want to hear stories.
People want to hear stories about you. So those of you that don't know, Clay doesn't drink alcohol, and it's most guys after hockey, we have a beer in the dressing room. So this is connecting back to people wanting to hear stories about your roller hockey career.
Yes.
So back in the day, we used to always try to get Clay to have a beer with us in the dressing room. It was like our goal to one day get Clay to have a beer with us in the dressing room. And I guess we pressured him enough that one year he's like, fine, like end of the season, after a win, I'll celebrate with you, like one game. And he kept he kept pushing it down the road. But then I don't know, the pressure got too much. And I think it was probably the playoffs and roller hockey. It was near the end of the year. And you caved. And it was so funny. Your whole family came to that game.
That's right.
You made sure that Gail was there to drive. So you're being responsible. Fantastic. And we won that game, and we were more excited, I think, the fact that you were going to have a beer with us than the fact that we had won the game. And then I'm pretty sure it was a bottle. Like I actually remember and you took one sip and you put it down and you did not touch another sip of that beer. It was like the smallest sip. And all of us were like, no, like, come on, let's go. Let's shotgun it. And no, you had one sip and you did not touch it again. And then you still made Gail drive you home because you were worried after having one sip of beer. I remember that part too. That's Clay for you.
You're right. My sip, it wasn't like even put my lips over the end of the bottle. It was let the beer come up and touch my lips.
Oh man.
Yeah, not my finest moment. Pepsi is nasty. Wrong answer. Makes me happy that Clay doesn't drink. Oh, everyone being so kind. Tell them a story about me on it doesn't have to be a story, but adjective for me, trying to figure out roller hockey.
You're the guy that a team would trade for, and everyone would be like, oh, okay. And they'd be like, yeah, he's good in the room. like Brandon Prust.
Oh,
No, that you could not name a guy that would be less like Clay than Brandon Prust. But truly, good in the room is the adjective that describes you. Like the whole positivity club thing. You bring that everywhere you go, and just such a joy to hang out with at any time. But bringing that positivity to the room, and even when. Actually, you're so anti-Brandon. You're like the anti-Brandon Prust, because if there was ever a fight in one of our games, you'd be the guy just trying to be like, "Oh, stop it, guys! It was an accident. Just let's all chill." And then picking me up off the ground after I got knocked out, probably. Yeah, so good. Maybe you're more like a Malhotra, good in the room, like the old guy. That probably fits a little bit more. Or who else? Who's a really positive guy? Booth was a really positive guy. He was always smiling.
Yeah, I got some
you
weird.
Probably don't like that comparison as much.
Yeah, weird political views, but that's okay. Yeah.
He was a Christian.
Yeah, he was. That's true. Yeah, good in the room is a good way to put it. I love being and you guys, any of you in here that have played, especially I think hockey is the one sport where it happens, where it's beer league or it's casual, or it's rec, whatever you want to call it. But the good players on each team, they go after the good players, not dirty, but at least play them hard. The guys like me, who are the 47-year-olds who just want to get some exercise and don't want to get hurt, try not to concuss themselves. This only happened once. I just go and I skate in front of the other team's net. And sometimes one of our guys, usually Mike's brother, Jason, actually always inevitably hits me in my ass like once a game with the puck. And I try and get out of the way, and then I try and make it back to our end to play defense. But by the time I make it all the way back, they've either scored or they've turned the puck over. But no one does anything to me. No one hits me. No one pushes me out of the way, because honestly, they're right. They think I'm harmless, and I love it. I just skate around.
But you know what? In a way, you're selling yourself short, because the other thing beyond good in the room, I would say, is you're like Charlie Hustle. You just. You give her all over the place. And I remember at one point you were playing D, and we're like, no, we need you at forward because you back check harder than anybody else. Oh. You work really hard out there. You get around as quick as you can. And it's funny you say that nobody wants to go after you. I remember there was just one time where I think you fell into a guy.
Oh yeah.
You didn't know that. You literally fell into him, but he got super upset and he just started losing. He wanted to fight you. And you were just like, what, this has never happened before. And I think I stepped in and
yes.
had a conversation with them. What are you doing, man? Like, really? You want to fight this guy?
And the other thing is, like, I've lost, and actually Mike's pretty good from fitness, always making sure I'm doing well too. So I've lost some 12 or 13 pounds over the last 6 weeks, which has been great. But so when I was at my heaviest, I could move okay for a guy my size, but I was wide. I'm like Tanner Pearson. Think of Tanner Pearson on the Canucks. That's kind of the way I look. I don't play like him, but that's kind of the way I look, with like very square. And then it's a non-contact league, but I've never hit guys on purpose. Sometimes I just couldn't move out of the way, or I couldn't sidestep guys. So Mike, once a year, I would flatten a guy at the blue line. It's pretty good. Yeah.
And we would all stand up on the bench and go, oh, yeah. And then we'd make sure you were okay, because we thought you died.
That too. Yeah. Cole, nice young man, they went to St. Paul, says, what player does Mike most resemble? Did you ever emulate any players growing up, or really try and pattern your game after anyone?
I mean, in terms of the way I played, like I tried to be like a solid two-way center. So I think, again, Trevor Lindo is my idol. So just playing that solid two-way game, I was physical, but actually, to be honest with you, once I got up and played sort of higher level rep hockey a little bit as a teenager, I was a good skater, but I wasn't the most skilled guy. And so I kind of became Matt Cook. Like I hit everybody. I was a decent hitter. And I was kind of a little bit of a rat. I drew a lot of penalties. So I was, I think Matt Cook or someone I'm not a Marchand, but someone in that ilk.
Wait, so how come though, ever since I've known you, you've played D? Because we don't have enough D?
This is going to sound really conceited.
No, just say it.
No, and I think in roller hockey, most of the time the stronger skaters play D.
Okay.
Just because there's a lot more back and forth. It's more free flowing. And so you tend to get caught out of position. In ice hockey, everyone kind of plays, there's a little bit more positional soundness, and in ice, you can always throw on the brakes and turn and go the other way. So you can, it's a little bit different. So,
right.
I mean, I started as a forward because that's what I played growing up, but just my skating, it made sense for me to play D.
I think P-Man must know you because P-Man's the one who said Mike looks like the type who would enjoy high-stake poker games. Now P-Man just said you resemble Jay Cutler of the Bears. I think it's someone who knows you.
Oh, it's someone who knows me really well. That's like one of our inside jokes. Oh, P-Man?
Yeah,
no.
P-Man 1120.
P-Mac, is it?
What's that?
It's not P-Mac, right? Okay, I don't know.
Oh, I thought it might be Peter as well.
Okay, I don't know. But yeah, there's a picture of Jay Cutler that I don't know. I think he's drunk in the picture. It's like a TMZ picture where he's like, it's not a good picture. It's very unflattering, but it does in fact look a lot like me. And so my friends joke regularly that I look like Jay Cutler, and it's true.
I've always told Mike that when he doesn't have his beard and when he has longer hair, he actually reminds me of Ryan Stiles from Whose Line Is It Anyway?
Yeah, I used to, when I was younger, so I was really scrawny as a teenager.
Right.
And then I got kind of fat for a while, and now I'm kind of like in between. But yeah, when I was scrawny as a teenager, I think that comparison made a little bit more sense. As terms of a hockey player, though, I don't know.
You know, Mike, another experience that Mike and I shared is he proposed to his now wife, Jen, at Rogers Arena. Actually, there's a video of it on my YouTube channel under my speaking page because I was blessed to MC their wedding. He proposed to Jen on Rogers Arena ice, pretended it was some part of concocted this whole elaborate scheme of that. It was just a general arena tour. Oh, let's go down on the ice. Let's sit on the benches. Let's go to center ice and look around. And then boom, proposed, signed Jen to a long-term contract, no trade clause. And how many years has it been?
That's a good question. 7
awesome.
years. Yeah.
Awesome. That's amazing. Let's do a couple more minutes and then we'll let you get to your wonderful family. Thoughts about getting into the arena after a year and a half away?
I'm excited. There's a little part of me that's still nervous about being in a huge crowd. I feel like that's going to be weird. I'm surprised that we're the only rink that's only 50% capacity. Yeah. I went to Whistler this summer, and that was the first time I'd really been around big crowds of people. It was packed on Sunday when I got to Whistler, and it was it was a little bit unnerving when you went a year and a half without being around big crowds of people. It's just a bit of a shock. So I think there's that part of it, but really excited to see the team live, and excited to go to a game with you. I haven't watched hockey with you in too long.
Yeah, no, that's going to be a lot of fun. And then Austin says, how long have I known Mike? Since 1998, when Mike was 14, coming to our youth group, and I was one of his youth leaders. So over 20, 22, 23 years. Here's a good one to end off on, kind of funny. What is the dumbest way that you've been injured?
Me?
Yeah.
Dumbest way.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel like there are some really good ones where like they were unbelievably stupid, and they're just not coming to my mind right now.
Well, I'll give you a chance to think. For me, it was actually it wasn't really an injury, but I almost died. It was the story that Sean told last night when I choked on a steak because I was so hungry and so excited to wolf down that steak. And as Sean told the story very well, Gail was giving me the Heimlich. I was ramming that doesn't sound good. I was ramming my chest against the counter, and the part that Sean didn't say is I tried to talk, and it was so scary because I guess the steak got caught in my windpipe or esophagus or something in there, and I literally sounded like this. Oh, that I almost hurt myself there doing that. But yeah, it was very, very scary. So it wasn't an injury, but probably my scariest medical incident for sure.
Yeah, I think I've hurt myself getting out of bed. I had a pinched nerve in my back a few years ago, which was brutal. It was actually maybe the worst thing that's ever happened to me. And I've had a couple of pretty bad injuries, but that was so painful and it just wouldn't go away. And I think it started from sleeping on it wrong. Just dumb. But yeah, no like dumb, funny story injury.
No, that's
I mean,
good.
you were there when I broke my arm, right?
I was. Yeah, tell that story.
Oh, that was pretty bad. I mean, I snapped my humerus, so the bone right here between your shoulder and your elbow. I snapped it clean in half. And I went into I was on a semi breakaway, went into the end boards. I didn't score on the breakaway, so I tried to reach behind me to get my own rebound. And I guess the player coming back or the goalie, something tripped me, and it was roller. So you have a little less control, but I was going pretty fast. And I flew into the end boards backwards, and my arm went behind my back, hit the dasher, the yellow dasher. And when they did the x-ray, they actually said you're really lucky, because normally when the humerus is one of the biggest bones in your body, when it breaks, normally it's a spiral fracture, which is not good because you have to have surgery, you have to have screws put in there. And they said, I've never seen this from a sports injury. This is what car crash injuries look like, where the impact was so hard that the beautiful clean break just straight down the middle. So it was actually great, because it cut my recovery time in half, and it made it for a more full recovery. But yeah, that was a dumb injury too. It's like, I was just reaching back, but I'm very grateful, because if I had been a foot lower, it would have been my neck and I would have died. So yeah.
Wow. Yeah. By the way, when you originally fell, was it because of trip, or were you on your way down already? No, you got tripped.
I was reaching back, so I put myself in an awkward position.
Yeah.
And I mean, pivoting in roller skates is a little harder than pivoting on ice, where you're more smooth in transition. So I pivoted. So I was going full speed, but had switched to backwards. And then I think it might have been the goalie's glove, because he was reaching back to grab the rebound, just clipped my skate and sent me flying. It's just unfortunate.
Oh man. Wow. Well, I'm glad you're healthy now. We're getting older, so we got to take care of ourselves better, I think.
So we didn't even get to talk about like our roller hockey experiences with other Canuck bloggers.
Let's do that.
We've played against Wyatt. We've played against what's his name? Your buddy Taj.
Oh, Tej Dhaliwal. So yeah, for those of you guys, so we played against Wyatt, aren't the stanchion. We played against his team, Boom Goes the Dynamite, many years. We played a couple times against Tej Dhaliwal of the large cast. Yeah, who else? Is it those two?
Those are the main ones. I think it's hilarious, because Clay, as I'm sure the viewers know, Clay knows everyone. He's so well connected. I mean, when we go to a Canuck game, it takes freaking 20 minutes to get to the seats to do a 2-minute walk, because every 30 seconds there's somebody that knows Clay, and he's stopping to have a conversation with them. So it's pretty ridiculous. I don't know if I've ever made it all the way from the door to the seats with you. Usually, like the fourth conversation, I think I'm just like, okay, I'll see you at the seats. Because then you got to stop and use the washroom, because you pee 7 times a game. And then you have to stop and get your free Pepsi, because you're the designated driver and you can get a free Pepsi. Tip for those of you who don't know about that. Yep. And so anyway, I'm digressing. But what was I talking about? Wyatt. Yeah, the blog. So I remember one time first time we played Wyatt's team. He doesn't know who I am. I don't know him. But Clay's like, "Oh, Wyatt, how's it going?" This is back before he was a member of the like mainstream media. Like, this is just stanchion, right? He's just the guy on Twitter. But you knew him because you connected through Twitter. Yeah. And I remember you're trying to talking to him in the warm up. And so the first time he skates by the bench, I'm like, "Hey, Wyatt," and he turns and he just gives me a "what the hell" look, and he was just so like, kind of creeped out that people were saying. I think he came over and talked to you after the game, and he's just like, "Man, guys from your team are like, they're acting like they know me." So that was kind of funny. And then, Tej, is it Tej? Sorry,
it is Tej.
Tej, yeah. That one didn't work out so well. We had a little bit of a rivalry with his team, and we almost came to blows on one occasion, me and him. So yeah,
he checked one of our guys into the boards from behind.
No, he got checked in from behind into the boards. He got checked from behind.
Tej did?
By Dean.
Our guy did it to him.
Our guy did it to him. But a guy that's kind of like Clay, just the nicest guy in the world. It was very accidental. But Tej just wouldn't let it go. The whole game, he just was spazzing out about it. Even after we apologized and tried to explain. Yeah. Anyway, I'm sure he's a great guy. I don't know him personally. Just that one. He's a decent player.
Yeah, no, he's fine. Yeah, he can move for sure. Wow, this was great, Mike. Thank you for doing this. This is wonderful. It's just a chance to hang out, and I know we're gonna see each other tomorrow. We got our hockey pool. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I was thinking it was Monday, but yeah, good thing you reminded me. Good.
I'll text everyone later the details. So that's at 3:00 tomorrow. So you may have to wake me up if I'm taking Oh no, it's auction pool, so it's gonna be my loss if I fall asleep, I guess.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna let you fall asleep. Absolutely, absolutely.
Who's that lump in the corner? No, what are you up to today?
I'm coaching my son's hockey.
Nice.
And he's got a practice today, so we'll do that. And then, actually, funny enough, I think we're gonna have a little poker game tonight. So when your live stream wraps up, come on over. Sonny's place, Queensboro.
Where's that? Richmond or Burnaby?
Queensboro.
Okay. Knowing the stakes you play for, I need a lot more donations from the stream, but maybe we'll see.
Guys, come on. You need to fund Clay's ability to play poker. No, actually, to be fair, I should say Clay's actually a very good poker player, like very good poker player. But he doesn't play much. He doesn't gamble a whole lot anymore. Yeah. He lives a very clean, responsible life. So maybe once a year, you kind of play on our golf trip to play some poker. Trying to
be a good example for the boys too.
Yeah. Good.
Well, Mike, this is awesome. Enjoy the day. Say hi to the family, and I'll see you at my place in about 30 hours or so.
Have fun. Enjoy the stream, everyone.
All right. Thanks for coming on, Mike. Take care.
Yeah. See you, man.
Bye. All right. So that is my friend, Mike. I was so glad that he came on here. He isn't a well-known media guy or high-profile social media YouTuber or anything like that, but you can tell he is solid. He is solid, salt of the earth. That's why he's Sean's confirmation sponsor. That's why he's one of my best friends. That's why we trust each other, trying to sell and give away Canucks tickets all the time. And we have a lot of things in common. And we know each other through the church. Oh, Matt donates $5. Or is that £5? What's that L mean? I should know these things. But thank you, Matt, for that donation. That is awesome. Let's give some love to Matt in the chat. And thank you. Yes, we are all better. Nice to meet you, Mike. Have a good day. Yeah, I thought Mike is great. He's very well spoken and he's very relaxed. He's a teacher. So he's good at public speaking. He's good at building relationships. He was one of the best youth workers I've ever met too, because he didn't favor any kids. He was always very fair, yet a great example to them. So you can tell that I think very highly of Mike, and I was glad that he came in. So thank you, Matt, for the donation. Yes, I am from Steveston. I live at Steveston and Railway, and Steel Dog. I agree. The hours do fly by, because I think when I told people I was going to do a 24-hour live stream, I think people were kind of worried that I was going to try and go 24 hours straight on my own. But no, I knew that between contests and between games that we would it would go by pretty quickly. And I just had needed to check something really, really quick, because I just got a message from one of my guests. So give me a second. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Well, I'm just going to sit here. Let me see. Okay, Dan Murphy just texted me and says they're stuck in Philly. Their flight, because he's not on the same flight as the players, he might not even get to Detroit in time. Oh gosh. So I don't know if Dan Murphy's going to be on the broadcast tonight. It's kind of cool that he's letting me know. Of course, I want him on the stream, but we will see what happens. Okay, I'm going to talk for 3 more minutes, and then I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break before Hannah comes on. Yes, so the hours do fly by. Rome, nice segment, Clay. Glad to see someone who knows you on your show. Yeah, aside from my family members, Mike, like I said, Mike's one of my best friends, and I was glad to bring him on. I don't want to make this like, hey, you only come on and just talk about me, but well, it's my stream, and I think Mike did a really good job of telling stories about the Canucks, telling stories about other things, and then bringing me into it as well. Yeah, Fangirl, I'm the Monkey 9 contest. I'm going to move it to a bit later because I needed to connect with Sean, and he's out driving Jacob to somewhere today, so Jacob doesn't have to drive. So yes, I will be doing the Instagram giveaway a little bit later. Mike seems really cool. He is, Steel Dog. Mike is really, really cool. He's awesome. Mike would have done well with Cahoots trivia. Yeah, he would have done well. So I didn't have any of my like super close friends in there. You guys are my friends, but you know what I mean? Like no one that's known me for 20 years. I think Mike would have nailed most of those for sure. I still don't know if he would have beat Fangirl though. Fangirl did pretty good. Dan Murphy texts you. Well, yeah, we don't text every day, but we do text, for something like this. Yeah, when I set up these Zoom chats, some people just say, yeah, email me here or send me the link here on Twitter. And others just give me your phone number. So I do have Dhaliwal's phone number. I have James Duthie's phone number. I have Dan Murphy's phone number, which I kind of like, admittedly. It's kind of cool. Damn right, it's your stream. Did you already talk about how you think Corey Hirsch did? Landon, I did. I talked about it last night. I like Corey Hirsch a lot. I've had him on my channel. I think he's a great guy. I admire all his work with mental health. I just don't think he's the best color commentator. I like to an extent his self-deprecating humor, but sometimes I think it takes a little bit away from the broadcast. So just a couple of thoughts there. But yes. Let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll be ready to start hour number 15. Can you believe it? We are 14 hours down, 10 to go. So I'm going to put the screen up. We're going to take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back ready to speak to Hannah Bernard, formerly Canucks in-game host. So I'll be back in 4.5 minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. It is coming up on 9. We'll just wait until it's officially 9. Oh, good. My clock just changed. So it's officially 9. Congratulations. We are into hour number 15. So 14 hours down, 10 hours to go. We have rammed through the halfway mark. It's going fast. I'm having a guest every hour on the hour now. So I'm excited to see where we go from here. I think it's going to go by really fast, actually. I really do. So welcome. So some people are talking about breakfast. Daniel said, interesting to follow live stream living in Sweden. I'm glad that you're here. Some of you guys are talking about what you're eating for breakfast. Tubby is here. Thank you. Uncle Clay still going strong. I am trying to indeed. Some of you guys see edits. Welcome back. Welcome back. Clay said he lost like 12 pounds. Yes. Oh, thank you, Showtime. I appreciate that. I have lost 12 pounds in the last 6 weeks. Yeah, and I'm glad that you guys are here. I'm getting better at reading your lips. Yeah. There's only like 2 or 3 things I have to press, and I always mess them up for some reason. Okay, let's get to our next guest, the former in-arena host for the Canucks for multiple years. But before we get to that, let's give you the code word for hour number 15. Yes, we are in hour number 15. And in honor of our next guest, Hannah Bernard, I am going to, the name of the code word for hour 15 is arena. Arena, because she was the in-arena, in-game host. So arena. It's not R. A-R-E-N-A. Like Rogers Arena. Arena. Yes, it is indeed Hannah Bernard. So yes. Oh, and Marie's here. My new subscriber, Marie Huey. Can't wait to play some music with you later. Congrats on getting through the night. Yes, Marie. You are gonna have to, like you always do, you're gonna have to carry us for sure. I don't know what these tired hands and tired eyes are gonna do on the piano, but we will figure it out. But yes, Marie, I can't wait to see you in 3 hours. So don't forget Marie coming for jam session, and Justin Credible, a hero, with another $4 donation. Time to head to work. Yeah, Justin, try and keep us on when you're at work, but not if you're gonna get in trouble. Okay, so let's get Hannah on here. I can't wait to speak with her. I haven't talked to her in a couple years. So thanks again, Justin, for that donation. And yes, Marie is coming over here in 3 hours. I'm so excited for that. The first live guest aside from my family, I guess. Thanks for the donations, everyone. Keep them coming if you want to support me, but certainly don't have to. You know how much I appreciate them. I more importantly appreciate all of you being here. So we'll wait for Hannah to join. I open up Zoom and I just kind of see what's happening. Making sure there's no messages from her, anyone anywhere saying I can't make it anymore. Okay, we're good. Awesome. So we'll wait for Hannah to join in the background of Zoom. But for Church of Pedersen, Marie Huey is coming here. She's coming over and we're going to do live music for you. I'm so excited. Oh, Hannah's here. Exciting. So let's get her on.
Hello.
Good morning, my friend.
Good morning. How are you?
I am doing great. I've survived. We are in hour 15. So 14 hours down, 10 to go.
Lucky number 15. That's me.
That's who you are. I am so grateful that you said yes, Hannah. I was just telling the people right before that, we got to message, chat, meet, hang out a little bit at the arena when you were working there. And then been following your travels on social media over the past 2 years. But first and foremost, maybe introduce yourself to the crew here. You don't have to get, you can get as detailed as you want, but I'll probe you with a couple questions in a second. We'll talk about your experience in the arena and what you're doing with your life now. But yeah, tell everyone about yourself.
Awesome. Well, my name is Hannah Bernard. I served as the Canucks in-arena host for 5 years, from 2014 to 2019. It was the coolest experience ever. It led me to so many other amazing experiences, like hosting Crankworks and X Games and the World Juniors and the NHL entry draft. Like, just so many amazing things came from that first initial opportunity. In tandem with that, I'm also a business owner and an entrepreneur. I run a business in Vancouver called Roots and Ardor, and we offer social media strategy and content creation. So my background actually before I got started with the Canucks was production. So I would actually be behind the camera. And that's actually how I met the content producer for the Canucks. Was we did a hockey in China documentary that was partnered with the Canucks, and I was the director and producer. And then I met Ryan, and he actually, was like, "Hey, I've seen that you've done some stuff on YouTube. You're a big YouTube star." Back then, I wasn't at all. He totally took a risk on me. and then yeah, he's like, "Why don't you come in, audition, and go for it?" And the rest is history. So yeah, now I'm just working at my business, trying to give myself a little bit more space. It was really intense for a long time to be working, the full home game schedule, and then also, running my business during the day. So it was a lot, but I loved every moment of it.
Wow. That's a really nice recap, and it's no surprise then that we get along so well from a standpoint of creating content, not being afraid to put ourselves out there. And you're always so affirming to, speaking of content creation, Marie's coming over in a couple hours, and we're going to do a nice little live jam session. And you've always been very affirming when we do our couple songs a year, which I'm looking, that's a beautiful guitar over your left shoulder. Do you play?
Not well, Clay, I will say. That was one of the things when I was leaving the Canucks. I was like, I want to spend more time playing my guitar and playing piano and singing and whatever. And, just giving myself more space for things in my life that I didn't have during those years. But, I've been trying to get back into it. But as you know, you're a very talented musician, but, it's such a labor of love, and you have to set aside so much time for it. And I just haven't, but I play piano better.
Awesome.
But in my early 20s I used to sing a little bit more and stuff like that, which was really fun. So I think I just have a real respect for what you and Marie do, and I always loved seeing the stuff you guys put out. So kudos to you guys. Sorry, I have my new puppy here as well. Just
what's the name?
This is Ellie.
Sorry, Ellie.
Ellie. Yeah.
What kind of dog?
I named him after Elias Pettersson. No, just kidding. Just kidding. She actually, I'm going to put her down. She's getting in.
Beautiful.
She actually, I went to Mexico for, to celebrate a bunch of 30th birthdays, and she came home with me. I wasn't planning on it at all, but she chose me, and I was like, I'm taking her home. So it's been a crazy couple days in the Bernard household, but she's worth it.
I have a Shih Tzu named Mickey. He made an appearance yesterday when my two boys relieved me for an hour. So we'll see if I can snag him later. But that's congratulations. So. Obviously you plan to bring her home, though. It's not like she jumped in your suitcase or anything like that.
No. Well, I don't know. I just met her, and then she just clung to me, and I already have a big dog, and I've kind of wanted another little snuggly dog for a while, but I, was like, that's crazy. I'm so busy. Why would I get another dog? And then I just did it. And everyone in my life is like, you're insane. But you know what? It's going to be fun. So she's, in full house training mode. So
wow. Well, that is awesome. People are excited to see you. People that haven't seen you for a couple of years now and hear your voice. And so they're starting to ask questions already, but I would love, so if you sing and you play the piano, if the Canucks make the playoffs, if we do another song, don't be surprised if Marie and I give you a little bit of a nudging or a call.
I don't think you guys want me on that.
No, look, I don't do anything. Okay, it's all Marie. So you can automatically be in second position, and I'll go to the bottom. It's fine.
Oh,
it's totally fine.
No. All right. Well, I'll be awaiting the call, Clay.
Okay, we'll be ready. We'll be ready. So, so actually, Derek says, "Can we see a duet between you and Hannah?" I would love that, but I think we'd have to practice first. Just as much as we like impromptu. We want to make sure it's good. A Steel Dog asked you, were you on the ice when someone won the car during intermission?
I was.
Can you tell us a bit about that story?
I was. It was an out-of-body experience, but I was there. Yeah, that was honestly, it was funny to go back and look at and think about all the memories from my 5 years there, but that was by far one of the craziest experiences ever. Yeah, we went out. It was a very, textbook contest. We always went out and we were like, you're not going to win the car because the likelihood is, 1 in 5 million or whatever it is. And so, this is going to be your like consolation prize. And, we're just going to go out and have fun, get the crowd really jazzed up and whatever. So we walk out. The guy was super chill, super cool. We like had a chat before. Go out, do my intro and, do the 3 shots and whatever. And it was on the final pack that he got it in that tiny, I swear the space that is left in the shot board is the exact parameters of the puck. It is so unlikely that would go in. And it was so funny because like all of my broadcast, experience went out the window. I was just a person out there when he got it. I was just like, dude, you just won a car, which is so not what you're supposed to say, but it was nuts. And then because he reacted so casually to winning a new car, it actually kind of went like a little bit viral. Like it was featured in like Sweden. I think someone like sent me a posting about it, and like it was kind of all over because there was basically like this guy won a car and it was like he won, a t-shirt. It was the craziest thing ever. And that was a pretty cool experience in Rogers Arena. And the whole crowd just went nuts. And I think it was like not a very good game. So like they were ready to cheer. So it was a pretty cool experience.
That is fun. Oh man. And as you know, Tyson did the job for a bit and now they're in the midst of trying to find new people. I'm curious because I do public speaking and I like the challenge of it. How much of what you were saying when you were running the contest or running the hype team or whatever it is, how much of that was scripted and how much creative liberty did you actually have when it came to even those quick bits?
I mean, I think they would probably have liked me to keep to the script a bit more, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
But they gave me a structure, there was different hits at different times and they told me when and where to be at, the right place. But, and then obviously there was like sponsored elements to it that you had to say, and there was certain ways that you had to say it in order to, work well with the sponsor that was supporting the contest or whatever it was. But something that I really kind of worked hard to build into it was just adding a bit of personality to it. Some people aren't going to like me. Some people are going to enjoy what I do. But for me, it's like, as long as I was staying true to like myself, that was the most important thing to me. So I definitely took some creative liberty. And, at the end of the day, it's like a very personal thing. Like when you're interviewing someone or you're running a contest, you don't have to be stiff about it. You can have like a little bit of ease to it. And I think it actually translates to the audience as well. I think the audience kind of sees just a human being up there speaking to them as human beings in a way, obviously within certain parameters of how you have to present and things like that. Yes. But yeah, long answer to your question is yes, I took a lot of creative freedom. But yeah, a lot of it. Yeah. And then there's stuff that happens because it's live, right? Yes. Like it's all impromptu, like people would say things that they weren't supposed to, and, or they would, kind of have, or they wouldn't say anything at all. Yeah. And I would just have to be like, hi. So yeah, it was definitely, that's the challenging part of it in a way, is to kind of find a way to make the situation as entertaining as possible, no matter what the circumstance. So yeah, lots of creative freedom.
What would it be, in Hannah, more challenging for you? The person who gets up there and does the find the donut under the Tim Horton cup challenge and just completely freezes, or someone trying to be the new Hannah Bernard, trying to be the class, not you're the class clown, but trying to take that moment.
I'll take that.
So which one would have been the more challenging situation for you?
I think the frozen person. I would rather someone, like have a ton of personality and be like funny and stuff, because then there's that banter and you can kind of go back and forth with one another.
Yep.
The person that freezes, I mean, I just would have to fill, all of the time. And, sometimes I would say nerdy things and but at the end of the day, I would just kind of laugh and I would just chat with the production team after and just be like, well, that was, they didn't talk much, did they? But no, I mean, all of it's fun, at the end of the day, it's like, we're out there to have a good time. And I think that, that's what the fans enjoy as well. We're supposed to add an element of entertainment to it in addition to the hockey on the ice. So
absolutely. Yeah.
Keep it light.
Oh, that's amazing. That's pretty cool. Now, your experience was in production, video creation. Do you have any acting before this? Did you have any acting or public speaking experience?
So I had, like I said before, I had, when I got the job, I was like freshly 22. So I was pretty young. But I had gone to university, left because I was like, I don't want to do this. I'm paying a lot of money and I don't know what I really want to do.
Yep.
I always had a passion for hockey and sports, and presenting. I like danced as a kid and I had that like kind of performance background with like singing and stuff too. And then I ended up getting a job working actually in the financial markets, which was pretty random. So I would do actually like stock market updates, which was pretty funny. So I would, talk about, what was happening in, the markets, where all the indexes were at and things like that. It was very interesting. And it was, I didn't know anything about it when I started. So it was definitely a challenge, but it was a great experience for me to like get into an industry that I knew nothing about and find my way.
Wow.
And so I had like a number of, like, I actually hosted like a finance show that aired on YouTube. And then that's where they actually found me. So I did have like some of that experience, but the first time I ever went live, Clay, was in front of Rogers Arena.
Wow.
I had never gone live at any point in my life, and I'll never forget it. I think it was a hit about Jake Virtanen. And I was like, I don't even know what the script was, but I was standing like right, like at the wheelchair section on the third level.
Yep.
And I was just like, oh my gosh. And yeah, and then I did it and I survived. I didn't collapse. And then from there, it kind of like got easier and easier. But yeah, it was crazy. I'll never forget that. Like, not even like live straight to camera. I was live for the first time ever. Like there were no redos in that moment.
From the Dow Jones and the S&P to power plays and penalty kills.
Exactly. One, crazy industry to the other.
Well, I love it. Church of Pedersen, who was actually on a few hours ago in full costume, says this. What was one of the most embarrassing live things to happen at Rogers Arena when you were the host?
Oh, such a mean question.
Well, it doesn't have to be embarrassing to you. We can make fun of someone else. It's fine.
No, totally. I think, who was it? Guillaume Brisbois. I had to say, I was like, it was when he first was like even in the organization at all. And I had to say his name. And for some reason, just like the words got all mixed up in my brain. And I think I said something completely opposite of his name. And I remember I was up in like where all of the journalists sit and like everything. So there was no escaping the moment that happened. And I remember like, I think it was Derek Jory. He was standing there and I just said it. And then they cut to the video and I just looked at him and he was like, and I was like, what did I just say? It was like one of those moments where your words just, come out wrong. That was definitely one of the more embarrassing moments for sure. And then, all the people like ghosting me on the high five. Like I would always try and high five people after a contest or something and they would just ghost me. And I was like, yo, bud, like help a sister out.
And this was pre-pandemic too.
I know, we were allowed to high five. Oh my gosh. But I think that was definitely one of the worst ones. For me in the arena.
Yeah, that's the worst, right? 18,000 people watching, you put the hand up and you have to self high five, right?
I know for sure. But it was funny. One of the like editors in the room actually put together a little compilation of me being rejected in high fives like consecutively. I was like, this is actually hilarious. It was just like me like, hey. And then like a couple times I would do it myself and Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Sam J says this, did you ever meet Mark Donnelly? And if you have, was he as electrifying to the crowd during the anthem as when you saw him on TV? So we don't have to get into his political views, but rather just him as a performer.
Yeah. For sure. Yeah, I actually did. And Mark was always, because we all like kind of hung out in one room before the games. So like, you know, whoever was singing the anthem, if it was like Marie Huey or, you know, whoever it was, we would come in and we would always have a good chat and hang out and like eat popcorn. And Mark Donnelly was always just really lovely, always wanted to chat and learn more about, you know, me as a person or whatever. And then, you know, obviously he was so great to, you know, to perform and get the crowd involved and stuff. And it was actually funny. I went back, the first season after I left, and I actually got to like ring the horn or whatever, the thing that they introduced that after my my time there, where Tyson was actually up there with the person and ringing it. So they asked me to come and do that for my first game back after I retired. And then Mark Donnelly actually came up. We were in a box for my uncle's birthday, his 60th birthday, and he actually sang happy birthday to my uncle.
Oh.
And like, without anyone asking him to do that, we ran into him like up in the suites, and he was like, "Oh, I'll come by and I'll sing and whatever." And that just meant so much to my uncle. My uncle he's from Saskatchewan and he lives in a small town, and he's the biggest Canucks fan that has ever lived. And so it was a really big moment for him to, you know, have Mark Donnelly singing him happy birthday. So yeah, Mark Donnelly was definitely as electrifying in person as he was in the crowd.
Oh, that's a cool story. As you know, I work for the Catholic Archdiocese. You probably know that Mark is indeed practicing Catholic. So for one of our youth rallies, we had this priest versus teenagers soccer match. They're called the Men in Black versus the Youth. And then one year, Mark was doing a workshop for us. So we had him come early, and it was at Archbishop Carney in the field in Port Coquitlam. And he sang the national anthem. We hooked him up to a PA system.
Wow.
And people were coming out of their houses that bordered the property because they recognized this booming voice. It was pretty cool, actually.
Yeah. I mean, his voice, he just, like, when you think of home games, you just think of Mark. You do.
Yes.
I mean, to some extent. And so, yeah, for sure. I think he was definitely a gift to the organization for many years, which was nice.
Awesome. Lucas asked, any advice for someone who's trying to get into in-arena hosting?
Oh, I love that. Yeah, I mean, I get asked this question a lot. And I think the thing that I always come back to is kind of what I said earlier. Find what makes you, you.
Yeah.
And focus on that. Don't try to stick into a cookie cutter sort of way of doing something. I think that, you know, when I retired, actually, Ryan, who originally hired me, you know, I had a good chat and I was like, thanks so much for taking a chance on me. You know, I was this young 22-year-old. I had no experience, and you really just like, you know, took that chance on me. And he said, you know, one of the reasons why I hired you was because you didn't have a traditional broadcast background, and you didn't have like sort of, you know, you didn't have any of that sort of like structured kind of stiffness in a weird way, which I was always kind of insecure about when I worked the game sometimes, because I was like, oh, I don't have any of that like professional training and whatnot. But it was really, really cool to hear and see it come full circle, because he hired me because of me. And so I just think, yeah, like, don't forget that you're a person. Don't forget that you have a personality, that you're allowed to, you know, make mistakes and have fun with those mistakes, and the crowd will respond to that. And also, you know, try not to, I know it's hard, but try not to care what other people think. Try to like put the blinders on and like not let, you know, anyone tell you that you aren't great, because you're great in your own way, no matter what. And there's always going to be people that are going to try and bring you down. But yeah, just really, be true to yourself, be authentic. But, you know, obviously there's other things as well. You know, you can go to school and you can get the proper education, which I, you know, sometimes wish that I did, because I think it would be cool to have that foundation and then combine it with like, you know, some of the other areas of how I present myself. But, and try a bunch of different things too. Like, I did so many different like little things, and I worked in finance when I had no interest in necessarily being a finance host, but I worked in that because I wanted to get experience on camera and sort of like get my feet wet in that industry. Yeah. So I think sometimes people are so focused on like, that's my dream job, I have to get there, but they forget that there can be little stepping stones before that point that will help shape you as, you know, a presenter or a host. So
Wow.
yeah.
So good. You should become a career counselor. This is good.
Oh my gosh, that would be funny.
Here's a couple cool questions. And then are you good for 10 more minutes? Is that, are you
Yeah,
still
of
good?
course. Sorry, my puppy was trying to rip up something.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
It's all part of the gig, you know?
Yeah, of course. Best thing about being an arena host.
Oh man, I think honestly, the crowd was unbelievable, and I have like so many incredible memories of just like interactions with the crowd or interactions with fans. And you know, it was kind of interesting because like I, in a weird way, even though, you know, like I'm not a direct line to the team, in a weird way I kind of was. People saw me and they were like, you know, tell Willie to get his crap together, and like, you know, like they would, you know, kind of almost like give me like coaching advice for the team. And I was like, guys, like I'm not going in the room. But like, you know, it was really cool to just have that direct interaction with the fans, because, you know, sometimes, and especially in my tenure, you know, like there were tough times with the team. And I think that, you know, there were like highs and lows, and, you know, when we were going through a bad streak, you know, people were there, but they were, you know, not always in the best mood, or like, you know, it was tough at times. But I think that, we could offer a little break from that, or like we could offer like a different sort of experience in the entertainment element. And it was just cool to see people's like faces light up. And I think, yeah, for me, that's like the thing I miss the most. Like there would be games that I would go and I'd be really tired because I would have working all day, and there was like a huge, you know, home game stand. And I was just like, oh my gosh, I don't want to be here, honestly, if I'm being frank. And I would go up to do my first hit, and I would walk through the crowd, and people would be like, hey, Hannah, how's it going? And like someone would stop me and ask me a question or whatever. And like by the time the game started, because I would do my first hit at 5:30, I would be in a completely different mind space. And I'd be in such a good mood. And I would just like, it honestly like fed me. The energy in the crowd fed me. And I think that was the coolest thing, that, you know, no matter what, it was sort of like this like electrifying energy that I could build off of when I would go on camera and live.
So on one side it's energy, and it's getting ready. Even no matter what you're going through, you still have to perform or there. Yeah. Did you ever get nervous?
Oh my gosh, the first couple years, for sure. Oh my gosh, I was a nervous wreck, because I cared so much. And I think that's the biggest thing, is like the more you care, the more you're going to get nervous, and the more you stress and stuff. And I think caring, there's a certain balance that you have to find. So you have to care to a certain extent, and you have to care enough to prepare, which is then going to allow you to perform better and, you know, not be as nervous because you're doing a good job in a weird way. It's kind of like this cycle. But you do, you know, sometimes you just have to rise to the occasion. Like I remember when I first started, this is so embarrassing. I can't believe I'm about to say this. When I first started, I would watch like motivational videos. Like, I don't know, like, like basketball, hockey, like any sport. Like I would watch like, you know, the pump up videos that they do, and like, you know, you have one life, you can do this, and like all this stuff. And I would actually sometimes, like before I would go to the game, I would watch this and like, yeah, you have one life, Hannah, just go out and do it. And because, you know, in the first season, you know, I was so new to being live, and making mistakes seemed like the most daunting thing in the world. And I wanted to be perfect. I never wanted to make a mistake. But the fact of the matter is that I'm a human, and there's a reason that there's not a robot doing this job, is that they want you to be human, but they want you to just, you know, obviously do your best, do a good job, but understand that things are going to happen, and you're going to have to react in the moment and you know, rise to the occasion. But absolutely, I got nervous at the end. Definitely, like it was pretty easy for me, and I could show up, and, you know, if there was like a big, you know, something big that was happening and I really wanted to like nail an interview or something like that, I definitely would get a little bit, you know, butterflies and stuff. But you kind of build off of that, because it's like adrenaline too, right? And you kind of like, you become very clear and focused when you're in that moment, because all you're focusing on is the task at hand. So sometimes the nerves can work for you, I think.
Yes. We got one comment and then one more question, and then I'd love to hear a bit about Roots and Ardor, and then I can let you tend to your beautiful puppy. NHL Canuck says, I miss when you did the series How the Raj Works. Those were pretty cool.
Oh yeah, that was definitely cool. Yeah, there was yeah, there was a lot of really cool spots that we did, especially when we were doing Canucks TV.
Yes.
We were able to do like a lot more of those little things that, you know, kind of showed the fans like a different side of things, right? Because they go and they're just seeing the hockey and like, you know, these little things that happen, but there's so much that goes into it behind the scenes. So yeah, that was a really cool series. There was a lot of great stuff. And I know that this season they have a lot of really cool things planned to welcome fans back, which is going to be really cool.
I do remember when you, as part of Canucks TV, did a quick intro for our 53 Horvat Magic, our Bruno Mars songs, and that was kind of cool.
Yeah,
to get to
I remember
get introduced by Hannah. That was pretty cool. Do you still watch the Canucks now?
I do. Yeah, honestly, it was kind of hard to watch at first because I was like, when I first left, because I was like, oh my gosh, I'm not a part of it anymore. But I'm a diehard fan.
Yeah.
Always, I was a fan before. And my dad was always like a huge fan. Like I grew up on like the West Coast Express, you know, like that was like the team that I was, when we first moved from Saskatchewan, that was where, like, that was the team that was existing. And I was just like the biggest Naslund fan ever because we were Swedish and my dad is like the proudest Swedish person. And so we were like he was very big fan of Naslund. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I think the team, it's so crazy to look at the roster and how different it is. And, but oh my goodness, is it exciting? And I think that there is so much, you know, with, you know, Pettersson and Hughes signed on. And I think, you know, like there's a bright future ahead. And I think it was funny when I was leaving, a lot of people were like, why are you leaving now? Like, we're about to get really good. And like, you know, we have like so many of these great, you know, things coming down the line and everything. But I definitely think that there's an exciting roster, some really cool acquisitions this offseason. Ekman Larson, I think is going to be great for the team. And I think, I don't know. I think it's going to be really fun. And I mean, I don't know if I should say this, but they've been asking me to come back for a couple games. So I don't know.
Wow. No, you can
I'm
say
wondering.
that.
I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence, but they've been looking for a little bit of help with some of the in-game stuff. So we'll see. Maybe I'll make a guest appearance this year.
Wow. Well, I'm not going to the 26th, the home opener, but I am going to be there 28 and 30. So we'll see if
we'll see if it happens. It'll be a big moment of surprise.
Yeah, I'll just bug you offline. Last question, and then we'll have you talk about Roots and Ardor before you go. I like this question. What's Finn like? The person, you don't have to give his name or anything like that, but I'm always curious what the mascot, the people inside the costume are like, if they're really introverted, but this is their chance to be crazy, or if they're actually crazy already or extroverted already, and this is just an extension of them.
It's the latter. He's got so much personality. It's insane. He's great. He's great. I don't know if I'm allowed to say it that it's a he, but I already did. So no, Finn is amazing. He's so much fun. And we actually had so much fun in bowl, like kind of battling with each other and stuff, and kind of doing like funny spots. And like whenever we saw each other in the arena, like he would like push me, like, you know, or like, you know, come up and like bang the drum right beside me so that I would almost like freak out. And it was always really fun and light. But he's a lovely person, but lots of personality, lots and lots of personality.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay. No, you've been so generous with your time. Before we part, can you tell us a bit about Roots and Ardor? I kind of went to the website. I've seen your really nice pictures and posts.
Thanks.
Yeah. What is it?
Yeah. So Roots and Ardor is a social media marketing agency. And, you know, we call ourselves digital storytellers at the end of the day. So it was actually founded on the idea that there wasn't really a very easy entry point for big brands or, you know, medium to small size businesses to get into high quality content creation on a more consistent basis. You know, it was sort of like you had to pay these obscene amounts of money to, you know, produce a high-end video or high-end photo shoot or graphic design. And I felt like there was an opportunity to offer it on, you know, more of a lean budget. And we basically built the whole business around that, you know, so finding collaborators that we could, and like a structure where we could offer it on like a little bit less budget wise, but not diminish the quality. So basically the way that we work is we onboard new clients, and we do, about a 4-week strategy period, and we put together an entire strategy for the next 6 to 12 months based on their social media goals. And then we execute on that strategy. So we actually go out and shoot the videos, capture the photos, and build out the design elements, and then execute on that on the social platforms in which they're engaging, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, whatever it is.
Yep.
And then we actually engage, and we're the ones actually behind the account in order to, see that growth and have that engagement and whatnot. And then, obviously it comes full circle with, reporting and analytics and those metrics and things like that. So it's really great. We've been in business now for 6 years, which is crazy. I founded it in tandem with my first season with the Canucks, which was pretty crazy. But it's been a wild ride. But yeah, I mean, it's no day is ever the same is what I love. And you are eternally creative. You have to be always creative, and that sometimes can get draining, but it's also really, really rewarding. Which I know you're a very creative person, so you probably get it.
Well, I try to be. Thank you.
No, you're great, Clay. You're just like a shining light, and whenever I see your stuff, so it's so great. Yeah, honestly, it's been a wild ride. Entrepreneurship is not for the faint of heart. It's definitely a lot of work, but I wouldn't trade it. I wouldn't trade it for the world.
And lastly, do you has business been better, worse, or steady since the pandemic the last 2 years?
You know what? Initially, it was wild. We were like putting out fires right, left, and center because, when people are freaking out, they're like, well, we're not gonna, when everything's shut down, there's no business, there's no money, marketing gets cut, right? So we were getting dropped like flies at first. And then as things started to teeter out, people were like, wait, we need to control our message online more than ever, right? Because that was the only way that people could gain access to them was through our phones and online and things like that, because we were all stuck in our homes. So then we saw this influx come back, and transparently, it's been pretty good. Obviously, there's always ups and downs, and whether to blame that on the pandemic or not, I don't know. Obviously there's been things that, have been direct to it or whatever, but for the most part, we've survived pretty well. And, now coming into this sort of like new world that we're in, I would say that, we've thrived throughout it, almost, a year and a half after the initial pandemic started. So yeah, definitely been a challenging time. There's no doubt about that. It has not been easy. And, it's been a lot of, just kind of like sticking to our guns and maintaining, that positive attitude towards it. But yeah, we definitely took a hit initially, but we stuck through it and tread water and came out on the other side.
Happy for you. And truly the last question, because it is related to Roots and Ardor, your work now. Yeah. Do you do single session advising, or is it already like a commitment of that 4-week or that package deal?
Transparently, it is within the package deal. Yep. So like the strategy, just because we really want, for capacity wise, we need that. Like we want to be able to have them come in as like a full scale client. So we don't traditionally offer like strategy on a one-off.
Right.
It's just been something, like we're a pretty small team still. We're still quite a boutique agency. We have about like 4 or 5 staff in office. And then Sam and I, my business partner. So we're still, kind of in that middle range of a business where we want to put our energy towards things that we can see come to fruition as well. Because again, we want to set people up for success. And like when we're able to execute on a strategy that we put forward, there's just so much more weight to it, we believe. Yeah. So traditionally it's not a one-off thing. We do sometimes content creation on a one-off or a little bit more like a la carte. But traditionally they work with us on a retainer basis.
Gotcha. Perfect.
Yeah.
Well, I love that you're having an impact in people's lives in your work now. And I love how you're often,
Thanks,
I wouldn't say the sole light, but certainly one beacon of light in some, you got to see one playoff series in your 5 years there, Hannah. I feel horrible.
I know, Clay. Honestly, I'm not even kidding. I was like, am I bad luck? I honestly it was so tough. And it was funny because like that first season Tyson was working, I was like, oh my God, if they'd get really, and they performed really well. Like they did well that season. And, the COVID bubble playoffs and stuff. But I think at the end of the day, I was like, oh my gosh, if I am the reason that we have not made the playoffs in this long, I'm done. And I thought people were actually going to come after me too and like chirp me on Twitter and be like, Hannah, it was you all along, but no, I mean, I really think the future is bright. I'm really excited to see how this season plays out. It's going to be so huge to have the fans back in the arena. And like, I think that, the home opener is going to be really, really cool to see. And I already am just really excited. And it's cool to see Puck Colson out there because I actually interviewed him at the entry draft. Like obviously through the translator, but it was cool to see him. And I was like, welcome to Vancouver. And it was a really, really cool thing. So it's cool to see him on the ice and get his first NHL goal and everything too. So I just think there's a lot of exciting things coming for the team and fans should be excited.
And I love Stan Spiel, but he could have used an interpreter that day too, but that's another story. Yes. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do.
Well, Hannah,
honestly, interpreters are great. For
you've been wonderful. Thank you. Thanks for taking the time this morning. Good luck with the puppy. And maybe I'll end up seeing you around the arena in the next few weeks for sure.
Clay, honestly, this was so great. You made me dust off my broadcast cobwebs and my like dusty mic. I haven't done anything like this in a while, but I really appreciate you inviting me on and I had a ton of fun and it's good to see your face.
Oh, you too. And thanks for saying yes. And I will chat with you really soon.
Good luck in the next, how many, like 8 hours?
We end with the end of the game at 7. So 9 more hours.
Oh my goodness. Okay. You got this.
Yeah. My lovely wife, Gail, snuck in my breakfast for me So
my goodness.
Got my egg whites, my cherry tomatoes and my lean bacon and my brown toast, which I don't eat, but I'm trying to get better.
Wow.
Yes.
You got a keeper there, Clay.
Oh, I know it. Married up. That's the hashtag I always use. But Hannah, thanks again. And yes, let's connect really soon.
Great. Enjoy the rest of the live stream.
Appreciate it.
Bye.
Thanks. Take care. Wow, that was cool. That was really cool. Hannah's really cool. And obviously an extremely strong communicator and just a wonderful person. We've never actually hung out socially outside of seeing each other at games and at team functions or whatever it may be. But I think the world. I think the world of all my guests. But I was very glad that she said yes right away. I sent a message to her. We'll trade messages on Instagram once in a while, not a lot, but I was grateful that she said yes right away. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I think let's go for 10 minutes and then I'll take a quick 10-minute break and then Parker, who I saw in the chat, he'll come on. And Parker, if you're watching still, we don't have to cut it off right at 10:30. I've moved Dan Murphy to another time so we can go for like this about 35 to 40 minutes but we can figure that out as we go. So yes, thank you, Lego. That was a great interview. She's awesome. Hannah's cool. That was fun. Good morning, Clay. How are you holding up? Adam, I'm holding up well. Actually, there was a bit of a for those of you that weren't here throughout the night, when I was doing my 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock with Church of Pedersen, my computer wanted to update at 6 a.m. and it wasn't giving me a chance to postpone the updating. It was I guess an automated thing. So in the span of 5 minutes, I had to set up a secondary stream, and we had like 50 people on there at 5:45 in the morning. So then it was a little slow coming out because I had set up a second stream, but now we're up to 80 people, which is really, really great. And my computer got updated in the process. I was just scared it was going to update when I was on a break and then the stream cut off. So at least I was able to see the notice and get a second stream going. So glad you're here. How you been holding up? I was here 10 hours ago. Yes, Max, and you're still here, or at least you're back. Justin, great interview watching from work. Okay, I just don't want you to get in trouble, Justin, but thank you. Yes, Hannah's a pro, you can tell. Good morning. I woke up and the first thing I did was go on the stream. Why, thank you, No. I appreciate that. Great interview. Thanks, Derek. Steel Dog, are you interviewing Lego Rocks? Not for this stream. We almost called an audible, but I think I will make sure that he's one of the people I interview next for sure. So not for this weekend, but we've already actually through the chat, I've already hopefully laid the groundwork for something going forward. Parker, thanks for bumping that Dan guy to make more time for me. Hey, no problem. I got my priorities straight, Parker. Epic stream so far. Thank you, Asian goalie. We're almost there. Not really, but yes. We are finishing off our 15th hour, which is, it's actually, well, I don't know about you guys having to watch and listen to me for 15 hours, but it's actually gone way faster than I expected. And I think having guests does indeed make a difference. No problem, Adam. Enjoy your food. Christopher should be studying, but instead watching this. Hey, I don't want to be the cause of any failed midterms or bad papers, although I'm not sure how good my paper was. I wrote it pretty quick yesterday morning. That's funny. Steel Dog, Parkers have any good news? Not sure what that means. Hannah was really upbeat. I got to watch that vid when someone won a car. Yeah, I got to go find that too. Unless we find it right now and just watch it together. Should we do that? We got time. Let's find it right now. I'm going to type Canucks fan wins car. Let's see if that will come up. Oh yeah, here. Okay, so this is 2.5 minutes.
It's time for the Toyota Shoot to Win Challenge where
oh gosh, this guy looks like brown-haired Corey Schneider. Okay, hold on guys. Let's watch this together, okay? Hey Brent, my softball coach, nice to see you. Brent, Carly, and Elizabeth say hi to you. Wonderful. Good morning. Yes, hi Charms, things are good. Derek, Shannon, just rewind the stream. Clay, go eat before your food gets cold. No, I'll eat in the 5-minute break. It's fine. The 10-minute break. Okay, so let's watch this together. This is the story. This is what Hannah shared with us about a guy winning a car and being so low-key chill about it. So I'll expand this. I'll make this big so we can watch the entire thing. Okay, here we go. This video is 3 minutes.
it's time for the Toyota Shoot to Win Challenge where one contestant has a chance to win a new 2018 Toyota CHR. Down to ice level we go. Here's Hannah.
All right, thank you very much, Al. It's the moment we've all been waiting for. I have our Shoot to Win contestant here, Aaron. Now, Aaron has a chance to drive away in a brand new 2018 Toyota CHR. This beauty behind us. Now, Aaron, do you like to drive?
Of course.
Did you use a new car?
Always.
Are you nervous?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. There's a lot on the line here. So how it's gonna work, we have 3 pucks here. We're at center. You just have to get one of those pucks into the net, but obviously, as you can see, it's not an easy feat. We have a shot board there, not a whole lot of area to get into the net, but I believe in you. Fans, do you believe in Aaron? I do too. Okay, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, let's do it. Fans, make some noise. Cheer this guy on. He's got 3 shots to drive away in this brand new car. All right, just a little bit to the right. Oh man. Okay guys, cheer him on, this is the one, this is the one. Come on, Aaron.
Make some noise! We have a winner!
Oh my God. Okay, I am speechless.
I said I made it.
Try and put into words what's going through your head right now.
It'll be a long drive home, but be worth it.
Oh my gosh. This is like history, guys. We have just witnessed history. This is insane. Go check out your brand new car, Aaron. Oh my gosh. I think all of us have some goosebumps. Get in the passenger seat, man. All right, guys. That is was amazing. One more time, make some noise for Aaron going home in his brand new car.
Wow. I think Hannah was more excited than Aaron was. Hannah could barely speak, and Aaron's just like, yeah, I got a long drive home. It should be good. That was pretty funny. So Brent was at that game. Asian goalie was there. Yeah, Hannah's reaction, that was pretty funny. We should have just watched videos for the whole 24 hours. She's more excited than him. Yes. Hannah excited on the outside. The guy's excited on the inside. Love it. Love it. Kyle, did I sleep at all? No. 24 hours straight, buddy. That was sick. It was indeed his brand new car, yet he sits in the passenger seat. Yeah, well, there's already someone in the passenger seat. So that was kind of funny. Dexter, buddy must have already had a nice car because he barely cared. That's a good point. Maybe he had a whole garage full of cars already, and he was actually worried about where he was going to put this one. You're welcome, Showtime. Gmod Clay, I would like to send you some prints of Luongo. It's a cool piece of history, and I would feel it would be a good gift to appreciate. How do we make this happen? Gmod, thank you. That is very kind of you. Gmod, contact me here. I'm putting it in the chat. Of course, that @ sign is an @ sign. It's an email address. So why don't you email me there, clayemo@shaw.ca, and we'll get going. Okay. So, you know what I think I'm going to do as I look at this food? I don't want to just wolf it down for 10 minutes and then hurt myself. I'll probably, if Parker doesn't mind, I'm probably going to eat when I'm talking to him. It's actually easier that way. So in 5 minutes, I will take a quick 5-minute break as opposed to, I don't need a 10-minute break, and I don't want to lose. So Parker's coming on right at 10 o'clock, or at least a couple minutes after 10, after I do my 10 o'clock welcome. I expect guy shows up late to his own podcast, leaves early. Now he's going to stuff his face on here. But yeah, I'm in a good mood. Parker's always great. So in 5 minutes, I will take a quick 5-minute break because I think it's just good practice that I do so. Then I will dress my toast and my eggs, and then I will come back. Hi. You know you're coming on later, right? You excited? Sure. Hello? Love you. Okay, she just walked away. Okay, great. The Olin jersey makes it, though. Yeah, I love it. I'll just cover for you again. I laughed so hard if the guy that I was bowling against watched the stream, because that night it was so funny, Parker. I know you said right at the start when I was texting you and driving home safely, and I was voice to text, and you said Clay's in a bowling match and he's playing against the slowest guy there or something, or he said something like that. And then that night the guy says to me, "Hey, I know you have a pretty big social media following." So he didn't say that he was going to watch necessarily, but I think that was kind of funny. How windy was it last night at your house, Clay? Steel Dog, actually, I didn't really notice because I've been buried in here for most of the day, for most of the night. I would go out to use the restroom, go for a quick walk in the house. So I heard more of the rain as opposed to the wind, admittedly. Kyle, is she mad that you stream for 24 hours? No, Kyle, actually quite the opposite. Well, no, it's not like she was ecstatic. No, she was fine with it though. She knew this is something that I've been planning for the past 2 months. Something different, something to stretch. Basically, people are asking me, what's the point of this? And it's really to build community, and it's just kind of try something new and stretch myself a little bit, never get complacent. And no, so she's been very supportive, and I'm very lucky that Gail is so supportive, and I'm lucky that my 3 kids are old enough. It's not like they're young and really young kids right now, and they're independent. They can drive themselves, well, except for Kayla. And you saw that they knocked it out of the park. Kayla, when she came on, she was awesome. And Sean and Jake, that was hilarious. Their whole hour was so funny. Thank you, Justin. Another $2 donation. Justin donating $2 every single hour. I guess he likes that more than just doing 48 at the end. So Justin, appreciate you. Still raining in Campbell River. Is Besser playing tonight? We will see. He seems like he's getting closer, but we will see. Nothing confirmed yet. How can you even be slow at bowling? He must have been using the ball. Yeah, he was rolling out the ramp every time. No, you can be slow by even just grabbing your ball, wiping it down, standing on the lane, waiting, going, and then even times when it was his turn, he was out getting a drink or talking to this guy. So it's fine. Bowling's supposed to be social, but you can really slow. And I'm a really fast bowler. And also, if you get more strikes than open frames or spares, then you're fast because you're bowling less. You're actually rolling less balls, if that makes sense. You guys seem to have a lovely marriage. Yes, I'm very blessed for sure. I'm very blessed for sure. Not perfect, but things are good. Okay, it's 9:55. I am going to take a quick 5-minute break. I'll put the timer up. Talk amongst yourself, and I will be back in 5 minutes, and then we will get ready for Canucks after dawn or before dark or whatever you guys want to call it. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, we are back. We are back. We are entering our number 16. So after this, we will officially be 2/3 done. Thank you for being here. It is 10 o'clock Pacific time, and we are continuing to roll towards the game at 4 and then the wrap up of the stream afterwards. I have now dressed my food, as you can see, as I almost drop it. So I got my egg whites, my cherry tomatoes, my lean bacon, and my brown toast. And Parker's just going to have to put up with me eating, which is fine. It's okay. It's not Canucks After Dark. I want to focus on Parker. I'm going to let him chat. I'm going to ask him questions. He's going to chat like he does so well. And I want him to share about what he's doing on his own channel and his thoughts on the team and get to know him a little bit more. Usually in a way that we don't always get to do on Monday nights with Canucks After Dark. But let's just worry about that when we get there, which will be in about a minute or two. So you guys want the code word, I'm sure. I think you guys are just here for the code words. You don't care about me, but that's fine. You'll be sorry if you win the tickets, I make it a condition that I get one of them and you only get one seat. Just kidding. No, I'll give you both. That's fine for sure. This break is getting some airtime. All right. In honor of Parker, the code name is simply Puck. 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 All one word. Please, when it's time to enter the contest, do not mess up the first letter. Duck's okay. Bucks even okay. But you probably know where I'm going with this. So again, it is Puck. Oh, Alfredo. Oh, speaking of... Mickey's barking. That's Alfredo. Alfredo is the father of Fernanda, who is Sean's girlfriend. Says, good morning. Congrats on the 24-hour live stream. Thank you. Good luck to the Canucks. Thank you. Don't forget to feed Mickey. Yes, that is awesome. Thank you, Alfredo. Nice to see you. So let's bring in Parker now. So Parker, I'm going to activate my Zoom. Give me a second. It's not as fancy as what you do on our Canucks After Dark, but we will make it work. Okay, so I have to come here. I have to go here. Personal room. Start. Okay, here we go. Hour number 15. No, hour number 16. Let's go. Join with computer audio.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. You know what? 10:04 is better than 10:20. We'll take it.
AM versus PM, buddy. No, this is great. This feels comfortable. This feels familiar. Usually I'm not the one driving the bus, but I'm actually going to turn the wheel over to you so I can eat in a few minutes. I hope that's okay.
Sure.
But awesome. I'm truly, Parker. I am thrilled you are here as part of this 24-hour live stream. And want to make it a little bit different than what we do on Monday nights, because really I want to, like I've done with all my guests, I want to really showcase you, what you've been up to, your thoughts on the team, and then take questions. So it's going to morph into a Canucks After Dark feel, but I think that's fine. It's because I think we're quite comfortable with each other. So Parker, without further ado, why don't you tell the people a bit about yourself, whatever you want to share, as detailed as you want, and I'll make sure when you're done that I swallow before I start talking again.
Sure. Hello. Hi there. My name is Parker. Let's get the energy up here. 10 a.m. chat. Let's get some like emotes and stuff. Let's have some fun here. No, I make YouTube videos, kind of like Clay does. I basically just copied him, tried to steal his viewers. Over on the ParkersPucks YouTube channel. And I do a post game show after every game now. So live stream, which has been a lot of fun. I bet Obviously Clay's doing his thing after the game tonight, so maybe don't watch this one, or maybe watch it after the fact, but feel free to come hang out for some of those. Other videos like film analysis, which has been sort of the staple of my channel, like breaking plays down and stuff. And then, of course, Canucks After Dark, where the show that we started back in April, 6 months going strong now, that we do every Monday night. Well, not every Monday night, sometimes Tuesday nights, sometimes, other times. We're not very consistent, but I will say I think this next one's going to be on a Monday, so at least we got that going for us. And let's get some hype in the chat for Adam with the $20.
Well, I don't have to do
chat.
Anything. Keep going. This is
No,
great.
I got it. You can keep eating. Enjoy the turkey bacon. But yeah, Adam, shout out. Great guy with a $20 dono. But that's kind of it for me. That's my whole piece, and I'll talk to you guys later.
All right. God bless you. We'll see you Monday night. No. So, Parker, tell the crew a bit. So, yeah. It goes without saying, I just want to swallow this so it's not that rude. I have a huge respect for Parker and for what he's doing. Not even so much about the grind, because he's doing that, but he knows his stuff, and he knows his stuff about the team. He knows his stuff technically. That's why everything he does looks and sounds so good. And I've always said, we joke around about, viewers or views or whatever. The Canucks digital space is so big. And we see that right now with all the new podcasts this day, a new vlogger this way, a new show on Check this day. There's so much space. And I'm just really glad that people like Parker are coming into the space and doing really, really, really well. And then, and then we look at our channels, which are, under 10,000 even combined, I think, or and then you look at.
I know we're over 10 combined.
Oh yeah, we are.
We're there.
But then we're talking to guys like Nathan, and John, who have like 40 and 50 grand. So, and yet they're kind of working with us. So it's a really, really neat community, and I'm blessed to meet Parker through that community. So I would love for you to tell the crew just where you're interested in hockey, and in particular where your interest in Canucks hockey came from.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up just watching hockey, right? I think my earliest hockey memories are like 2001, maybe. So like, obviously dating Clay a little bit here. But back I was like 3-4 years old, just watching every hockey game. Actually, what I would do is the games were on too late for me, right? If they were on the West Coast, and this was back in the day. So Sportsnet game we got at 7. I would have to go to bed at like 8 because I was like 4 years old, right? So I'd go to bed, and then I'd go to preschool the next morning, and that was from I think like 8 to 11 or something, because it was like a half day for preschool, for the 1 year preschool or whatever. And I remember because Sportsnet would re-air the Canucks games at 1 p.m. the following day. So I would just watch the games the following day, and I'm not getting it spoiled at preschool with all these 4-year-olds because they didn't care. So I've just been watching hockey since I was young, my whole life, and then as I got older and I started to, obviously I've played hockey my whole life too, not like a high level, just like house hockey, but as I got older, I wanted to do some sort of content stuff. Like I've always enjoyed like making videos. There's hidden videos on the internet somewhere of me doing a Rocky Balboa parody with my cousin, who is now a TikTok star, that no one has found yet, which is fun. So there's your little preview, which you probably won't be able to find it.
Love it.
But like I've always liked making like videos and stuff like that. So I figured coming into this last season, I was like, well, what can I talk about, right? I used to like play video games a lot, and then I stopped and I just didn't enjoy it anymore. And I was like, well, I want to do something that I care about. And then I was watching a Canucks game like last year, and I was like, why don't I just talk about the team, right? And I go on YouTube, and I'm like, how many people are doing this? And the main ones I found were you and Lego, were like the big ones that are doing it Canucks focused. And that was like the only two that were like popping up in search results. And I was like, well, this is like, I can probably do a decent job, and my early videos weren't good, but I've gotten better and better over time. And I figured, like this is a space that I feel like there's definitely enough room for more than two people in, and especially, you look on sort of the podcast side, and there's hundreds of them, and you look on the radio side, and there's there were at the time 2 full radio stations with full slates all day, and it's like there's clearly enough demand.
Yes.
To be able to go into the space, and if I'm passionate about it, and if I do good stuff, or at least what I think is good, then it'll hopefully do well, and it has. I honestly, like, it's crazy to me to see, even like a third of your numbers basically, right? Like, and it's just like to get to there in 10 months or so is really cool.
No, that's awesome. No, the growth has been really, really good, and makes a lot of sense given how much time you devote. Tell me something, and it is cool because it's kind of stuff we haven't really talked about even offline. What's the one thing that you found has come easier than expected in building your channel? And what's one thing that maybe has been, whether not as easy or unexpected in building your channel?
That's an interesting question. I think I was really nervous about feedback. And I remember because there was a real stretch at the beginning where I wasn't making like my first videos. Like I have like 100 videos on my channel now. I think it's 100 it's like 130. Wait, hold on. How many videos do I have?
Wow.
How many pages is that? 177 videos on my channel in 10 months. So like one every other day. And there, people were really supportive at the start, even though, these videos, I can look back, it's like 15 views, 40 views, 100 views, right? Like smaller videos. And then, people, were actually really supportive, and that was crazy to me. And then you hit this spot where there's all the positive people until you have like a few hundred people watching you. And then there's the people who come and see it and they're like, well, I don't like this guy because he's not a 55-year-old man sitting in a suit behind a desk. Who got you to do this, right? It's like that was a while for me to shake off, all the sort of negativity. But now it obviously doesn't bother me at all. Yeah. Because I know anyone saying that is, kind of dumb usually. So I think that's been, I think the reception has been better than I expected.
Awesome.
I think things like coming easily. I think like the technical side for me, like I really enjoy all the technical stuff, and like even I remember when I sort of pitched Canucks After Dark to you before it had a name, and it was and you were like, I'll do it, but you have to do all the work, like all the sort of behind the scenes work, and I was like, yeah, I want to do all the behind the scenes work. That's the fun part to me. So yeah, I've really enjoyed that. At least on the harder side, I don't know. I think it's been trying not to get caught up in the grind too much. And I had this a bit in the summer, right? Because if I look at, the early parts of my channel, right? These are videos every day when I was super excited, like starting to do it. Like I can look at February and like, okay, I had 2 videos on February 9th, 2 videos on February 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th. Like I was going, every day I was making videos and stuff. And then summer hit, or like leading into summer, like kind of the team was doing bad, and like the COVID break and everything. Yeah. And then I was like, I just don't want to make these right now because this team's sad, and I was getting to the point where it was just like, I'm busy, right? Yep. So trying to sort of balance the chase for these numbers, right? Because like you see that little bit of growth, and you're like, well, I can't stop because then that's gonna stop, and I'll never come back, right? And trying to like balance that with sort of the I guess mental health, and not sort of digging myself into a rut where I'm just so focused on grinding that the quality suffers and my day-to-day life suffers. So that's sort of been the tougher part, I think.
I appreciate that insightful answer, Parker, because for every 100 YouTubers, there's 100 different motivations, right? There truly is. You have some people who want to do it full time, which is very difficult to do, obviously. There are some people that want to keep it a hobby, and there's a bunch of people that are kind of in between. They like the bit of income, or they like the bit of notoriety, or whatever it is. But you never know what's in the heart of that person. You never know what their motivation is. If it's a mental health thing, a self-esteem thing, it's just I just love doing this, and I think I have a voice to lend to it. So I'm glad. It sounds like that you haven't, and I think we're close enough to share with each other. If we were, it sounds like you haven't hit a place where you're like, oh, I don't want to do this anymore, or I don't even know why I'm doing this. It's just you take a more measured approach, it sounds like.
Yeah, I think I've been good at noticing that when I sort of do have those like times where I'm like, I'm just not loving it right now.
Yeah.
Just I had a couple weeks where I just didn't make a video, and everyone's like, "Hey, are you doing another video soon?" And I'm like, when I feel like it, right? Like it was the off season. Like there's not much to talk about. I'm not gonna like put in a ton of work to like think of like some random topic and try to run with it for a bit if it's not something that I care about. And I mean the reason I started is because I was having, I guess the thought I was having last year was I've always wanted to be involved in like sports broadcasting of some sort, right? I've always wanted to work in like the hockey industry. Like if you ask my parents, like NHL 2002 through 2008, I'm sitting there, I'm playing, all day, every day, playing these NHL games, and I am imitating John Shorthouse while I do it, playing these games, because that's what I wanted to do, right? And so it kind of, and then so I was like, well, how would I, if I wanted to work in this industry, how would I do it? And it's like, would I go just do BCIT courses in journalism for part-time or something? And I was like, well, that just sort of puts me into a big pool of other people, and I don't have time to devote to it and all this stuff. And I was like, well, why don't I just do it? And there's no one, there's no real cost in doing it, right? Like I have a microphone that I paid for, a camera that I paid for, but I could, like when I started, it was just on an iPhone, right? And it's like, there's no real cost. There's no real like huge time commitment. I'm watching the Canucks games anyways. It's an extra 30 minutes to an hour of my time to put in a bit of work and upload these videos. And I didn't expect them to go anywhere. And then some of them did. Yep. And now it's, it's just a fun side thing.
So speaking of broadcasting and a career or at least hobby, and by the way, thank you for at the end of your live stream for inviting people to come check out what I was doing. I appreciate that. Did you, on your live stream, your post game, did the Corey Hirsch come up at all? Because we know Corey Hirsch was replacing John Garrett yesterday, who's under COVID protocol. Did anyone ask you what you thought about the job that Corey Hirsch did?
No, no one actually brought it up, and it wasn't something that even I really considered, because I've listened to the games on 650 before,
yes,
where he's on. So I was like, yeah, I've heard him do it before. Like whatever. So no, it didn't really come up. And if it had, and if people were being like negative about it, then I would have just skipped the question probably, because there's no need. I'll criticize the team day and night. I'm not going to criticize a guy who gets thrown into his first TV broadcast. On no notice because of COVID protocol, right? There's no need for that, and so I just wouldn't have ignored it.
So I can ask you then, objectively, what did you think of the job he did?
I think for the role he got put into, I thought he did fine. Yeah. I mean, I've been fairly critical of him in the past, and it's because you go from. We're so lucky, like the broadcasting we get. Like Shorty is absolutely like top 5 in the business, for sure, and John Garrett's his lovable sidekick, right? So like and John Garrett he'll say some silly things sometimes, but it's like, yeah, that's our boy. Like we're not gonna, like we all have his back. And I think it's really easy to go from two of the best in the business to someone who's fairly new at doing it and be like, oh, this guy's not very good. And it's like, well, yeah, what do you expect, right? Like he's been doing it for a couple of years while John Garrett's been doing it for 20. It's a hard job to step in and do for the first time, working with someone who you haven't worked with before as the play-by-play guy. You don't know exactly sort of how to bounce off of them. And yeah, it was a tricky spot, and I think he did a fine job.
Yeah, I like. I've said that I like his self-deprecating humor. I really do. I like it to a certain extent, and I can say this honestly because I've gotten the same feedback at work as you could probably be no surprise to you and the viewers here is, some people like me try and make others feel better by almost putting ourselves down. But I've been challenged by my bosses to say, hey Clay, I know what you're trying to do here, but actually. Not it doesn't make you look good, but you're unintentionally selling yourself short. And it's kind of tricky, right, to do that. I'm not saying that Corey Hirsch is thinking about all that just before he makes a joke about having to make a save or whatever. But I do think that it's a fine balance, not just for Hirsch but for anyone, right? To find your voice, to stay in your lane, and to do a really good job. So I just want to tie it all into this whole idea of content creation. That's why, as you said, there's room for a lot of voices For sure. Was there anyone that you emulated when you started, either from a broadcasting or vlogging or journalism standpoint?
Interesting. I don't know. There's none that have been like that I think of off the top of my head.
Yeah.
I think, I think almost everyone in like coming up in today's era where everything is so content focused, right? Like I can spend 10 hours in an evening just on YouTube watching a bunch of videos and sort of just, fall into the wormhole, I guess. And everyone sort of ends up emulating the content they consume, right?
Right.
So I think a lot of it does come from just like some of the content I watch online, like podcasts or things like that. And it's easy to get caught up in it. But I mean, no, I think I tried to just sort of talk like I would talk to a friend about hockey, right? And try to just keep it, keep it as real as possible. And I don't need to pretend to be someone else because it's way harder than just, talking about the game as me.
Yeah.
So no, I don't think I intentionally was like emulating anyone else, but I think I probably have, learned from, or at least picked things up from others.
It's funny when I think for a lot of people, Steve Dangle set a high standard for some people. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but a lot of vloggers, I think, saw the kind of his approach. So I remember I even experimented with jump cuts and pretending to be different people talking, right? And it was so, for me, it was so unnatural because then now you're thinking, okay, what did the guy facing this way say? And what's the guy facing this way supposed to say? So that's why I actually went the complete opposite style. And I do my Canucks take all in one take because I'm A, too lazy to edit. B, even if I had the time, I probably don't know how to edit, obviously. And C, a combination of A and B. So that's kind of the way that I kind of went with my style. And it just speaks to everyone just finding their own style, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to go back, and please don't, but if you were to go back and look at my first 10 videos, right? They're not like they're me just talking kind of boringly, and I didn't have confidence. I didn't have, I hadn't found my style yet, right? Yeah. And now I've slowly, even if you go back 2 months, like I'm still sitting in the same chair in the same place for the last 2 months, but I've gotten more comfortable and I'm better at talking and less sort of dead air and now at least with these live shows that I've pivoted, right? I went from making 10-minute videos after every game to 30 to 45-minute streams after every game. We kind of swapped in a way. Yeah. And it's because, I know that that's something that I think I'm better at is sort of the live setting and it is kind of easier on like the work side, but also it's just more fun. And it's, just constantly changing the style up a little bit. And yeah, you do have to find what works, right? And if anyone out there is like wanting to make content, and I've had a couple people like DM me on Twitter, like how do I get started? And
awesome.
It's just like, just do it. Like just press record something and post it, because your first 30 videos are going to be bad, right? Like if you look at it, I mean, my 30th video was when like Travis Hamonic got signed. I was probably sitting in my car. I think it's car vlogging, obviously, because this, I was kind of copying you there because I had people that lived above me that could basically hear every word I said. But I was sitting in my car, like probably bad, like my bad mic quality, and it was probably in like the dark at nighttime, so the lighting was terrible, and I was just sort of winging it, and I knew nothing about what I was talking about at the time, and you have to, you learn, you adapt, right? I'm 177 videos and like 30 live streams and like 30 podcasts with you in, right? I've talked into a microphone, into a camera for hours and hours now, like 100 plus hours now. So, it's just going to take you time, and you just, you'll get better as you go. And I know both of us have got better as you go. Right? I'm sure if you went and watched one of your vlogs from 4 years ago, right, and you compare it to now, it's probably a big upgrade.
Well, I watched the one from yesterday. It's true. So no, Parker, this is wonderful. This is the kind of thing that I find fascinating. I think most of the people in the chat find it fascinating as well, because they follow both of us. And if they don't, it's too bad. It's my stream anyways, and they're subjected to whatever I want for the next little bit. I would love to pull back the curtain just a little bit and talk a bit about Canucks After Dark, a chance where we get a chance to collaborate. So yes, Yes, Parker reached out to me. And I know Parker's told the story before, but I'll tell the story from my perspective. I actually reached out to Parker. I saw one of his car vlogs, and I love the fact that he was already using video insets inside. And I was like, whoa, this is pretty cool. So I reached out to Parker and said, hey man, how do you do those video insets? And
this is like my 10th video too. Like it was so early and it was so bizarre. I was like, how has he already seen?
Yeah.
This was like training camp before last season. Like last January 4th is the first video that I posted for training camp. And these were the first ones that actually got views. So this is literally like I had been making videos for a month and I had made like 12 of them.
Well, it popped up somewhere, which is pretty cool. And that started, a nice healthy exchange between Parker and me. And then later in, that was last January, right? January 2020?
That was 2021. This is 9 months ago.
That's
10
it?
months ago.
Wow.
Yeah, my first video was like December.
Well, that's pretty good. And then in the spring, Parker floated an idea about collaborating on something. And I said, well, I like what this guy's doing. The guy makes sense, and we could actually have something here. And this is a very, very long story short, but Parker's right. I said, I'll gladly join you. I'll bring whatever I can, but I don't know how to do any of the technical stuff. I'm surprised my computer hasn't broken actually yet, but pretty close. And Parker is the mind behind what we do. But one funny thing is we used to meet and have a Google sheet and add things, this topic for how long, who's leading this, who's leading that. And now I'll meet you backstage at somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes before we go on there. Maybe I shouldn't have said that, but I don't think it shows. I think we both are comfortable enough. But isn't that funny how that's changed in just 3 months, basically? 3 or 4 months?
I mean, when we started, because we didn't have like any chemistry yet. Although I don't think we started off I think we started off pretty strong actually. Yeah. But it was literally like, okay, well, here's all of our topics in a document. We've got like 12 things listed out, and how long we expect each thing to take. And we'll sort of like Parker, we'll talk about this, and then Clay can talk about this, and it was very scripted. And now, literally, I will log on to my computer at 9:30, like 30 minutes before the show. I will go on like the Canucks subreddit and the hockey subreddit, and I'll say top posts of last week, just because it's a place where I can easily see everything that's happened in the last week. And I'll just make the little banners that come up on the bottom of the screen. Clay has no idea. I'm like, well, Clay, let's talk about this. And both of us have already talked about these topics on our own channel.
Great points.
We've already formulated an opinion. And even though it usually has changed somewhat over that time, but it's not like we're like, oh, I didn't even think about what was going on with the Ewell Levy versus Rathbone battle, right? It's like, this is something we've already been talking about behind the scenes for days because it's something we're interested in.
Yeah.
Which makes it really easy, right? We can go in and be like, all right, let's talk about Jack Rathbone, and we both have a bunch of thoughts already about these things, and we can just sort of bounce back and forth and. I think our lack of preparation has made it more natural in a way.
Yes.
Because it's a lot more like a conversation and being like, hey, speaking of that, let's talk about this. And instead of being like, okay, the script says now we go from this to this. And it's a lot more fluid. And, when you're 25 episodes in or whatever we are, 27, I think, it just gets easier.
And I think, at the risk of turning this into a mutual admiration society, I think there's a lot of trust there too. And that's so important. That's so important because we're not in the same room. We can sort of read each other's body language, but it's through a screen. It's the same thing that everyone else sees. So really, once we start talking about, Rathbone making the team or your Levy getting traded or new contracts for Pettersson and Hughes, you have to trust that the other guy is not going to block you, even unintentionally, and help move the conversation, but not spend too long on it so we can get to the next topic and ultimately get to don't do that haiku and Q&A and then be done in an hour. I think that's the really neat part, and that shows a lot of trust in each other and just trusting that guy is going to lead you to the next point naturally so it doesn't feel so disjointed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, we definitely didn't have to worry about taking too long over the summer because we didn't have a lot to talk about. We were stretching some of those up, and Steel Dog is saying,
yes,
you guys did well this summer with not much content. Yeah, it was tough because in the software that we use, basically, I have these full the banners that come up at the bottom. I pre-prepare them and they're in folders, right? And I basically have the folders dated for every different thing. So we had some shows and it says like the folder says like, yeah, you have 4 topics in here. and our last one it was like 18, right? So at that, like last week we're like trying to push to get through everything in an hour, when in the middle of the summer I was like, all right, can we talk about Ole Ulevi for like 18 minutes? Like, are we gonna be able to pull this off? And I think we did a good job of it. But yeah, I think, you know, now we're in the swing of the season, and I think it's just gonna be smooth sailing for the next 6 months at least.
I love it. I'll try not to get stuck in a bad bowling match. Okay, so we've gone half an hour just talking about YouTube stuff that I'm sure you and I find fascinating. I'm not sure, I think people do as well. So let's go for 15 minutes if that's cool, to 10:45, and we can actually talk about the Canucks if that works, Parker.
Yeah, you've got me for as long as you need me. It's a Saturday. I got nothing going on.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm going to strategically take my 10-minute break this hour so I can set up my keyboard and things. So when Dhaliwal comes on, then whenever he's done, then I can be ready for Marie, if that makes sense. So let's go for the next 15 minutes. I didn't get to watch your stream yet because I was doing this. Tell me what your thoughts about yesterday's game. It's almost a opposite flow, right? We had to hold off a team on last night, and we had to catch up on Wednesday night.
Yeah, on my post game after the Oilers game, the first game of the season, I said, man, if the Canucks had been up 2-0 and then gave up the lead and lost in a shootout, that would have really, like, the mood, because the mood after the Oilers game was like, well, you know what? The Canucks stole a point, basically, right? And I said, like, man, if it would have been the other way around, we would have been so mad that they lost a point, right? Even though the result's the same. And then, of course, last night, I'm sitting there as they tie it, and I'm like, oh, I kind of called this, didn't I? Yeah. Last night's game was fun. It was a disaster on the goaltending side for Carter Hart. And I think, you know, one of my biggest pluses for the game last night was the Canucks capitalized on a goalie who was having a bad night. And, you know, you're going to run into those at times. You're going to have it at times, and you got to capitalize on those opportunities. So the Canucks scored one good goal all night. And then they kind of blew it at the end with, you know, a bit of help from the refs, but you know, you can still make the saves, you can still make the plays to prevent those last two goals. Bo Horvat's shot goes an inch to the left, and it's from his own zone, and it's a whole different game, right? Yeah. Or Matthew Highmore has one more step on that guy and beats out the icing, and the Canucks win it in regulation. But you know, to go out and you know, they still got the 2 points. Results the same. It counts as a shootout win, so I think it's a little less valuable in tiebreakers, but hopefully that's not too important later on in the season. But no, it was a fun game that, you know, they capitalized when they needed to. They got some really fluky goals, and but it was a lot of fun. And I saw IMAC had a tweet last night, and he was like, you know, it's too early. It's 2 games in. It's too early to be making like real assumptions on the team and how they're playing, but they're damn entertaining. And and you know, that's something that we can say is. And we kind of predicted it, right? It's like, okay, this team looks pretty good offensively and kind of scary defensively. It's going to be an interesting, fun season at the very least. Yep,
those 2 games, probably more entertaining than all of last year combined almost.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you look back to, you know, some of those games. There was a Montreal game that stands out in my mind in particular that I remember I made my post-game video after the second period because I didn't want to watch it anymore.
Well, that's how you get it out so fast. No.
Just that one. But no, I think, you know, that was it was so much more exciting, and it felt so good to be literally pacing in my room watching overtime, and just like that feeling in my stomach of that like nervousness and excitement, and especially that like 2.5 minute shift in OT where they hemmed the Flyers in.
That was awesome.
I was like, oh my God, like this is so exciting and scary, and I'm nervous, and I'm even more nervous now because I'm doing a post-game show after, and I know if they lose there won't be as many, like it won't be as fun. It'll be like the mood will be down because they blew a lead compared to if they win it, then it's going to be exciting and fun. And so there's even more riding on it, and like I want the team to win, and you know, so I've got, you know, getting that pit back in my stomach, as weird as it sounds, it's the sort of adrenaline and nerves, the emotion is just so good to have back.
Love it. I love it. Question here from Todd. I'll start this one and then I'll throw to you. It says, Clay, do you think Podkolzin can score 20 goals playing with EP40 and JT Miller? Okay, so I think if he was going to play with those 2 guys, yes, but I think it's obvious it's a holding spot. I don't know about you, Parker. I wasn't thrilled with what I saw with Podkolzin. I think we talked about this, or I talked about someone, and Thomas Drance tweeted about Miller and Pettersson require a guy with precision, with hockey IQ. Not saying Podkolzin doesn't have those things, but it was his second game in the league. So
for sure.
I wasn't, and then we saw it was kind of counterintuitive intuitive, but as soon as he gets bumped down the lineup, he scores his goal. Like,
Yeah, I think I think they tried it, and I think it was a good thing to try.
Yeah.
And I mean, it only lasted a period, right? Second period started, and Höglander was on that line.
Yes.
Right after. And I think, and you could even see that line started playing better, like with Höglander, because it was just a better fit and a better mesh. But yeah, then you see, Podkolzin, like we would see Miller and Pettersson pass to Podkolzin, and you kind of ball the puck. I think the ice was really bad last night too.
yeah.
But like, it just wasn't working. It wasn't clicking. And again, it's a second game. We're not like writing him off or anything, but they put him down to like the fourth line with like with Lamico and basically just like a hard-working grinder sort of line, and it worked out a lot better, right? He found the open side of the ice. Tyler Myers just sort of dipsy-doodled his way. Like he does this like once every like 5 games where he's just able to keep the puck so far away from everyone else that he just sort of like, it doesn't look like he's skating fast or he's very precise, but he's like just sort of swerves around everybody and then gives it to Podkolzin at space. And I mean, we noticed it in training camp when like at our training camp day. He's got a heavy shot. Like, it's weird because you watch a shot and they all look like they kind of go the same speed, but the sound it makes when it hits the boards is one of those things that's just like, you can just sort of tell, like it's a deeper, boomier sound when there's some more heat on a shot. And Podkolzin had that, and Klimovich had that. And I remember we both noted both of those those names. And I mean, Miller even said it, like Podkolzin's got a shot. We've been seeing it every day in practice. So he got space. Hart went down early, and that was one thing going back to Corey Hirsch, started to jump around a lot.
No, it's fine.
Corey Hirsch was very good with the goaltender sort of mindset stuff, right?
Yes.
Because he saw it right away in Carter Hart. He's like, this looks like, he said in the first period when it was still, when the Flyers were up by 1, he's like, Hart looks nervous.
Yep.
And I can see him making mistakes tonight. And he did. He called it. And he was going down early. He was cheating off of his posts a lot. And Podkolzin capitalized. He went up high when Hart went down early, and it was a really good shot. And just seeing his excitement was awesome. And then he didn't get another shift.
Yes, and I think we both know, and I'm sure people know, you're protecting a 2-goal lead. You shrink the 2 bottom lines into 1 line, and you take the 3 guys that you want to help defend the lead out there.
Yeah, lots of people were critical about that in my show last night, and I was like, guys, they're up by 2 goals. Podkolzin's played 2 NHL games.
Yeah.
Green's not thinking about keeping legs fresh for tomorrow night. He's putting out the guys he trusts because he wants to secure this lead. And it didn't work. But and I mean, I was kind of saying, when the Canucks are dominating play like they were early in the third and in the second period, and you can even just look at like the shots and the expected goals metrics, and it just took a 180 after the first when the Flyers were all over them. I feel like when you're playing that well and you're against a goalie who's playing that poorly, I think you just put your foot on the gas, especially because I think you're just going to score more goals, which is not the approach they went with. But yeah, I don't know. I think it was a fine decision at the time.
Yep, I agree. A neat question from Lego Rocks. Gio says this, question for Parker. I noticed you follow Jericho and Woodsy Gamertag on Twitter, 2 guys from a gaming YouTube community that inspired me to create. What's the story there for you?
Interesting. Yeah. Stalking my Twitter follows. Interesting. No, I was always watching like gaming content when I was like from the ages of like 10 to 15. So those were 2 guys that I watched a lot, and that also inspired me to make content, right? Like I was making like videos of me playing video games when I was like 14, and things like that. So yeah, sort of the same, basically the exact same boat as Gio was there.
Awesome. And Cango is saying stop hating on Podkolzin. Lefty all around saying go easy on Myers. I think while respecting where those comments are coming from, we have to be able to temper ourselves. We can't get too crazy high when something goes well. That doesn't mean we're hating on them, but at the same time, we don't harp on them when they make mistakes. That's part of being a critical thinker. I'm not saying you guys aren't thinking critically, but I just think that's kind of another challenge of content creation is trying to be objective, yet expressing an opinion too. But that doesn't mean that you're slamming a guy. It just means, hey, this is what I noticed.
Yeah, people online can very often take things like you say something that you didn't try to put any spin on, and they think, oh well, this sounds negative, so he must be hating on this person. And this is one thing, again, from our day at training camp, we both were talking about it, and I tweeted, I was like, the bigger negative of this day at training camp was the Podkolzin Garland Miller line. Like, they just didn't look very engaged or active. And I got like a lot of people who were like, well, it's like their first time playing together, and Podkolzin's going to be a star and all that stuff. I'm like, I was just saying, like, you know, I was watching, and guys like Gadjevich and Lockwood were standing out really good in an offensive capacity and with drive and stuff. And you watch these guys and they didn't look very engaged. I was just, making an observation for all the people who weren't there, right? Because there was probably 1,000 people there or so. But yeah, people are very quick to, have an opinion on one way, and then anything that slightly goes against it, they're like, oh, well, you're hating on them or whatever. And it's we're very in the middle of the road usually, right?
Yep.
Like, I mean, I even said, I was like people are like, oh, you think Podkolzin's going to score 20, 25 goals this year? And I was like, no, like, probably not. But that doesn't mean I'm like, it's his first year in the NHL after playing 5 minutes a night in the KHL, right? Yeah. Let's temper our expectations a bit. Yeah. And I was right so far. But it's definitely a balance that you have to strike.
Todd asked another good question, asking a lot of good questions, actually. We'll just do a couple of them, Todd. I want Hoglander with Horvat and Garland, your opinion. So we talked about this on Canucks After Dark 2 weeks ago, and we talked about, is there a worry that Garland and Hoglander with Horvat is too small of a line? And you made the point that it's not too small a line if they're the one that have the puck all the time, if they're the ones that are protecting the puck as opposed to chasing it and trying to fight off bigger players. So having said all that, would you like to see Garland and Hoglander with Horvat? But that would mean separating him from his long-time running mate, Tanner Pearson.
Yeah, so to go with the size thing, I think there's a difference between being small and playing small. Niels Hoglander does not play like a small person. He's in there. He's battling harder than everyone else. I think Pettersson mentioned in like a thing yesterday that he hates going against him in practice, right? Pettersson's bigger than Hoglander, but like it's a tenacity thing, and he plays like he's bigger than he is. Yeah. So I don't worry about that too much, and especially with the way we've seen Connor Garland, and like I was noting his edge work yesterday, like just all the little spins he does and everything. Yep. He really likes to spin with the puck, but he does a great job at it. But yeah, so when it goes to splitting up Horvat and Pearson, I think it's something that needs to happen, because once Besser comes back, Pettersson's not one of your best six guys offensively. If you want to, maybe put Hoglander down on the third line and try to spread the wealth a little bit across three lines, that's one thing. However, I don't know that that's the right approach when the Canucks need to be scoring a lot of goals probably to win games this year. And if you can have your top two lines out there for 36 minutes a night that are, really good offensively, and, having the Lotto line and then Horvat with Garland and Hoglander, and then you still have like Pearson and Podkolzin, down in the lineup, guys who can score. They have good shots, right? Pearson has sort of a sneaky good shot that he can place really well, and Podkolzin's got a heavy one. Like, it's not like you're starving out the bottom of your lineup for scoring. It's not like, okay, well, Pearson and Podkolzin are. It's not like when Beagle and Sutter would be out on the ice and you're like, okay, well, they're not scoring a goal in the next minute, right? The puck's probably going to be in the defensive zone. There's still enough firepower lower in the lineup to have some chance of scoring, but I just don't think having Pearson in your top six is, at least if everyone's healthy, I don't think it's the right way forward. Yeah,
and Lefty All Around agrees with you, says Pearson is certainly not an offensive threat past his prime, although he did have a good last game. Okay, we got one more. This one from MK. Could you see Miller getting traded anytime soon?
Man, all right. I can. And I don't want him to. Okay, it's tricky, right? And it's all age, right? It's age and value. I think JT Miller is a really important part of this team. However, I think JT Miller will remain a really important part of this team for a couple more years, right? Is he going to be a star player who can play on your first line for the next 7 years or for the next 3 years, right? That's sort of the thing you have to balance. So if the Canucks let's say, hopefully they're not, but let's say they're like well out of a playoff spot at the trade deadline, or in the off season, things aren't looking great, or they want to make a change, or they want to pick up a defenseman, right? JT Miller is one of your better options as sort of like a rental. He's not a UFA from this offseason, but he's one of your most valuable players he's older than the rest of your core. But I don't know. I could see it happening. I don't want it to happen, at least not anytime soon. But if you needed to get like a top 4 defenseman or like a top pairing defenseman, he's probably one of the more valuable and easier guys to move in a case like that.
Yeah, that's a good point. If you don't want to part with any of your core 4, core 5, I call him Besser, Horvat, Pedersen, Hughes, or Demko. Yeah, he's the one guy who's going to get you, as opposed to like a Tyler Myers, admittedly, with a bloated contract. He's the one that's going to get you decent value.
Mm-hmm. However,
tricky.
I'd rather the Canucks just win with them all together.
Yep.
So that would be fine. I think your stream is showing a Windows Media Player.
Oh, thank you.
Thing. So you might want to fix that.
See, without you, hold on. Oh yeah, because I clicked off of. This is great. See, that's why I need you around. Oh, here you are. Is it working again?
There's a delay. I just see your face.
Okay, sorry.
But
about
I think
that.
it's okay. People can just hear me. That's fine. I'm sure we're close to me wrapping up anyways.
It's okay, but that wasn't intentional to try and boot you off.
You got to get Rick and the music's playing. It's like the Oscars.
Okay, it should be going now. Okay, I think we're back. No, Parker, this was great. It's kind of funny, and I like how Justin said it's weird to see us at the 10 to 11 a.m. slot as opposed to 10 to 11 p.m. slot.
Yeah, we got sort of shifted by 12 hours and a couple of days, but yeah, no, I mean, look, we're what, 48 hours times 60 hours away from Canucks After Dark on Monday. So, make sure you guys come hang out for that if you want to see more of us together.
Yeah.
That's a little bit more structured and less chatty about, I guess, life and more about the Canucks.
and that was good. And I know because we have that, I wanted to kind of get into life a little bit too. And I think that was pretty cool. Just that stuff we actually haven't even talked about offline. So that was pretty cool today.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a lot of fun. I'll just search Canucks After Dark and so make sure you subscribe to the podcast and all that good stuff.
So tonight, find 2 devices. Stay on this one on one and go to Parker's stream on the other. I have a feeling I might be done before. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Regardless, you're going to get good content no matter where you are. And then you're going to get both of us together on Monday night. So what are you doing for the rest of the day?
Rest of the day, I'm going to relax. Canucks play at 4, I think.
Yep.
So I'll be doing my show after that at about 6:45, probably whenever that ends. And
awesome.
But yeah, like I said, I have 2 devices open, have us both going.
Yep.
But yeah, if you want to find me,
Yeah.
ParkersPucks. It's pretty easy. You just search ParkersPucks on YouTube. I'm sure if you watch Clay's stuff, you probably get me in your recommendations every once in a while. So click on those sometimes.
Yeah, you should.
And leave a comment and say hi. Because it is a lot of fun. And then, yeah, of course, Canucks After Dark on YouTube, on your favorite podcast platform, whether it's Spotify, Apple Podcasts, all the rest. Go search Canucks After Dark and watch those because they're good and fun.
Awesome. You're a pro, man. Thank you for doing this. I will see you somewhere online tonight or tomorrow, and then on Monday night for sure, man.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Okay. Have a great day. Thanks, Parker. And there we go. My partner in crime, Parker. He's so solid and growing his channel very steadily. It's really, really good to see. And yeah, all those things I said truly about the trust and everything. Very, very important to have that in a partner, in a collaborator of any sort. All right. So I'm going to take a full 10-minute break here because I want to get some stuff ready for when Marie comes. Debbie Hunter woke up from a nap to see Parker's mug on the screen. That's awesome. So I'm going to talk for about 2 minutes real quick, and then I'm going to give the full 10-minute countdown until... I'm going to give the full 10-minute countdown to Rick Dhaliwal. So Rick Dhaliwal is next from Donnie and Dhali, and that's going to be a lot of fun as well. Yeah, he's a lot of fun, and I can't wait to see what he comes up. He always has something very, very interesting to say. So thanks again, everyone. We are Todd, I'm sorry to hear that. Thank you for being here, Todd. And if this helps you in any way, shape, or form, then that's awesome. That's awesome. That's what we're here to do. This isn't about building, a subscriber base or getting donations or getting more views and more hits or more members. It's about building community. And you guys know that that's the main reason why I do everything that I do. So having said that, let's go. Bacon and eggs. Awesome. Thanks, Coach. Let's take a 10-minute break and I'll come back and it'll be the last third of the stream, the home stretch with the legendary Rick Dhaliwal. So enjoy a quick 10-minute break. Talk amongst yourselves, but make sure you come back for Rick. All right, welcome back, everyone. I am going to see if I can try and get Rick in. So let me just try and pull this up first, and then we'll kind of I'll set up this hour. So let's see what happens here. Welcome, everyone. Welcome back. It is Rick Dhaliwal's hour now, which I'm excited about. But let me see. It looks like you might be having trouble getting in. Oh, yes. I got to unmute myself. Oh, no, you can hear me? You can hear me? Okay. Let me see here. I want to see if he's there already. He might be there. Okay, everyone, welcome. We are now... Oh, you had the mute button on, Johnny. You got me scared for a sec. We are 2/3 done. We are 2/3 done. Let's bring Rick in.
Can you hear me?
Hello, Rick. We can hear you.
Okay, we are set to go.
So, Rick, just before... Wow, this is exciting, Rick. I can see the numbers already jumping up. Just before we get started, I need to do my welcome for this hour. So, Rick, believe it or not, I am 2/3 done now. 16 hours down, 8 hours to go.
I could not do what you're doing. I need 8 hours of sleep. I always have, even after Donnie and Dhali's done, and because I'm so stressed out with working with Taylor, I need a cat nap.
Awesome.
I'm a sleep guy. I can't. What you're doing right now is beyond belief.
Well, I appreciate it.
It's crazy. You're probably the biggest Canuck fan out there, one of many, I should say. And when this team starts winning, guys like you and the rest of the fan base are going to be so happy. It's been such a tough stretch for the team in the past 10 years, only one playoff win.
Yes.
But when people talk to me around the league about the negativity in Vancouver, but I tell them all the time, the greatest marketing tool in the world is winning. And as soon as you start winning, everything solves, all the problems are solved. And all that negativity on Canucks Twitter and all that negativity in the fan base, the negativity in the media, it'll all stop. This is all what we're seeing as a byproduct of years and years and years of losing. But once the winning starts, all the problems are solved. Watch. The tide will turn as soon as the winning comes, for sure.
Well said. So, Rick, just before we expand on that, I know everyone is eagerly anticipating the code word for this 17th hour. So the code word for the 17th hour in honor of the legendary Rick Dhaliwal is the word crown. CROWN.
Wow.
So,
I cracked one open last night, brand new bottle.
There you go. So Rick knew that we were going to be using this. No, he didn't, but it's perfect. So the code word for the 17th hour is crown. CROWN. Okay, Rick, we got you for half an hour, so we want to make use of this.
Hold it.
Okay.
Let's hope you spell the word crown better than the Canucks spelt the word chase on.
Yes, I've made that mistake too in my vlogs, but they had CHAI, didn't they?
Well, hold it a second. Okay, everybody knows I have an issue with pronouncing names. But man, oh man, I don't have an issue with spelling names. Chase, come on, guys. There has to be somebody there. Somebody, a player, a coach, a manager, a Canucks PR guy, Dan Murphy. Somebody had to tell them last night, guys, you spelled Chason wrong.
Yeah.
And you know what? It was Frank Cervelli was the first guy to notice it. And he tweeted, hey, I think they spelled Chason wrong. And Chicago Blackhawks did that with Fleury. You remember when Fleury had his media day in Chicago? The Blackhawks spelled his name wrong, and they put it on their Twitter account. They got blasted. But you know what? Chason, when you think about it, Che, you think A first before I. So I definitely do see that. You definitely see that. But come on. You can't let him go on the ice with the wrong name spelled. Come on.
So, my friends, when Rick Dhaliwal is the one calling out the team for a mispronunciation or misspelling, you know you messed up, man.
Oh, big time. I just screw the names up. I don't screw the spelling up, though. Well, I do, but you don't see it. So first tell me, how are you feeling? Like, are you mentally there, or are you going to ask me stupid questions or dumb questions because you're not mentally there? What's going on?
Well, you can tell me in about 25 minutes, but overall, Rick, I feel great. I really do. 24 hours straight, but I think, I'm a bit of a night owl. You see what time I tweet stuff. So sometimes I only go get 4.5 hours. It's not the best at my age, but no, I'm in a good place. I got my paper done for my master, so I was ready. The Canucks won. My lovely wife, Gail, is who you met in Whistler. She's feeding me, so everything is fine.
Yeah. Good. I can't do what you're doing. There's no way. I've never done anything like this, but I'm certainly happy to help you out for sure.
Oh, thank you. So I have a question before we get into the nitty gritty of the Canucks, and then so what I'd like to do is just ask you a couple, and then take questions from the crew. Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Awesome. There are a lot of good reporters in our city, and whether it's Thomas Drance or Patrick Johnson or Irfan Ghaffar, but I think it's safe to say that you are known and widely regarded as the most trusted source because of your contacts, because of the integrity of your reporting. Do you take pride in that, Rick, or do you not even believe that, or how does that make you feel when I say that?
First of all, I disagree with you.
Okay.
I just want to be in the Vancouver, Ian McIntyre, everybody. There's nobody in our market better than anybody else. There isn't. And I know that the only thing I take pride in is being on a story from start to finish. And when the story breaks, you don't stop when the story breaks. There's so much more after the story. I know everybody holds high in regard breaking a story. I don't think breaking a story is the most important thing. I think being on a story from start to finish is the most important thing. Vancouver is extremely lucky with so many hardworking media members. I'm just one of many. There's nobody better than anybody else. And then you throw in the national guys, Elliot Friedman and Drager and Cervelli and Pierre LeBrun, and they're so good, and they're all Hall of Famers, Chris Johnson. And it's a very competitive field. You try your best. You're not going to break every story. You're not going to get all the information all the time, but you try. I've made a ton of mistakes, and I'm going to continue to make mistakes. The only people in life who make mistakes are the people that try. If you don't try, you never make a mistake. If you go out and try and put yourself out there, you will make mistakes. But I disagree with you. There's nobody better than anybody else in the Vancouver media. Ian McIntyre's great. You got the 650 guys, Sakaris and Price. Everybody's out there. Donnie and Dhali, we're just trying our best. And nobody's better than anybody else. And it's a competitive field. It's not about just breaking the story. Like the night that Thomas and I reported that Elias Pettersson had gone to Michigan, that was he had just a day before, Clay, he had just put himself in front of GM Place, and all of a sudden, here you are. He's posting a picture in Vancouver. Thomas and I found out he's going to Detroit. That's just as significant as breaking the signing story. It's those little things that, and then we found out, just last week that Ole Levy was being shopped. It's not always about the end. It's about the beginning, the middle, and the end. Just make sure that you are, and that's the only thing I take pride in, is trying to tell a story from start to finish. There's too much competition. You're not going to break it all the time. And breaking it isn't the biggest thing. Like getting Oli Ulevi after he got traded to Florida, that was really hard. And, you know, you got to hunt down his cell phone. You got to text him. So I'm just going to say to you, no one's better than anyone else in the Vancouver media. We're all there. We're all trying to do our best. And I think the fans of this city should be happy with the media. There's a lot of good ones, 100%.
Love your humility. Always, Rick. Speaking of following a story from start to finish, now that you've seen the contracts for Pettersson, 3 years, 735, Hughes, 6 years, 785, overall, now that you've seen the whole thing and you have the agents on your show every week, are these good deals for the Canucks?
Quinn Hughes, 6 years. Are you kidding me? Franchise defenseman. He's obviously the best defenseman in franchise history. What he did, look at last night. Look at the overtime period. Him and Pettersson and Miller at one point controlled the puck. Okay, I know it was 3-on-3, but the Flyers never touched the puck.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes.
Touched the puck. I swear that the Canucks had the puck for 70%, maybe higher, and it's because of the skill level of those two. It's the skill level, the cool, calm, hockey sense, the skill, the skating. To get Quinn Hughes locked up for 6 years and put away all these stupid rumors that he's going to end up playing in New Jersey with his brothers, that was huge. The only thing I'll say, I wanted Pettersson locked up long-term too. Right. And because, okay, look, and Besser should have been long-term, and now you got to deal with him now here in the coming months. The only problem with Pettersson on 3 years is you got to deal with it again in 2 years, right? That's the only problem. But these two are, I know we've had Pavel Bure, we've had the Sedin twins, we've had superstars in this market, but these two kids are so impressive. They're so good. They just bring so much intangibles. I just wish they had enough money to get Pettersson done long-term. But hey, he's on the ice. He's got 12 shots in 2 games. The wrist is fine. The kid's phenomenal. Just be happy they're locked up and the deals are done.
Love it. Brock Besser, you mentioned him. He's at the final year of his new 3-year, his second 3-year contract. Under the old rules, so we know that the qualifying offer has got to be 100% of his salary, 7.5. How do you see this one going?
Well, at some point they're going to have to talk, but if I were the Canucks, I'd wait to see. And, you know, where is he at Christmas? How many goals? If he scores 20, 25, 30, obviously Brock's in a very good position to get his contract qualified.
Yep.
But Brock Besser is a very important piece for the Vancouver Canucks. He's a phenomenal player. He's got great hockey sense, great shot, helps the power play. He's a difference maker. In your first round picks, all you ever want to play difference makers, most of them offensively, and Brock fits the bill. He's been great. They won. They got him in the 20s in the first round. That draft that Brock Besser went in is probably going to be the best draft in NHL history. Look at the guys that went in the first round. I mean, there's 10, 15 multiple guys that went in that first round that are so good, and it's such a great draft. Brock's one of them. Yeah. Hey, look, wait till Christmas, see where he's at. At some point, they're going to have to talk. Again, if you can do Brock Besser long-term, get it done. The worst case scenario, Clay, would just be to qualify his contract, and then you got to redo it again in a year. Just get him long-term. He's a big piece. He's well-liked in the dressing room. He's just a difference maker. You can't have enough difference makers in that dressing room. He's one of them.
Well said. What have you seen that you like? It's only been 2 games, but what have you seen that you liked, and what have you seen that you don't like so far?
Here's what I like. It's a good start. Lots of skill and speed. This team's going to score a ton of goals. Let's be honest. Last night, hey, bring on overtime and shootout. You know, I like the Canucks' chances in overtime and shootout, the time and space 3-on-3 for their skill guys. Thatcher Demko, can't say enough. Forget about the last 2 goals in the last couple of minutes there in Philly. This guy, first year, starting goalie, and he has come prepared to play. They only got a point in Edmonton because of him. First period last night, the Canucks were badly outshot. It's because of him. It was 0-0. The U.S. Olympic team, come on, give me a break. He's got to be on the radar for them, 100%. And there are a lot of good American goalies in the NHL. He's going to have to fight with others. But my goodness, Thatcher Demko has to be on the radar for the U.S. Olympic team. Hodlander has just been absolutely lights out. Works so hard, compete level, never stops moving his feet. Was moved to the top line last night. Everybody he plays with, he just elevates their game. He elevates the game. It's Elias Pettersson made a very interesting comment last night about how he hates to play Hodlander in practice because he's just a dog on a bone. He hates to lose puck battles. That's the best compliment you can get as a hockey player is he works his ass off in practice. And you'll hear a lot of minor hockey kids say, a lot of minor hockey coaches say, practice or play like you practice.
Yeah.
If you practice hard, play hard. That's Hodlander. His motor never stops. The first 2 games, my goodness, this kid, he's so impressive. What a great draft pick. And, we talk about all the good moves and bad moves by general managers. That pick by Jim Benning for Hodlander, what an absolute gold pick, because his agent told me he was on the radar for a lot of teams in the first round, but he fell. He fell, didn't put up a lot of points playing against men in Sweden. He fell because of his size. But you can't judge a player's heart. And the thing that Hodlander's got, he's got a heart. He's got passion, enthusiasm, all of the great traits of successful players. Really happy to see Pod Colson last night get his first NHL goal, Clay. Here's the deal with him. I know everyone's whining that he didn't see any ice in the third, but you're on the road protecting a lead. The coach is going to play the veterans to protect the lead. I understand it. But you know what? Here's the thing about Vasily Podkolzin that I love is that when he was in Russia, he had a lot of adversity. Most first-round picks, Clay, don't see their adversity till they hit the NHL. The adversity. They were the young kid in minor hockey going up and down the ice scoring 5 goals a game. They were guys in junior, never came off the ice, always touched the puck, special teams, 80, 90 points, and they get to the NHL and, oh my God, this is hard. About Podkolzin is he saw his adversity in Russia. He was benched, healthy scratch, demoted to a lower league. But the one thing about this kid's character that is phenomenal, and Canucks fans he doesn't get down. He doesn't get down when the adversity hits. When I talked to people in Russia last year, one thing they always said to me was the kid is always happy to be at the rink. And if you saw Pettersson's quote last night, he was so happy for Podkolzin. He said, I love this kid. He shows up to practice with a smile on his face. It doesn't matter how much ice he saw the night before. The character of Vasily Podkolzin is through the roof. This is a good kid on and off the ice. He loves being a hockey player. And when I talk to Igor Larionov, he just loves this kid for those reasons. He loves being a hockey player. This kid's going to be a good one. It's just going to take him time to get the coach's trust to be played in the third period. Both in Edmonton and Philly, you saw his ice time decrease, which is fine. It's close games, and the coaches go with the veterans. But you got to be happy if you're a Canucks fan with Podkolzin. He just gets it. He's smart. He's triggered properly. He doesn't get down. He has faced his adversity, and he just keeps popping up, getting back up on that horse and back in the race.
Wonderful. One more question from me, and then I'll turn it over to the people. What you've seen from Ekman-Larsson and Poolman. What do you think?
Oh, Ekman-Larsson, the game in Edmonton, 23 minutes, 10 in the third. Come on, Ekman-Larsson. I was ripping into my co-host, Mr. Taylor, who was bitching about the Ekman-Larsson in the bag skate. You know, the bag skate is the bag skate. Come on. Ekman-Larsson has been really good so far. I know he got the cheap penalty last night where the Flyers got the third goal. But if you're a Canucks fan, so far what you have seen from Ekman-Larsson and Poolman, you got to be happy. I mean, honestly, absolutely happy. OEL and Myers, Hughes and Poolman. So far, you know, I forget about the 2 goals late in Philly. They got a power play and then they pulled the goalie and they got it. Give them credit. But so far, so good with the Canucks blue line. And what about Rathbone and Burrows too? Burrows, I'm so happy to see him do well. And he played his first game in the NHL last year for Colorado. So I give the credit to, you know, Burrows. I'm going to tell you a story. On the day of free agency started at 9 that day. And Burrows, I remember texting his agent at 7:30, and I said, "What's going on? We haven't picked." And there was about 5 teams in on Burrows. And I remember at 8 o'clock, I got a text saying he just can't say no to the Canucks. He just can't say no to the Canucks. And he picked Vancouver over the other 4 teams, and it's paid off. He goes to camp. He has a good camp. He impresses the coach. And now he's in the lineup playing a very good, quiet game. As he said, when you don't notice me, it's a good thing. He's just a very steady defenseman. And so far, so good. Just so happy when the local kids do so well in Vancouver for the Canucks. It's always a bonus.
Oh, well, that's really cool. Yeah, it's funny how you see all the way the lines are tweeted and the deep pairings, and you always saw Hunt and Shen listed 3rd, Rathbone and Burrows listed 4th. So the presumption, at least if you follow those things, was that they might be the healthy scratches, but it was the other way around.
Travis likes to play games. He likes to play games media with his lines. He likes to play with the other team's head. He does that on purpose. He had us all believing it was going to be Hunt and Shen in the opener, and he flipped it right around. Rathbone was just talking to his agent this morning about something else. But anyways, you got to be happy. You got to be absolutely happy. You talk about Canucks draft picks. I really like what Elliot Friedman did on Hockey Night in Canada the other night. And, Rathbone's brothers, he's got autism. He stayed back in high school hockey 1 more year to help the brother and the family. This is a great character kid. Demko's a great character kid. I will tell you one thing. Hockey teams, everyone, when you look at a draft pick, hockey team, the fans just look at the pick and what round he went in. But these teams do so many character checks. I know teams in the NHL that have called peewee coaches to get references on players. I know Western Hockey League scouts who have called social studies teachers and science teachers to find out the character of a kid. You want as many character guys in the dressing room, and I think the Canucks have just nailed it on character with Demko, with Rathbone, with Hoglander. They did their homework on the character of these kids, and it's paying off because these kids, they want to get better every day. When you look at the successful traits of human beings or hockey players or elite players, getting better every day is one of them. The other one is they hate to lose, and you saw that with Pettersson's comments to Sweden in the summer. Elite athletes hate to lose, and elite athletes absolutely want to get better every day of the year. And the Canucks have so many young guys that want to get better every day.
Awesome. No, a lot of room for optimism. Got a couple questions, great questions. One of them is, if the Canucks are in the mix for the playoffs, high around the trade deadline, let's say even as high as 2nd in the division behind Vegas, could you see them making a big splash this season for a top 4D to make a push this season?
Yeah, sure. Hey, look at their division, guys. Vegas has been hit. Vegas hit hard right now with injury. Go look at all the forwards that are out now. Pacioretty's out, Stone's out, and they got a few others out. The division is wide open. Like Clay, I got to be honest with you. The Canucks, I look at their schedule this month. It's very favorable to get out to a very good start. You got Detroit tonight, Buffalo, Chicago. You got Seattle, and then you come back Minnesota. They got a very favorable schedule. And the way they've shown in the first 2 games, look, this is a division where I fully expect them to make the playoffs. And if they are in a position to add, absolutely. I could see the GM saying, you know what, he's always said that if you're in a position to add, he will add. So I do agree with that question. If, capital letters I add, if you're in that position to add, 100% you got to add.
Yeah. Very good. Here's a funny one. We don't go too long on this one, but I think someone's trying to show that they're up on things. What's your opinion on wearing jeans at weddings?
When I saw him at the wedding, my jaw dropped, and I said, "What the hell are you doing?" But here's where Don Taylor wins. So the next day we're talking, and I go, "Hey, listen, you're getting ripped. I mean, you're getting crucified on Twitter for wearing jeans." He says, it's good. It's all good. And he's up on the show. It's all good. He understands. And people say to me, and Clay, one of the biggest things that people know about all sports radio is it's about entertainment. Yep. It's not X's and O's and driving people nuts with Canucks talk 24/7. It's about entertainment. It's about making people laugh. It's about having energy. It's about having passion. You got to bring the sports, but you also got to bring entertainment. And that's what Don Taylor does. He knows. So the next day I call him up and I go, hey, you're getting freaking killed on Twitter. It's all good. It's all good. We'll play it up on the show. And he gets it. He gets the dynamics. The greatest thing about Don Taylor is his creativity level. He gets it. And when you look at All Sports Radio, it's just not about driving people nuts about X and O talk about hockey. It's about having fun. It's about, compelling radio or compelling TV. And that's what Don Taylor's all about. So, I ripped him for where I go, what the hell are you doing? But you know what? He had a reason for it. And then he turned around and ripped me because I was on the cell phone during the wedding. Because Pedersen and Hughes weren't signed and I was working the phones. So he turns around and rips me on TV. Piece of work.
Should I try that strategy the next time Gail's mad at me? It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Maybe not.
He's Donnie gets it. He's absolutely the best in this market at what he does. His creativity is through the roof. Like every day at work, he I wish we could tape the hour before the show and put that on, but we'd all get fired if we did that. All three fired. The best stuff Donnie and I produce is in the commercial breaks and before the show, believe me. But if we put that on the air, we'd get fired in a heartbeat.
A great segue. How are you enjoying the TV? And a viewer asked, and especially in contrast to radio hits or doing the radio.
Well, I've been in radio 31 years. This is my first year. I obviously, as you can tell, I got a face for radio. That's why I was in radio for 31 years. I love it. But the reason I love it is because the guy next to me, right? I was scared at first. I'm not going to lie to you. I was like, oh my God, TV. I've never done TV in my life. I did do TV in small towns a little bit, but it was play-by-play senior hockey and junior hockey. And I did have a show many years ago in small towns on TV. I just didn't feel comfortable. Radio was my cup of tea. I mean, radio was a massive part of my life. After my family, the next biggest thing in my life was radio. I was in it 31 years. But the guy next to me makes it easy. And he's so good at what he does. And he calms me and Ryan down. And we lean on him because he's the TV guy. We lean on him to guide us, to the shows. He's so good at what he does. So I was petrified. I was scared when I first signed on. I'm not going to lie to you. But also the guy next to me and also the guys in Victoria at Czech TV. What a phenomenal BC company. They've given us everything we could possibly ask for. Everything we ask for, they just give it to us. We are so lucky because Donnie and I, we've been working for Toronto companies for years. And it was just a nightmare. It's just a nightmare with because they just don't give a rat's ass about Vancouver. It's a bunch of suits in Toronto that they don't know the market. They don't care to know the market. It's just money in, money out. If it makes sense, they keep it going. If the money's not good, they just close the shop, as you saw with 1040. 1040 didn't go down because of the sound or because it was a bad sounding station or talent. It was the most talented station I've worked for in 31 years. It went down because the economics of all sports radio are not working in this country. All sports radio is hurting right now. And AM radio is hurting right now in this country. So that's why it went down. But 1040 was the best all sports station in the city by a country mile when it was alive. It didn't go down because of the sound. It went down because of the economics of AM radio and all sports. It's a very expensive format. It's struggling right now.
Wow. Got time for two more, Rick. This is a good one. When Besser comes back, how would you line up in your two power play units, and what are your expectations for them? So, well, I guess that kind of flows from the first one. How would you line up your two units?
Yeah, well, okay. First, obviously, Besser comes back, and oh my God, your power play is so much better, and you bump Chase onto the second unit. I liked the other night when he put Ekman Larsson on the first power play because things were working, but he's got that. He's years past. If it wasn't Quinn Hughes, it was Alexander Edler, right? Now you got this guy. You've got so many more options on the back end of the power play. And then you got this other guy named Rathbone, who's got skill, who's got he just like Hughes, he's got nerves. He's just got ice in his veins. He's just not scared to go deep in the offensive zone. He's not scared. There's no fear in what Rathbone does offensively, and you just love that. I just love the fact that Travis, for the first time on the blue line of the power play, it's not a one-trick pony anymore. It's just not Quinn Hughes, and then off we go to Alexander Edler. He's got a really good option B in Ekman Larson. Then he's got another option in a guy named Rathbone. You like to see it. Obviously, Besser goes in the first unit. I don't know if he could keep Chase on the first unit, maybe drop him to the second unit. Mm-hmm. But the Canucks power play, when they get Besser, I fully expect it to be one of the top power plays in the National Hockey League.
Do we know if Besser's playing tonight?
What's that?
Do we know if Besser's playing tonight?
I don't think so. From everything I was told a few days ago it was going to be on the weekend, if not the weekend, Buffalo for sure. But it's obviously he's not 100%. There's no need to put him in. You're playing a weak team tonight. You don't need to, and you got another weak team coming up Tuesday. Take your time, get him 100%, insert him in the lineup, and you're going to be a whole lot better.
Great question here. Rick, what are your thoughts on the upcoming Winter Olympics men's hockey roster? So I think we're talking about Canada. You don't have to go through all 23 spots, but does Bo have a chance of making it?
Yeah, that's going to be tough if you look up the middle.
Yeah.
Canada up the middle. What I really like, is that the Vancouver Canucks have potential to have a lot of players at the Olympics. And that tells you something, that there's a lot of talent on that team. Quinn Hughes and Demko, Patterson, maybe OEL, Horvat should be in the Canadian mix. So it's really JT Miller, Besser. Are you kidding me? The Canucks going to have a good chunk of their team at the Olympics. And that tells me one thing, that there's a lot of skill on this team. And, if the Canucks had no players at the Olympics, I would be worried. But the way it is shaping up, there's going to be a lot of candidates. And Rathbone in the future, I would be shocked if he's not a part of the U.S. program down the road. He's not there yet, but the way he's progressing and the way his development's taking place, you got to love it.
Church of Pedersen says, tell Dhaliwal that the Island Lover says he misses interacting with Rick.
Ivan Lover.
Island.
Yeah. Guy, when I was at 650 with Solbowski and Solkowski, the two pillows, Island Lover used to be, the show would start at 6, and Island Lover would text in at 5:45 or 5:50 or 5:50. He'd be the first guy to text us, and he was our biggest fan with me and the two pillows.
All right, let's do one last one, and then we'll let you do your thing. Get on with your weekend. The bet. Let's say the easiest part, or something that surprised you that's going really well with your switch to TV, Donnie and Dhali, and something that's been more challenging than you thought.
Challenging is easy because I'm the guy, like in radio, I'm always texting people, even when I'm on the air. Now I'm getting busted, and people actually send us texts and say, Dhaliwal, quit looking at the text line. Quit looking at yourself. That's been my biggest issue. And here's the other one for you, Clay. People text me during the show. People DM me during the show. People are texting and DMing, and I'm always looking at my phone, and people always ripping me, going, "Are you like a 8-year-old girl on your cell phone, or a grade 8 girl on your cell phone?" Like, that's been the biggest adjustment, because here's the deal: in radio, you can do anything; they can't see you. But on television, I'm answering texts, I'm looking at my cell phone, and I get a ton of texts. Dhaliwal, you never pay attention. You're an idiot. Quit looking at the text line. Quit looking at your cell phone. You're an idiot. And pay attention to Don. That's been the biggest adjustment. The best part is just, I have to tell you, the best part is the fun that we have. The hour before, when Donnie shows up, Donnie actually shows up at 9:59, but sometimes shows up at 9 o'clock. Just the laughter. We do fight. We have arguments. We do. But when you love what you do, and I tell kids, I talked to a class of BCIT, just a couple of weeks ago, you have to love what you do. And when the alarm goes off for me, Clay, I'm jumping out of bed. I can't get to work. I can't wait to get to work. The day that alarm goes off and I don't want to get out of bed and go to work, I'm going to call it quits. You have to love what you do. Nothing great in the world was built without passion and enthusiasm. I tell these kids we have to give back. In life, we take, but you know what? We got to give back. Somebody helped me get to where I am today. I have to help somebody get to where they are. So whenever kids call me or want advice on the radio or TV business, I take the time to help, because you have to give back in the community. You have to help. You can't just give. You can't take all your life. You have to give back, because somebody helped you. You got to help somebody else. And I always tell kids, love what you do. And when you love what you do and you have a strong work ethic, everything else takes care of itself. It's just love what you do, work hard at it, and everything else will fall into place.
Good. That sounds like good advice. That sounds like good parenting advice. And lastly, as we head off, you guys, you know that I don't even joke about, I have my club of the GLCPC, the Good Looking Canucks Positivity Club. Some people are commenting in the chat that you are a perfect representative of that club. So give us something positive, or naturally, where do the Canucks finish this season? You already talked about that the division is wide open in your eyes.
I'm not going to lie to you. I love the team speed. I think they're a faster hockey club.
Yep.
I think they're a faster hockey club, and most of that speed improvement came on the back end. And they're getting the pucks quicker. There's no question. This Garland guy, like, boy, his starts and stops, his edge work on his skates. Are you freaking kidding me? Like, he's a buzzsaw. Hoglander and Garland are going to cause teams numerous problems on the forecheck. Numerous problems. These two are just buzzsaws out there. And, you know, Rathbone's skating is just unbelievable. He gets all over the ice. Hey, look at Pullman's a good skater. I just think, I know it's a small window. And the bad thing about our industry, Clay, is people always say, well, that didn't age well. Oh, you said that a week ago. Oh, look at that. That didn't age well. Okay, I can't tell you what's going to happen in the next few months, but I can tell you that in the last two games by the Vancouver Canucks, they look impressive. They look impressive. The positives far outweigh the negatives. If this team can stay healthy, and you know what? You talked about team speed. What the hell do you think is going to happen when Tyler Mott comes back? You know, the team speed isn't going to go down. It's going to go up. You know, there's another Tasmanian devil who causes tons of problems on the forecheck. So I just think the goaltending has been solid. The blue line's been holding up. It's a great crop of forwards. A great crop of forwards. Hey, listen, I want to get this in. You haven't mentioned this, and you should be mentioning this to your fan base. The Abbotsford Canucks start up tonight.
They do.
Game in California. So the guys you want to keep a lookout for are Lockwood, Klamovich, Plasik. You know, Jet Wu's paired up with Sotner.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this Abbotsford team looks different than I thought it would because hands up high with the Canucks, and you've lost Lynn, Gadjevich, and McEwen. So I had Lynn, Gadjevich, and McEwen in the Canucks Abbey roster. So it's a little bit of a different looking team in Abbotsford. I'm just telling you, I thought Lynn, Gadjevich, forget about Lynn. He did go in the Seattle draft, but I just always projected him to be there. And McEwen, they're not there. And those were names that Vancouver fans were familiar with. But their home opener is next week. So get out there and, you know, give the Abbotsford Canucks, Clay, some love too. And also, the Vancouver Giants have a massive game against the Kamloops Blazers tonight. That's the two best teams in the BC division. Also, the BC Hockey League, Coquitlam, 900 fans at their home opener last night. And Junior B, it's so good to see all hockey, Clay, and fans back at the rink. 900 plus in Coquitlam last night for the BC Hockey League. It's so good. They've had a tough go. The Western Hockey League, they had a tough go without fans. They really did. Hey, here's another one for you, Clay. The budget of a junior hockey team, It's not that. It's expensive. It's expensive. It's not funny either. we're talking millions of dollars for junior hockey teams. And without fans, a lot of owners had a tough time in the last 18 months. And so happy that Ron Toigo and the owners of the local teams in the BC Hockey League, they got fans back. It's not cheap. The BC Hockey budget right now is 10 times more than it was 20 years ago. These kids have top of the line buses. They stay in good hotels, good food. It's not cheap. It's not cheap. So I'm just happy that the Western Hockey League and the BC Hockey League, they got fans out, and it's good to see. So go support all those leagues.
Rick, you're the best, man. By the way, have you been in Rogers Arena this year for obviously not regular season game, but any of the preseason games?
No, can I tell you something, and you can believe me or not. If you don't, I haven't been to a game in 12 years.
Do you want to go or no?
No. When I was the Canucks beat guy, I'd go to every practice.
Right.
And I was the guy that went to every Canucks, Lions, and Grizzlies practice. Then I got into management, and then the kids were in minor hockey, and you're at the rink 6 days a week, and that's where my life was. And I have not been. I don't think I've been. I honestly can't tell. I don't think I've been to a game in 10, 11, 12 years. Just the work. And I was 10 years I dedicated to the kids in minor hockey. I was at the rink 6-7 times a week. And now, but you know what? Taylor was talking the other day about going to a game. So maybe, and I want to sit up high. I was the guy, Clay, that went to the Vancouver Canucks games at the Coliseum.
Yep.
This is a true story. And I tell Arthur Griffiths the story all the time. And Arthur is my favorite and best owner of the Canucks in their history by a country mile. In 1982, I got $10 from my grandma. With a $10 bill, I hopped on a bus, went to the Coliseum, bought the ticket for $7.50, got a Coke, got a Coke, got a popcorn, and I got a program. All under $10. Right now, you can't even get a bottle of water at a Canucks game for $10.
That's a good story, but that's a true story too, I know. So if you want to sit up high, that's where my seats are. I'll bring you to a game.
I'm the guy that wants to sit at center ice in the first row up high, in the railings, where the railing is.
Oh, my seats aren't that good.
Huh?
My seats aren't that good, though.
Listen to me. Center ice, second deck, the railing. You got that railing in front of you, that's the best seat in the house for me.
Yeah,
I love being up high. I love being up high.
Yeah, you see you get too low, you can't even see what's happening along the boards.
But there's nobody in front of you. It's just the railing, and the railing does you. There's no guy like Ian McIntyre, 7 feet tall, sitting in front of you, blocking your view. That's what I need, because I'm the guy that goes to the movie theater and gets Ian McIntyre, the tall guy with the tall neck, sitting right in front of me.
Yes, those tall guys with tall necks, they're tough to deal with.
McIntyre's got to be 6'8", 6'9", 7'1", 7'2", somewhere in there.
He went from 6'8" to 7'2" in 3 seconds.
You know I'm bad with numbers. You know I'm bad with names. You know what? No one's up in this market more than I do, and you know that.
Well, you are a good sport, and everyone loves you, Rick. And as
oh no,
yeah.
No, we got our haters. Believe me, let me tell you something, Clay. There is no one on earth that everybody likes,
right? Because
we all have different DNA and different likes. I got plenty that don't like me. I'm not everyone's cup of tea, which is fine, and I've accepted that. But you can't please everyone, Clay. You can't please everyone. What you do is you go out to work, you try your hardest, you try to be accurate, and you work as hard as you can, and you let it go from there. But I am not everyone's cup of tea. There's plenty of people out there that don't like me. Donnie's got his haters. Everyone in the media's got their haters. And that's fine, because no human being has everybody that likes them. It's not humanly possible. It's not possible. You don't try to please everyone, but what you do is you try your hardest at your job and let the chips fall where they may.
Wow. 45 minutes of advice and nuggets of wisdom.
And now I got to go for a walk in the rain. It's raining out here, but I have to commit to my walk. I was going to go golfing, but I was kind of hoping the rain would stop. It didn't stop. But you know what? I'm going to go for a long, hard walk now. Just wait for a hard walk, just a long walk in the rain with my green umbrella. So it was nice helping you out on your marathon here, and appreciate your positivity you bring to Canucks Twitter. And the tide will turn. The tide will turn. Canucks negativity, media negativity, everything's going to change when they start winning, and that's not far away.
We'll be ready. We'll be ready, Rick. Thanks for your time, buddy.
All right, take care.
Okay, we'll talk soon. Thanks, Rick. Give me 1 sec, you guys. I just got to let someone into my house. We have time to set up. Oh, I feel so underdressed. All right, a certain superstar has just arrived to my house, so I will chat for about 4 minutes here, and then I will set up. We'll need a few minutes to set up. So let's talk about what Rick had to say. He's the best. He's the best, and yeah, so grateful for him. I've been so grateful for all of my guests for coming and hanging out and just sharing of their time. I saw a couple of you saying, yeah, Clay, look like you're going to fall asleep and stuff. Rick doesn't make me fall asleep. I did close my eyes once, I think, because I just wanted to make sure that my eyes weren't getting too dry. I had to get some moisture in them. But yeah, so this is kind of, oh no. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. So what Rick had to say, a lot of things. And Rick has said this to me many times before. He has said that for loyal fans, for those of us that have stuck through this team, through thick and thin, the tide is turning. The day will come where all these negative Nellies, the Benning, the bitter bros, all those people, they're going to see the light. And they're not going to see the light because they had a revelation. They're going to see the light because the team is going to be so much better. And honestly, I've seen that in the past 2 games. The Wednesday night, we lost. Last night, we won. Those 2 games, I said this last night, they're more entertaining than I think all of last year's games combined. So, yes, thank you. A lot of you guys are saying best guest yet. Great insight. We love you, Dhali. Great get. Not discrediting the others. No, we're honoring all the guests, but you could argue that Rick Dhaliwal was the biggest name of them, but it's not about. The thing is, he is so humble, and he says that there was one time where actually I was in Whistler. I met him in August, and I tweeted out, met the legend Rick Dhaliwal strolling through Whistler Village, and he liked the tweet, but he didn't retweet it, which is fine. I didn't ask him to retweet it, and he actually sent me a DM, says, "Hey Clay, in case you're wondering," which I wasn't. He says, "In case you're wondering why I didn't retweet your tweet, it's not because I don't like meeting you. It's because you called me a legend. And I'm not a legend. I'm just an everyday guy who works very hard." And you can see that. You can see that. And it oozes out of him, his humility and his willingness to help little guys out. So yeah, very grateful for Rick. I'm grateful for all my guests. And I'm definitely very grateful to this next guest who I'm going to set up in a couple of minutes. So this is what we are doing for the next little bit, just so you know. In a couple of minutes, I'm going to take a 10-minute break because Marie and I got to set up, make sure we know what we're doing. We haven't practiced. We haven't actually talked about anything. This is truly an impromptu jam session. The only song we know that we're going to do is the one we recorded 3 nights ago, and the rest we're just going to figure out. So that's number 1. Number 2, I'm going to give you your hour number 18. Yes, we are moving into hour number 18, which is crazy. I'm going to give you that code word. Save all these code words for the end of the stream. Chance to win Canucks tickets. And then Marie and I, we're just going to hang out. We're going to hang out. We're going to chat. We're going to tell some funny stories about what it's like actually, how to construct a parody song. And we're going to talk about that. I want to bring Marie's wisdom, her talent, her creativity, and just herself. We hear her sing. we see her perform, but I want you to get a chance to get to know her a little bit. Not as well as I know her, because I'm a little protective of my friends, but I do want some of you to experience what Maria's like. So she's agreed. She's got a 2:00 appointment. We got to allow 30 minutes to drive there. It's kind of rainy, so maybe add another 5 minutes to be safe. So I think we're gonna try go really hard from 12 to 1:15. I'll go 75 minutes. Go 75 minutes straight. We're not gonna be singing for 75 minutes straight because she's actually going to a singing. She's actually teaching people how to sing, so we can't tire her voice out. I'm so tired that I'll probably, like, my hands will go flying off the keys one way out, or maybe I'll play even better because I wasn't really pleased with my performance on Wednesday night. But we'll talk about that when we start. So it's 11:50. Stick around. Austin, you have to wait till 7 p.m. and I'll explain to you what we're going to do with all these code words. So we got Marie from 12 to 1:15. Unfortunately, Dan Murphy had to cancel. The way that his travel is going, it's been a dog's breakfast getting to Detroit. So from 1:15 to 2 o'clock, I'll reset. James Duthie at 2, Twisted Wrister Hockey at 3, Canucks Watch Party at 4, Gail coming into the intermissions to make sure I'm still awake, and then we wrap this all up at 7. So we're almost there, friends. We are in the home stretch, but not really. So I can't even put up the timer because I'm taking my computer. Marie's gonna help me move everything to the other room, and but the stream will still be going. Just don't go away. Make sure you stick around, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes. See you in a bit.
everybody.
Let's see if that should be working.
Okay.
Wait, it is. It's just
You hear?
delayed.
I hear something.
Yeah, it's just delayed. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we just kind of hang out. We technically have the 3 minutes, so just you can start talking to people.
Okay.
I
I
don't
can't.
answer anything. That's
Oh,
fine.
well, I could.
You could if you
I'm
want.
just gonna bring this closer because my eyes are really bad. Hi, and I'm looking at that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, my eyes are really bad. So little quick tip about me: my eyesight is awful.
You want a glass of water?
I have water. Thanks. I have like -10 on this eye and -10 on both eyes. So I'm not legally blind. And I spoke to my ophthalmologist, and he said that you can only be legally blind when you have a disease in your eye. But I don't have a disease in my eye, thank God.
You don't have a disease.
I do not. Clay climbing on the couch. Ha ha ha.
Who said that?
Dexter?
Yeah, with my shoes on too. Dexter's this awesome teen from Nanaimo. He's like being one of my first. Okay, don't tell Gail that I'm doing this.
Oh.
Okay. It's good.
It's okay. You're fine.
Okay, now I have to test this.
How are the kids doing? Kids are great. Rogue just turned 1 recently. And so it's been really exciting. She's doing everything that Ronan is doing. And speaking. Her first word is cracker.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And she's saying mommy now, which is so beautiful. And she's coming in for kisses.
Chris jealous?
Well, she is very attached. Very, very attached. Even when he tries to pick her up.
Aww.
She'll just like cling on to me.
Who wouldn't?
Oh, come on, Clay. Are we going to get to see a Clay pop performance? I don't know. Do you want to sing today?
Not too loud.
Do you want to sing some Bee Gees? Some background vocals?
Depends how desperate we are. Keep talking. I gotta figure out this pedal. Actually, we're fine. We're fine.
Do you have a schedule of games you'll be performing the anthem at? I don't have a schedule of games, but I do have a game I will be singing at. I think that they are booking just 1 month ahead. So that's what I heard. And I will be singing on the 30th of this month. That's a Saturday. And it is Hockey Night in Canada. So I'm super stoked about that. Super, super, super stoked.
That's awesome.
Yes. Are you guys doing requests?
We can.
Depends. On
do
what
me a favor.
requests?
This is so bad, Marie.
No, it's okay. What do you?
I know. Actually, it's closer to me. This stupid pedal. Have I ever told you my theory of sometimes it does opposite sustain? So
Oh no.
you press it. It's okay.
Okay. Maybe you need to get a new one. I don't know. Are we getting a greatest hits today?
Well, we didn't practice anything.
We are honestly just
Winging it. Like I've kind of done for the whole 24 hours.
So I tuned in for a lot of it.
Oh.
I'm not saying a lot of
Why
it.
don't you
No.
tell the story about you subscribing yesterday for the first time?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Thanks,
I just
friend.
don't use YouTube. I'm sorry. I really, honestly, when I saw that I hadn't subscribed to you, my heart just fell, and I was like, oh, and I didn't know that it was going to advertise to everybody. Maybe I shouldn't have done that, but I wasn't able to comment on it unless I was subscribed to you.
Yeah, that's kind of like a trick to get more people to subscribe.
Right. And then I also saw this. I'm new to YouTube. Sorry, guys. I should probably learn it a little bit better. But you can also, and I saw people donating to you, and I was like, oh, I can donate to you and get. What does that give you? Like, what does what would that give me?
Well, if you donate one time, you have the satisfaction of donating. See, look how dumb this is. When it goes this way, but I want it to go when it goes this way.
Can you turn around?
Yeah, but no one plays it that way.
I know, but maybe it's just some.
Well, I think it's a technical glitch.
Yeah, it could be.
Hey guys, okay, while we're here, the 12 o'clock code word. I'll get Marie to say it to you. That's the name of the song. One word.
Okay. Ready? Drum roll.
Drum roll. And you can repeat it times total.
The code word is, pay attention now, skate.
That's right, skate.
Skate. That's 3 times.
Remember
that.
Sucks. So for any musicians out there, the pedal is doing the exact. So I wonder if I click this way.
Do you have some tape?
Yeah, but
Maybe you can tape
it's
it.
even reversed like
Yeah.
Can I do one last thing? This usually works. Maybe it doesn't like this. Maybe I need to go. Oh, maybe I need to go on the wall. This would be worth it. So Marie, why don't you tell them a story? Tell them about. Actually,
Yes.
I'll do this formally because.
Okay.
So hey everyone, we're not as scrambly as we look. Well, Marie isn't. I am.
I'm just sitting here
This
talking
is one
to
of my
you.
dearest friends in the world. This is Marie, one of the most trustworthy people I know, one of the most genuine, caring, talented, all those good things. And we've been blessed to know each other for 20 years now. Remember, I was talking about Mike, born in 84. I'm born in 74, and basically meeting Mike when he was 14, 15, 16. Same with Marie.
Same,
so
yeah.
we've known each other for 20 years now through our church community. And been blessed to be making music for 20 years. More than the last 10 years, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you did play drums in the church choir
Did you call it
sometimes.
that? Yeah. I played the same beat for every song.
Do, do,
Yeah.
do, 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 do,
4/4 or 3/4.
Okay, let me grab
Yeah, you grab something. I'm gonna figure out what's wrong with this thing.
iPad just in case. I need some lyrics, and my phone just in case I need lyrics. We didn't even talk about what we're gonna start with, so
No, we didn't.
I don't know what's
But I'm
gonna happen
keep
here.
fooling around with this,
Yeah.
and then you can keep talking to them.
Okay, so
Yeah, you go ahead.
I want to plug something.
Yes,
I want to
please.
plug the Chorus Studio, which is where I'm going after this. I am teaching I'm coaching. It's a performance coaching program. It's called Singer Circle, and each student comes with a song, and each week it's a 4-week program, and each person sings a part of their song each week. So this is the second week, and you sing the second verse and the second chorus, and we critique you on your performance, how to make it better, how to sing a little bit better, how to have some stage presence, how to use your arms and use your body and your facial expression, and it's taught by myself and a guy. His name is Jared, and he is a full-on working musician. So he's a teacher. He also sings at the Roxy 5 or 6 nights a week. Yeah, so it's like a 3 a.m. end time for him. And so anyways.
Wait, he's at the Roxy 5 or 6
Yeah,
times a week?
5 or 6 times. Crazy. I would never do that.
So you said this is week 2, right?
This is week 2 for us. For Singer
And you started,
Circle.
so it's the same song today as you started last week?
Yeah.
What song is it? For your last day?
No, everybody has a different song.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, everybody brings a different song to sing.
Gotcha.
I don't really sing unless I'm trying to help them with their song.
Right.
So the studio is called the Chorus Studio, and that's a little plug for them because they are such a big. They've changed the community of choirs and of music and people that want to be involved in music. So there you go. All right, so no, I'm not gonna freestyle for you. I don't know if I could do that. I don't know if Clay is able to do that. What do you want to do?
Do you want to start with number 5 on there?
Yeah. Number 5. Yeah.
No?
Hold on. I have to put lyrics.
Yeah, pull up the lyrics. I think it's a good one.
Okay.
Yeah. So we haven't practiced, but that's the beauty of this. We just make it work. Just like we did with our skate video. Yeah?
Yeah. Okay.
Let's see what happens. So you could probably, this mic is pretty good. You could probably actually keep it here.
Okay, because my voice is too loud.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Hi, Coach Rob Willie. Okay, keep going. Who can guess the song? $5, whoever can guess the song. Just joking. All right, you ready? I'm gonna make a change for once in my life. I'm gonna feel real good, gonna make a difference, gonna make it right. As I turn up the collar on my favorite winter coat, this wind is blowing my mind. See the kids in the street with not enough to eat. Who am I to be blind, pretending not to see their needs? A summer's disregard, a broken bottle top, and a one-man soul. They follow each other on the wind, you know, 'cause they got no place to go. That's why I want you to know I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways, and no message could have been any clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and then make a change. Na 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 na. I'm totally peeking on the mic.
Who cares?
Na 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 na.
Actually, keep.
All right, verse 2.
Nope. Yeah.
Oh. I've been a victim of a selfish kind of love. It's time that I realize that there was someone no home, not a nickel to loan. Could it be really me pretending that they're not alone? A willow deeply scarred, somebody's broken heart, and a washed out dream. They follow the pattern of the wind, you see, 'cause they got no place to be. That's why I'm starting with me. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways, and no message could have been any clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make a change. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways, and no message could have been any clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and not make a change. Gotta get it right. You got the time to what you want. You had to lose your mind. Come on, with that man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways, and no message could have been any clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and then make a change. Na 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 na. Make a change.
So you guys,
Or make that change.
tell us if we have to make a change with the levels. Is the piano too loud or too? We want the voice to be louder than the piano, but we will take your feedback as we decide what we are going to do next.
Honestly, I think everyone's gonna say that I'm too loud because I'm always too loud.
but you're
My
supposed-
voice is just so is a projector.
Someone asked on YouTube, what would happen if you played the piano and I sang? But no, we don't have to do it. I'm just asking. Just little lamb, little Mary had a little lamb whose feast was light as... I said whose feast was light. No, okay, you're much better. Okay, how's the mix? Sounds okay to me.
Sounds okay to me.
Okay.
That sounds good. It is good.
Awesome.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Thank you,
Awesome,
guys.
awesome. What would you like to do since we didn't practice?
Let's see here.
You want to try this one already or not yet?
Number 1?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah? Why not?
I
Okay,
mean,
thanks
sure.
to everyone who's been sharing and liking this song. It has 11,000 views on
11,000.
Twitter.
That's pretty good.
YouTube, a modest 1.5
That's
or
pretty
so.
good.
But no, we're not complaining. It's not about views. It's about bringing joy. So let's do the song first.
Oh my gosh, these. So.
And then we're going to talk about recording it.
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay.
You ready?
Okay.
You ready?
It's I got it. It's a
we
lot.
go.
It's a lot of words. Oh my, arena full of fans, cheering from the stands, looking nice on the ice. It's about time you get the season.
Got it.
Move like you do.
No,
Oh,
no, no, no. Okay, ready. Let's try again.
let's try again. What?
Okay, I'm ready now. Yeah.
Is that my note? A ring full of fans, I'll cheer it from the stands, looking nice on the ice. It's about time to get the season going. The way you move like you do, oh, it's like you do it for a living. Do a little spin, do it again. Look like you've been for the win, oh baby. Score a goal like the light. So much speed, watch them glide. No, it's alright, just clap your hands and cheer all night. Oh, skate to me, baby. Skate, slide your way on over, slide your way on over. Oh, skate to me, baby. Skate, I wanna see you score. I wanna see you score, yeah. Yeah. Oh my, we always so new. A corner garden too. Dickinson and Pause, and of course we have Petey and Hughes. Superstars, that's what you are. I'm your biggest fan. Stick with you through and through, you know here I am. Score a goal like the light. So much speed, watch them glide. No, it's alright, just clap your hands and cheer all night. Oh, skate to me, baby. Slide your way on over, slide your way on over. Skate to me, my baby. Skate, I wanna see you score. I wanna see you score, yeah. Then goes the net, stopping pucks, wearing the green and blue. Green and blue. Miller and Bo, Besser and Holt, Glider too. They're so smooth. Skate to me, baby. Skate, slide your way on over, slide your way on over. Skate to me, my baby. Skate, I wanna see you score. I wanna see you score, yeah.
Okay, that wasn't bad for So you can imagine how tough that was to do Wednesday night. So I want to take you through kind of the anatomy.
Gail?
Where's she?
Oh, everyone says hi.
Gail?
It's okay.
Gail?
It's
What,
okay.
she came in?
No. Well, people were saying hi, so I don't know.
Oh, she'll come down after. That's fine.
Sorry. Okay,
Oh, yeah.
I
Oh,
totally
maybe she can come
interrupted
down.
you.
Oh, okay. Oh, update next hour, Clay. Update. Okay. Lunch and jam session. Okay. No, that's fine. You can bring him down. Do you want to bring him down? Babe?
It's okay.
Okay, we'll see what happens. Okay. So the anatomy of a parody song. For this one, I was actually at Marie's in August for a gathering for Chris, his 50th birthday. And I suggested, I have an idea for a song. And I said, skate. And you said you knew it. And I said, okay, nice to see you. And I said, I'll get you some lyrics soon. So 2 months passed. And then we finally got our date together. So when it comes to our parody songs, usually I will take the first stab at the lyrics. And then I usually do it at work. I'm all giggly because I think it sounds good. And with any parody song, you want to make it so the lyrics obviously fit, that they're recognizable. So I used a lot of the same lyrics as the actual song. Slide your way on over. Hi.
Hi, Gail.
Come bring Mickey as well.
How are you?
Good to see you.
Hi, Mickey.
Mickey, you want to say hi to the stream?
Being noisy.
Is he? Mickey.
Cutie.
Mickey.
Cutie.
So that's the first bit, is I write the lyrics, then I email it to Marie. And I've always said that my favorite part is when Marie sings it for the very first time, when we're practicing and jamming and fooling around. But before that, do you practice it before you come over? Do you run through, like, what do you usually do? So you get these lyrics, and what do you do?
No, I have to. I mean, I appreciate that you. Sometimes I do read them, and I chuckle a little bit because I have the song in my head. I was like, oh yeah, this is pretty clever.
Right.
But generally, I come over and we do it together for the first time.
And then Marie is a Canucks fan, so she knows all the phrasing, all the names. She'll ask me for clarity on a couple things. Why are we singing about this or why this? But then once we actually start playing it, and this song is a crazy example because this is probably the most intricate song we've done. It's a tough song to play on the piano. It's an even tougher song to sing because it's a lot of words.
Yeah. A lot of words. Phrasing is strange because if you know Anderson .Paak and you follow his music, you know that his phrasing is just so strange. It's not very pop-like where you're on the beat. Mm-hmm. It's almost like rapping, but a fast rap. So, it was just really hard to get that phrasing right.
And for you musicians in here, Bruno Mars, all his songs are all minor sevens and major sevens and minor nines. So it, instead of a chord like a G minor like this, it actually turns out something like this, and all his chords sound like that. So it's fun, but it's very, very tricky. And as you can see, I didn't even know what I was playing the first time I went through it.
I was like, am I on the right note? Am I on the right key? Am I singing right? Yeah.
So then,
doubting myself.
Wednesday night, we're watching the Canucks lose 2-0, and we've said, man, if they lose 2-0, and we're saying, I want to see you score, that doesn't make any sense, right? Losing 2-0. So then they tied up the game 2-2, and then it actually delayed our recording because we wanted to watch the overtime and the shootout. They lost, but we thought they played well, so we said, forget it. We're going to release it the very next day. So then we practiced it. What do you think? How many times do you think?
I would say this one was the longest one, I think, of all the songs that we've practiced, just to get that phrase right. And I was having some problems with the bridge. And so I would say maybe like 7 or 8 times.
Yeah, so spanning about 30 to 45 minutes. Yeah. And then this is presuming that we have the... So Jacob, my son, helped us. He did all the lighting. He did all the camera work and all the video editing. I had the one on the sorry.
Did you pay for his gas?
I'll take care of him. Don't worry.
Okay.
Thanks for reminding me. And I typed up all the lyrics. I mean, like into the program. But then when we actually recorded it, we never keep track because I think I lose. But I know when we first started, I messed up the first, and this is all one take. It's not like we piece it together.
Yeah, we don't piece it together, I know it's really hard that way sometimes.
So even the final one that we posted on Wednesday, it has mistakes in it. I can't speak for Maria. I know there is this whole lick of the. That's what it's supposed to sound like. I know, like today and in the video, I went. So I missed a bunch of notes, and then I think during the refrain, I'm supposed to do. And I think I did whatever. It just didn't sound right. So then I would mess up. Okay, start again. Sorry. Marie might mess up a word. Okay, sorry. So we probably went through 3 full ones where we weren't even satisfied, and then 4 or 5 that we had to chop halfway through. Sometimes we'll get to the very end of the song and we'll mess up.
Yeah, and then we'll have to do it all over again. We probably did maybe 6 takes.
Yep.
Yeah.
So picture this. She came over at 9. We started practicing at 9:45 after the game. Marie left by 11:45. So 2 hours start to finish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was pretty efficient.
Yeah, it was good. And it's a tough song.
Yeah, but I think it all starts with how he writes the songs. Like he knows where to put the words, how the phrasing works, how many words to put. Sometimes I'll say, hey, I can't fit so many words in here, so I'm gonna take this word out. So it is collaborative in a way, but mainly it all comes from this guy's head.
Oh, you're too kind.
And of course, like rhythm wise, like he is a musician, so you get that, like you have that advantage to begin with.
Well, thank you. That's very kind of you. So that's the anatomy of a parody song. That the whole process so it took me, maybe you can tell, it takes me 10 minutes to write the lyrics, 10, 15 minutes, and then start to finish 2 hours of actually rehearsing and recording, another hour to edit. So maybe by 3.5 to 4 hours from birth, from Genesis to what you see on Twitter or YouTube. That's the final project. Well, thank you, Fangirl, for the $2.79 donation. Favorite song from the 2020 bubble you two did? Well, actually, we only did. We did. I'm so excited.
Right.
We did Finesse.
2020.
2020 bubble, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, because the Canucks
That's
didn't make
right.
the playoffs.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, and then so we did. I'm so excited. We did Finesse, and then in January we did This Gift, which was the Christmas song. I don't know how to play any of those anymore, so we're gonna.
I think for me, Finesse was probably the best.
That
my
was
favorite
fun.
one out of all of them.
That was fun. Any other questions in there?
No. Hi team.
Vidal's in there. Vidal and Andrea. That's great.
Let's go HSM.
Okay, so I'm not going to answer any Canucks related questions right now. Number one, because I can't see the screen, and I would love for you to ask Marie some questions as well. Marie, can you tell them a bit about your musical journey, where it's taken you professionally?
Well, I've been a professional singer, and I mean, like, I'm air quoting that because professional really, in my mind, means that I get paid for what I do. And I do sing for a living at this moment in time. That is kind of all I do besides being a mom. And I think that in itself is, and Gail will agree with me, is a full-time plus job in itself. So it has, my musical career has maybe been about 15 plus years of actually being professional, being paid for what I do. And so it started with, small gigs here and there with small groups. And then I got a chance to go to Macau. That's in China. It's like an hour ferry ride away from Hong Kong, and it's the Vegas of China. So I got a chance to play there, and so I went on 4 different contracts, and I lived in a hotel casino for months at a time, singing in a casino resort as a house band for 6 nights of a week. Super high energy, like party stuff, and sometimes the crowd would be so packed, full of people that you can't even walk through the crowd to get to the bar or get to the front of the stage. It was really exciting. I was in my early 20s, and it was so exciting, and I had not a responsibility in the world besides putting my clothes on, putting some makeup on, and getting to the stage and singing songs. It was such a really, really great experience, and a good life experience as well, just being able to travel to somewhere that wasn't Canada. Having to take care of myself, and although I didn't have a lot of responsibilities, I didn't have to pay for anything. It was still a really great experience in terms of being a musician and a performer. So that kind of gave me that real foundation of being a performer. And now I do, after my stints in Macau, and I did a couple of other things out of town, now I am singing in quite a few different bands in town, although COVID has really put a real big damper on that. So I am thinking about going back to work, and I do have a degree in business and marketing. And while I was doing music, I was also working a full-time job as a real estate marketing person. And I still am very interested in the real estate industry. So I might, one day when the kids may be a little older, I might go back to that. So if anybody has any leads on some jobs, let me know in the real estate industry.
Help a girl. So thank you. So that's a bit of Marie's professional musical journey. So when people comment, she's such a pro, or she should be pro, or why isn't she be signed yet? I agree. She's as good as people you hear on the radio winning those reality TV
thank you.
shows. No, it's very, very
Well,
very
I am. We are a friend of mine and I are working on some original music. So I do have some original music online. So if you want to search, I believe my songs are on Bandcamp. So if you want to take a listen, let me know. But these songs were done years ago, so they're not the best, and I'm not like extremely proud of them. But it's stuff that came out of my head and from my heart. So if you want to take a listen and let me know how you like it. But I am working on some more original music that is probably more to my liking now.
awesome.
So stay tuned for that. And I am going to be at Guilt & Co. later on this year. So November 27th, it is a Saturday. I'm going to be performing at Guilt & Co. And then on December 2nd, I have my own show there. So I will probably be playing some original music as well as some music that I do love to play and sing. Yeah.
Awesome. So let's do this, and then we have a request for a Bruno Mars song, which we can do as well.
Sure. I know the song really well, but I'm just going to...
Do you want to check the key or just play?
No. I'm sure you have the right key. Does anybody know this song? It's one of my favorite songs to play. Got it, Clay? Some people live for the fortune. Faster. Some people live just for the fame. Some people live for the power, yeah. Some people live just to play the game. Some people think that the physical things define what's within, and I've been there before, but that life's so bore, so full of the superficial. Some people want it all, but I don't want nothing at all. If it ain't you, baby, if I ain't got you, babe. Some people want diamond rings, some just want everything, but everything means nothing if I ain't got you. Yeah. Some people search for a fountain. The promise is forever young. Some people need 3 dozen roses, and that's the only way to prove you love them. Listen, baby, hand me the world on a silver platter, and what would it be? No one to share, or no one who truly cares for me. Some people want it all, but I don't want nothing at all. If it ain't you, baby, if I ain't got you, baby. Some people want diamond rings, some just want everything, but everything means nothing if I ain't got you, you, you.
next?
To the top, to the head. Yeah.
All right.
If I ain't got you, if I ain't got you, if I ain't got you,
And Nux fan number 29, he is a Bruno Mars fan. He's a hero member, so that means he supports me financially, like many of these people do. So he requested Bruno Mars. Should we do the...
Which one? Yes.
Just wait here. I'll go get it.
So he loves Bruno Mars? We've done so many Bruno Mars songs. Oh, we've never done this one before, right?
No, we haven't.
All right. Her eyes make the stars look like they're not shining. Her hair falls perfectly without her trying. She's so beautiful, and I tell her every day. I know, when I compliment her, she won't believe me. And it's so sad that they don't see what I see. But every time she asks me, do I look okay? I say, you see this, Gail? Now see your face. It's not a thing that I would change. 'Cause you're amazing, just the way you are. And when you smile, the whole world stops and stares for a while. 'Cause girl, you're amazing, just the way you are. Verse 2. Her lips, I could kiss them all day if she'd let me. Her laugh, she hates but I think it's so sexy. She's so beautiful, and I tell her every day. You know I never ask you to change. If perfect's what you're searching for, then just say the same. So don't even bother asking if you look okay. You know what I say when I see your face. There's not a thing that I would change. 'Cause girl, you're amazing, just the way you are. And when you smile, the whole world stops and stares for a while. 'Cause girl, you're amazing, just the way you are. The way you are. The way you are. 'Cause girl, you're amazing, just the way you are. When I see your face, there's not a thing that I would change. 'Cause girl, you're amazing, just the way you are. And when you smile, the whole world stops and stares for a while. 'Cause girl, you're amazing, just the way you are.
That was nice. We should have done that one.
And be like parody?
Yeah,
Oh,
but
yeah.
who is it?
Okay.
You skate real fast and shoot the puck. Okay, maybe that's fine. Okay. So what are people saying? Oh, I see another Nux fan there. Awesome voice. Thank you.
Thanks, Nux fan.
Yes.
Someone wants Beyonce or Mariah Carey.
Oh, this is wonderful. You guys are doing a wonderful job. Thank you.
I don't think Beyonce or Mariah Carey are on our list because my list is only like 8 songs.
There's a hero. You knew that one, but
Oh, we
no.
could do that one.
No, do you know it?
Well, I'll just tab it.
No.
That was too
I
hard.
mean,
No,
how
let's
about
do
some
what we
Whitney?
know.
Do you want some Whitney?
Yeah, let's do some Whitney. Which one do you want of those ones? I got this book that I bootlegged off the internet.
Oh, you did?
So I don't know if it's any good.
Are you
want
okay?
fast or slow? You want slow? It's one of these three. This one,
Okay, let's
this
do.
one,
Let's do the
or-
first one.
or this one.
Do you know "Saving All My Love"?
Yeah.
Sure, "Saving All My Love." That's one of my favorites from her.
I like that song.
Or no? Yes or no? Yeah.
Actually, the one
I guess this you can call this 80s. It's not a classic, I guess, but yeah, I love 80s music.
Actually,
I
let's-
love 80s classics.
let's do this one.
I love Whitney too. Yeah, I totally know "Shallow," but I don't know if you know "Shallow." You good?
Yeah.
Okay, right here. A few stolen moments is all that we share. You've got your family and they need you there. Though I try to resist being last on your list, but no other man's gonna do. So I'm saving all my love for you. It's not very easy living all alone. My friends try and tell me find a man of my own, but each time I try, I just break down and cry, 'cause I'd rather be home feeling blue. So I'm saving all my love for you. You used to tell me we'd run away together. Love gives you the right to be free. You said be patient, just wait a little longer. But that's just an old fantasy. I've got to get ready, just a few minutes more. Gonna get that old feeling when you walk through that door. 'Cause tonight is the night that I'm feeling alright. We'll be making love the whole night through. So I'm saving all my love. Yes, I'm saving all my loving. Yes, I'm saving all my love.
you all.
Thanks, Gail.
Okay. Making love to you all night long. Listening to your beautiful voice. Seeing my lovely wife Gail over there. The dog running. Okay, that's getting a little weird. No, that was awesome. Wow. So see, this is one we could easily do for a goalie. So I'm saving all my glove for you. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Saving all my gloves.
Like glove save? Oh, okay, maybe not.
I wanted to know what was the first song you guys ever did together.
It was a medley. Do you remember this? Marie was trying to help me win a blogging contest. So when the Curtain Blog, who are Mike Halford and Jason Brough, who are on Sportsnet 650, they left the province and they had a blog and they had a contest. Thomas Strantz entered it. The Stanchion entered it. I entered it. A lot of good writers entered it. And they were all really good writers. I was the gimmicky guy. So
I love that.
I got Marie to come in and our very first song was an 8-minute medley and it was Man in the Mirror. But it was, I'm talking about the man at the rear, right? His defenseman.
Yeah.
It was Katy Perry Firework. That was dedicated to David Booth.
Yeah.
And it was Adele's.
That was good. I love that, yeah.
What's the Adele one? Yeah, I can't remember. You know what? I'm not going to make you sing it. My favorite song that we've ever done is the Still a Little Longer one. End of the Road.
Oh, yeah, that one. And I also like Tortorella.
Yes. I was thinking about that, but I can't remember how to play that one. Under John Tortorella?
Yeah, Under John Tortorella.
That one was really good too.
Yeah.
That was really good.
But End of the Road. And it was especially nice because Luongo responded to us.
Said thank you for the classy song.
And he said that he did shed a tear.
He did shed a tear.
So that meant a lot more because that actually reached him. I don't know if people, the players or even the staff or anybody actually watch what we do, but for him to watch what we did and to listen to the words and to have that emotion and to shed a tear for us, that was really
Do you remember the refrain?
I don't know. To the end of the road, still it's hard to see you go.
It's unnatural.
It's unnatural.
You belong
to me. We belong to you.
Oh,
and we
thank
love
you,
you,
Lou.
Lou. We love you, Lou. Go to the end of the road. Still it's hard to see you go. It's unnatural. You belong to me, and we love you, Lou.
We're gonna end all the songs the same way.
Yeah.
Yes, that was good. That was good. What else are they saying in the chat? Are they? Oh, another donation.
Wow, Carol.
Thank you, Carol. You guys, if we missed the
Vince
donations,
gave you
I was too
$10.
busy. I'm
Nice.
trying too busy not to mess up. Thank you for the donations, you guys. Thank you Marie for coming. We're not done yet.
I mean, are you donating to me or are you donating to him?
I will have to take care of her. Yes, yes, and thank her.
I love Gail's dinners. Those are my favorite.
That is our bribing.
And really, it's not
technique.
just the food; it's the time spent, with friends.
Of course.
Okay, what do you want to?
Well, let's see if they have any requests, and we'll see if we know them. You probably do. I won't, but that's okay.
Shallow. Somebody really wants Shallow. Do you know?
I can't. If I tab it, I can.
Okay, he's gonna find the tab, and I think I know.
Shallow.
I do know that song, so.
But you have to sing both parts.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Tell me something.
Okay, poll. Who wants to see Clay sing? Come on, guys. Yeah, I do need session rates. Come on, pay my bill. Help me pay my bills. I'm not singing very much these days. Don't let him pay you an exposure. Exposure doesn't pay the bills. Thank you. I'm joking. Okay, who wants to see him sing?
No one said that.
Okay, are you good here? You good here?
Yeah, let's try
Yeah.
it.
Okay, so Shallow. Somebody wanted to hear Shallow. And we're gonna go for it. See and hear. Come on, guys. Nuts fan, number 29, Shallow. You got this. Tell me something, girl. Are you happy in this modern world? Or do you need more? I don't know what's going on there.
Press skip ads.
Skip ads, sorry.
Put an ad right in the middle of our thing.
Oh, why would they do that? Okay, you want to start again?
Yeah, that was the practice.
What the heck? Okay, right here?
Yeah.
Tell me something, girl. Are you happy in this modern world? Or do you need more? Is there something else you're searching for? I'm falling. In all the good times I find myself longing for change, and in the bad times I fear myself.
Does it go to verse 2?
Yeah, right here. No, one more time. Here we go. Tell me something, boy. Aren't you tired trying to fill that void? Or do you need more? Ain't it hard keeping it so hardcore? I'm falling. In all the good times I find myself longing for change, and in the bad times I feel myself. Everybody sing. I'm on the deep end, watch as I dive in. I'll never meet the ground. Crash through the surface where they can't hurt us. We're far from the shallow now. In the shallow, in the shallow, in the shallow, we're far from the shallow now.
Now what do I do? That was very nice, by the way. Now what do I do?
Ooh, oh,
Wow.
oh,
I don't know what happens here.
and then back to the chorus. 1, 2, 3,
4.
I'm off the deep end, watch as I dive in. I'll never meet the ground. Crash through the surface where they can't hurt us. We're far from the shallow now. In the shallow, in the shallow, in the shallow, we're far from the shallow now.
I've never heard you sing that one. Is that the whole song, or did I just cut it
That's
off?
the whole song. I mean, it's a strange structure.
I like that
The
song.
structure is very strange because it kind of just ends right there. Like if you feel like you want to have it resolved, but
Right.
it doesn't resolve. Next fan 29. Thank you, everyone. Donate to hear Clay sing.
No,
Come
no,
on,
no, no,
everybody should be donating to hear Clay sing, even me. Oh, $13.99 for Clay to sing. Come on, people.
What do you mean? Who said that?
P-Man
Oh,
1120.
I think I might know who that is, but.
Oh, okay. People
Oh,
are people.
What am I gonna sing?
People want you to sing.
Well, what am I gonna sing?
People want you to sing. Come on, sing something.
But I don't sing. That's the point.
But you do. You're a musician.
No, that's different.
Which song?
I don't rap. I can't sing nothing.
Okay, you can do this one. You can do this
No,
one.
it's too high. Look how high that note is. Anything
Well,
above middle C, you have to kick me in my notches.
Someone said twinkle, twinkle, little
Okay, I can do that one.
Did you know that? Okay, so I have a book. Ronan loves this book. It goes like the whole Twinkle. It creates a whole story for Twinkle, and there's all these different words that go with the same lyrics or the same melody. Anyways, I bought it from Costco and I love it. Yeah, so I know.
Dinkle,
No,
sprinkle,
it's
sprinkle.
Twinkle star, twinkle's friends live down below, where
could do
they
that.
bask in twinkle's glow. I know it's very much down your alley.
Twinkle,
Friends
twinkle,
live
down below.
Oh yeah, this is Kate. Okay, Clay's gonna sing now, guys.
No,
okay,
can you sing background with me?
Nope.
No, can you just sing harmony behind me and just do something high to make it sound really good,
Twinkle
please?
Star.
No, just twinkle, twinkle.
Okay,
but
twinkle,
you,
twinkle,
but you do
twinkle.
something up top. Make it sound really good.
People have been paying to hear you sing.
No, but you can just sing harmony.
Okay, fine, go.
Back me up.
Sing, Clay, everyone. Okay.
Okay, here we go.
He's doing it. You asked him.
Dramatic build up.
You got it.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Huh! Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, I am not a superstar.
I mean, I beg to differ. Because people
That was probably the worst $13.99 that guy's ever spent. He's demanding a refund.
Love it.
Someone says pay him to stop now.
Oh!
Who said that?
Nux fan.
No, it's okay.
I know.
Nux fan is very generous to me.
You
So
are.
Nux fan can basically say whatever he wants.
Attaboy, Clay. Dexter says attaboy. I give him a pat on the back for you.
So Dexter used to write freestyle raps for
Okay.
me, and then I would do them at the end of every live stream.
Oh, that's
Do
fun.
you remember this one?
Yeah, I do.
Do you? Mm-hmm. You can hold this. Okay, this is a song that we used to we've done it at weddings before, and it's called "I Could Sing of Your Love Forever." So this is, I think you guys will like this one. No?
Do you have lots of people here that
That are believers?
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll find out.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's really high.
I can bring it down. I know how to transpose on this thing.
Because you just press a few buttons. You don't actually know how to transpose.
No, I do. Watch this. Isn't that weird how it makes that stupid clicking sound? So imagine if we were in a concert and I had to transpose and I'd do this. Oh, wait. Like, who wants to hear that? Okay, let's try this. It's too high. Maybe a little lower.
Lower. Yeah, I think that's better. Because it goes high, right? Over the mountains and the sea, your river runs with love for me, and I will open up my heart and let the healer set me free. I'm happy to be in the truth, and I will daily lift my hands, for I will always sing of when your love came down. I could sing of your love forever. 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 Over the mountains and the sea, your river runs with love for me, and I will open up my heart and let the healer set me free. I'm happy to be in the truth, and I will daily lift my, for I will always sing of when your love came down. I could sing of your love forever. 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 Oh, I feel like dancing, dancing. It's foolishness, I know, but when the world sees light,
Yeah, do it like that.
we will dance with joy like we're dancing. I Are we gonna do a key change?
No, we can't.
I could sing of your love for. You need a key change there. I could sing of your love forever. I could sing of your love forever.
You try it.
I could
Go up
sing
to
of
F.
your love forever. I'll follow you. I could sing of your love forever. I could sing of your love forever. I could sing of your love forever. I could sing of your love forever.
I just noticed I've ended every song the same way. Now I have to put this back to its real key. Listen how stupid this is. Remember, imagine we were at a concert. This came through the speakers. How stupid is that? Like, why does it sound like a
clave?
That was nice. I like that. Thank you for indulging me. A little care for your spiritual soul. All right, we got 15 minutes. What?
Actually, some of them wanted Hallelujah. Remember how we used to sing that for Easter?
Yeah, it's okay. That's an. Do you know that one?
Hallelujah.
Yeah, it's kind of. It's nice.
I do know it,
yeah,
but
it's, yeah, let's do something else.
I mean, we do have some other songs on this list. Does anybody?
What do you want with it?
Does anybody have any other?
Yeah.
Somebody has donated for another church song. I mean,
another church song.
Clay and Marie for national anthems at the home opener.
Marie for national anthems. Clay to hold
I'm
her
not
purse.
singing. I'm not. I'm not singing at the home opener though. I am singing. If you guys didn't catch it, I am singing.
Not really.
I'm singing at the first hockey night in Canada, which is October 30th.
How about this one? No.
Sure, we can do that one.
No, what was on your list?
Yeah. We can do that one.
You sure? Oh yeah, it's on the list.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is nice. This will be nice. Picture you hiring Marie to sing this at your wedding.
Oh, I have done this at.
You have?
I have done this at many, many, many weddings.
How come no one asked me to do this at the wedding?
Wow.
I better read that before I start.
Justin Credible says, been watching at work, huge fan of Marie's and great job so far. Clay, hourly donation for the rest of my shift today, $20.
Wow.
Yeah, Justin.
Thank you, Justin.
Thank you. That's so nice. When your legs don't work like they used to before, and I can't sweep you off of your feet. Will your mouth still remember the taste of my love? Will your eyes still smile from your cheeks? 'Cause darling, I will be loving you till we're 70. And baby, my heart is still falling hard at 23. I'm thinking about how people fall in love in mysterious ways. Maybe just a touch of a hand.
I like pantomime.
Me, I fall in love with you every single day. And I just wanna tell you I am. 'Cause honey, now take me into your loving arms. Kiss me under the light of 1,000 stars. Oh, darling, place your hand on my beating heart. I'm thinking out loud that maybe we found love right where we are. When my hairs are gone and my memory fades, and the crowds don't remember my name. When my hands don't play the strings the same way, I know you will still love me the same. 'Cause honey, you're so never grow old, it's evergreen. And baby, your smile's forever in my mind and memories. I'm thinking about how people fall in love in mysterious ways. Maybe it's all part of the plan. I'll just keep on making the same mistakes, hoping that you'll understand. 'Cause baby, now take me into your loving arms. Kiss me under the light of 1,000 stars. Oh, darling, place your hand on my beating heart. I'm thinking out loud that maybe we found love right where we are. Maybe we found love right where we are. And we found love right where we are. I mean, I can go
Holy.
that low.
You hit that. Holy.
Very hard. What?
Wow, that's very impressive.
I mean, there's not a lot of volume that goes with it, but that's so funny.
So you don't know any BTS songs, eh?
No,
I
I
know
don't.
Kayla
know
would love
any
it if you were
BTS,
saying
I
it, but
know.
Just make up words. They don't know
Oh,
to sing
see
either.
edits. Second donation to appreciate the amazing voice, Marie. Thank you.
Aw. Can you sing another Bruno song?
Sings with such purity and soul. Keep up the great work, Clay Marie. Do you know the Bruno one?
You know what we could do?
I know lots of Brunos, but I don't know if I want to sing them. I mean, do you want to give me another? Want to give me another suggestion? What? Which one are you singing or playing?
Oh, can we do remember that one?
What is it called?
Can't say that right. You sang that so well. No. It's not Bruno, but it's a Bruno flavor. Yes or no?
Sure.
Not that I was ready to play it or anything.
Clay Toven, I know. He's such a great piano player, isn't he? Does anyone know this song? We did do a song to this, but I'm only going to sing the regular version because I don't know if I...
No, we didn't,
Yeah, I
we
have
didn't
it.
do a parody of this.
Oh, that's
This
right.
is with Maria.
Maria. Hi, Maria. If she's... I don't know if she's on here, but... On a perfect day, I know that I count on you. When it's not possible, tell me, can you weather the storm? 'Cause I need somebody to stand by me through the good times and bad times. She will always be right there. Sunny days, everybody loves them. Tell me, baby, can you stand the rain? Storms will come, this we know for sure. This we know for sure. Can you stand the rain? With my Bee Gees over here. Love unconditional. I'm not asking just of you. Hey girl, to make it last, I'll do whatever needs to be done. But I need somebody who will stand by me When it's tough, she won't run. You will always be right there for me. Sunny days, everybody loves them. Tell me, baby, can you stand the rain? Oh, storms will come. This we know for sure. This we know for sure. Can you stand the rain? Oh. You stand the rain. Can you stand the rain? Oh, can you stand the rain?
We have time for one last one.
One last one.
I had a thought. Do you like number 2? No.
I sing that song so often.
That's true. Me too. I always sing that one. Oh, this one is down here.
Do you know any of these ones?
Oh, I have to look it up.
Okay.
I know this one.
Yeah.
But I can do this one.
Okay.
I have to look it up though.
Well, why don't we do?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to sing some of it?
Nope. Gail can.
Gail, do you want to sing? No. Hands up if anyone wants Gail. Hands up. Hands up.
Why would I sing
I don't.
amazing?
Yeah. Why did I sing when you were here? Do you want this key?
Which is why I don't like to go sing karaoke.
Or do you
because
want it up?
nobody else wants to sing
I
karaoke.
just want to hear you sing.
I don't want to just sing though. I
What
want
do you-
other people to sing. Because when you sing, when people sing, people are actually having that's happiness that's coming from you. Or emotion coming from you. Sadness, happiness.
Yeah. Do you want it?
Oh,
here?
someone asks code word.
Oh yes, because it's 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Well, you guys are. These guys.
You're
really
on
wanna
it.
win
You're
these
on
tickets.
it. I know.
Okay.
Which tickets? Which date?
It's Tuesday night,
Okay.
December 14th.
Oh, nice.
Or
Christmas gift.
anniversary.
Yeah, that's why we
that's
can't
why
go.
you can't go.
Columbus Blue Jackets.
Nice.
And
Okay.
I picked that for you,
okay.
obviously. So
well,
Marie,
it's very
so tell them this is for our number
19.
So we are more than 3/4 done. We have passed the 3/4 mark.
Way to go.
We're almost there.
Can't believe you're still.
Actually, this gave me a lot of energy.
Yeah,
Truly,
yeah.
it did. Okay, so Marie, what is the code word for hour 19?
Well, can somebody guess it? It's something that I do for the team.
Oh no, but they're not supposed to type it. That's
Oh,
the
you're
point.
not supposed to type it. Don't type it. Don't type it. Don't type it. Okay. It's the code word for hour 19 is anthem.
ANTHEM. You gotta spell it right. They're not typing it in anywhere yet, but they will.
Don't type it. Don't type it. Don't type it.
But it is anthem. So 18 was skate. Skate. 19 was anthem.
Anthem. Because that's what I do, and I'm not going to sing the anthem right now. Don't make me do that.
For this key, do you want it up here? Or do you want it up here?
First one. Okay, so I want to dedicate this song to all the fans out there that has stood by Clay. He is almost at 8,000 subscribers, and I'm so sorry that I did not subscribe to you until last night.
Gail Marie subscribed last night.
And I did also see that Vince, who is your good friend, did not also subscribe to you until today. So
But
I'm
he's
gonna call
not
him
sitting
out
with me
too.
right now.
I know. But I am not on YouTube. I should probably, somebody give me a tutorial about YouTube and how it can help me with my music. So I would like that. Oh, you can teach me. So also I want to dedicate this song to my friend Clay.
I'm getting so sad.
Because he has stood by me for 20 years.
That's true.
And
You're easy to stand by though.
Oh, thanks. And for all of you who, if you see me at the games, you can stand beside me.
Ah.
It's kind of corny, but okay, whatever.
You'll forget about it once you start singing. It's fine.
Okay.
All right,
here
last
we go.
song.
Last song for you guys. Thank you for
Sing it like it's your last
Thank you
song.
for having me here today. When the night has come, can you give me a snap? And the land is dark, and the moon is the only light you'll see. No, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you're standing, stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand now. Stand by me. Stand by me. If the sky that we look upon, oh, should crumble and fall, all the mountains should crumble to the sea. Oh, I won't cry, I won't cry, no, I won't shed no tears, just as long as you're standing, stand by me. So darling, darling, stay by me. Oh, stay by me. Oh, stand now. Stand by me. Stand by me. Okay, Clay's gonna do a little solo. Come on. You got it. Clay. Woo! Give it up for Clay, everybody. And this nice piano solo. So darling, darling, stay by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand now. Stand by me. Everybody sing along, okay? So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand now. Stand by me. Stand by me.
I'm so tempted not to end it. Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you,
thanks for having me.
Thank you.
And thanks for everybody for tuning in.
Yeah, I just saw a lot of crazy action happening on the. I can't read any of it. I'll have to catch up with you later.
Yeah, read it later.
Thank you to everyone who donated. Thank you to everyone who asked Marie questions. Marie, thank you for spending an hour and a half and we're driving down here too of your busy weekend. So thank you.
No problem, guys. I'll see you at the game on the 30th.
Yes. I will see you out. Everyone, talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back. And I'll do the next little bit from here, I think. Gail, what are you doing for the rest of the afternoon? Should I just stay here? Because you're cooking?
We're gonna have to eat.
Huh?
We're gonna have to eat lunch.
Oh,
the kids haven't eaten.
That can be on the screen. It's fine. Okay, I can go back for 2 hours. I'll go back for 2 hours.
Bye, guys. Have a great day.
All right, I'll be back. I was going to say bye, and then I'll be back.
Bye.
Okay, make sure. Oh, your clicker.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'll put this on mute for a second.
Oh, my stuff is right there. Oh, yeah.
All right, I'm back. Can you hear me? Oh, there's so much I wanted to see. I wanted to see all your comments, and it looks like a bunch of donations came through that I didn't even know about. So thank you, you guys. Always, whoa. It's not about the money, but when we started the stream, when we started that section, the donations were at about 250, and now it's up to 425 or whatever. So I'm trying to do two maths at the same time. So thank you for the donations, and thank you for the new subs. I just checked my total. We are at 78.94, so we might not get to 8,000. Oh, we might get to 8,000 by the end of the day. So it's 7894 right now. Now let's see. Carol says she can't hear anything, but can you guys hear me? I can hear myself on my other stream. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear myself.
Whoops. Yeah, I just heard myself say I can hear myself. Okay. Hey everyone. So let's gonna chill with you for half an hour now, from 120 to 150, and then I got to go back into the other room and get ready for my last two Zoom chats. James Duthie of TSN, and then Twisted Wrister Nick Pinkerton, who's going to help me do the Pacific Division, the Canucks division. And then 4 o'clock, we watch the game. Gail's going to come on during the intermissions. You guys can make fun of me. You can ask Gail whatever you want to. And we go. So thank you. Yeah. So it's one thing when I try and play the piano by myself, but I think it's a lot better when Marie's singing on top of it. And she was so good. I heard you hear yourself. Thank you. She is so good. She can sing anything. Honestly, she can sing anything. I was a little embarrassed with my performance of Skate, especially at the start, but I think we pulled through at the. That's great, Rome. I actually thought of bringing in a whole other mixer and using a soundboard that we used to record the video on Wednesday, but no, we're just using the same podcasting mic. We kind of strategically had it closer to Marie because you're supposed to hear Marie more than the piano. Okay, so yes, I will update you now because I'm a few. I'll try and keep up for the next half an hour, and we will go from there. Oh shoot, Gail, can you just grab that water? It's over there, whenever you can. It's just right there. All right, don't forget, Gail's coming on later during the intermissions, and you can ask her what it's like to be married to me. You can take whatever connotation that you want to. Thank you, hon. Is that your phone? You want to take it? Or is that Marie's phone? Marie's pretty good, eh? I'm asking you. Hello?
What? She's awesome. She always is.
Yes. Okay. Please check your Twitter. Okay, fangirl. I will check my Twitter. My Twitter. Oh, thank you. She's pumping up that we're trying to get to 8. Not sure we're going to get to 8. Oh, we might. We're at 7.7894, so that's a little bit behind. So we got to basically get to 100 in the next 6 hours, 100 new subscribers. Maybe we can do it, but let's see. Unless we all try and do it by... I don't want to... If it happens, it happens. Canuck Carl, what would be good if you had pictures of your fans and Canucks fans on your back wall? Well, I'm not sure if why don't you ask Gail that tonight if she would rather have pictures of you guys up here. I'm sure many of you are good looking, GLCPC, but we might stick with the family pictures, but thank you.
Don't even have extended family on there.
Fidel's texting me some really funny stuff. Yes. So unfortunately, Dan Murphy cannot join us. So this was a bit of a gong show, actually. Because John Garrett is isolating due to COVID protocol, because Dan Murphy works with John Garrett, I believe that... Actually, I don't think that made a difference because I don't think Dan Murphy's traveling with the team anyways. So Dan Murphy, unfortunately, had airline troubles. The aircraft they're on to take them from Philadelphia to Detroit was delayed. So now he has to go straight to the rink and get ready for tonight's game. So he sends his apologies. I think we'll probably do some sort of, why am I sitting so low? We'll probably do some sort of makeup. But yes, unfortunately, Dan Murphy will not be able to join us for the stream. So I will cover this next half an hour. I'll go to 150. I'll go for the next 25 minutes and I'll answer your questions. And Kyle asked how I got James Duthie. Yes, I've had James Duthie on my channel before. Thank you, Rome. And I simply reached out to him over Twitter and he said yes. He's been really good to me. So I can't wait to go there. Kempner Sports, I'd love to collaborate with you. I sent you an email. Yes, I will go check that and I will make that happen. I'm sorry I haven't gotten back to you. Who will score the first Canucks goal tonight? I'm going Connor Garland. I'm going to keep going Connor Garland and I'm going to keep going for a score of 4-2 until it happens. I'm just going back now. I'm scrolling to see all you guys donated to have me sing. I apologize. You probably want a refund, but thank you. You guys are very, very, very kind. So yeah, see edits. I'm going with Connor Garland, and I'm going with a 4-2 score. That's for you, the boss. Marie is awesome. She's the best. And as good as she is of a singer and a performer, she's even a better person and better friend. And she's a great friend to our entire family, not just me. It takes a lot of trust. Not just trust, but just, my wife Gail is so trusting that way. You know, Marie and I do spend a lot of time together doing music. I know once in a while someone will think that Marie's my wife, and I think that's insult. I'm sure Marie doesn't like to hear that. And then Gail kind of just laughs it off now because what can you do? And we just say, no, we've been really good friends. But yes, I am very blessed with Gail, and we are blessed as a family to have Marie as a dear friend of ours, for sure. Now I want to go back and watch and listen because I want to see how good it sounded. Yes, Marie is talented. Yes, she is. Andy, Clay, you're a good man and love what you do, but Marie is the singer. No argument here. You know I'm not a good singer when I have to resort to being goofy when I sing. Hayden, let's get Clay to 8K. Yeah, I got to update. I'll update the subscriber goal in a little bit. But according to my app, I'm at 7895. So if we might get 100 by the 8,000 by the end of today. How do you not sound tired? At least for me. Yeah, I feel that actually music gave me a lot of energy. With Rick, I was getting a little bit tired, not because Rick was boring. Rick was amazing, and you guys were saying how much you enjoyed him as a guest. But sometimes you just have these crashes a little bit, and I didn't fall asleep on him in the interview, but I could tell that I was getting a little bit tired. But I was also energized by the music. Actually, my hands were moving. I cheated. I got 2,000 steps by doing that. Yeah, 2,000 steps. So I'm at 5,400. Actually, I don't know how I have 5,400 steps today when I've been just sitting on my butt all day. But
and I did a workout and I'm only at 1,700.
Oh, cry me a river. What kind of workout were you doing? You should just come on now. No? Okay. I think Gail is a little feisty today. I think she's going to try and roast me. Mike actually went easier on me. You could tell that Mike could roast me very easily, but he held back today. He refrained. Canuck Carl, you are my other family, yes, but we don't even have other family members on our wall. It's just me, Gail, Sean, Jacob, and Kayla. So even my brother and sister-in-law and cousins, they're not up there. So I think as much as I love you guys, you're probably like in the tier right below them, but maybe not enough to get on the wall just yet. Kempner, I'll step in for Dan. I appreciate the offer. I'm just going to roll with what we got because I would have to actually set up, go back to my office to set up, and that takes about 5. I need about 5 or 10 minutes to do that. But Kempner, we will do something. We would love to do. We can do something soon for sure. So who is replacing Garrett? Well, Kyle, last night it was Corey Hirsch to mixed reviews, and I think it will be him again. Dan is getting GLC PC buzzed into the side of his head. That's awesome, Sibby. This live stream is awesome. Thanks, Noah. I think it's been great. I joked around that this was either going to be the greatest thing ever or the dumbest thing ever. It's certainly not been the dumbest thing ever. I don't know if it's been the greatest thing ever, but it's been a lot of fun, and I feel energetic. Quinn Hughes, even through 2 games. Thoughts? That's a lot better than what he was last. I think you can tell that he's really trying to play defense better. Hello, Jack TV. Minutes, about 25 minutes. Hello, Coast to Coast. Go 150 likes. Yeah, we're 120. The other video had 293 likes. So if there's 90 of you in here and not all of you have liked the video, why don't you give the video a like? Let's see if we can get that to 150 right now with the 90 of you in here. Now, I know many of you have already liked this video, so it might be physically impossible or mathematically impossible, but I see it shoot up to 134. That's pretty cool. Thank you, guys. Kempner, I'd love to talk to you to discuss the lack of minutes with Podkolzin. Well, I can share with you my thought real quick. I had no problem with his lack of minutes yesterday. As I've said a couple times, when you're protecting a third goal in the third period, you keep your first 2 lines usually, and then you shrink down your third and fourth line into 1 line. So it turned out Podkolzin was not one of those guys that ended up playing, and I was fine with that because he's a rookie. He's only played 2 games so far. I'm actually okay with it. Matt, chances Dawn brings up you feeling sleepy during Rick's time on the stream. I doubt it. I don't know if they're gonna watch it unless you guys reach out to him, but I doubt he'll bring it up. Matt Inferno says, yeah, let's get Gail on now. Do you want to come on now? No, we're gonna save it. We're gonna build the anticipation. She'll be on for both intermissions, so you'll get her for, instead of 1 30-minute slot, you'll get her for 2 15 to 17 minute slots. Your show during the Canucks game will bring in more viewers for subs. Yeah, it might, Hayden. I can't stream the game, obviously. I'm trying to determine if I'm gonna do play-by-play, which would be actually quite tiring on my voice, or simply react to what's happening. And I've asked you guys your opinion before, and you guys have told me do a combination of both. Do a bit of play-by-play, but do more reaction and analysis as well. Yeah, the boss. I think that's more of Mark Donnelly's thing about summoning the whole crowd to sing. Al's Girl is also fun. Yeah, all the guests I think are being really, really good. Really, really good. Pooch needs to be up there. Pooch meaning my dog? Is that what you mean? Tell me what you mean, Civi. Who replaces Hirsch on 650? It was Dan Riccio. That was... Hogs has been looking great. Wonder if we see a line with Hogs and Pods together. Yeah, that's a young line, but they did take they took a period with Pettersson in the preseason game, and they looked fine, actually. Hoglander to score the first goal. Nice. Have you already done the code word for this hour? I did, Cole. I did. But because I'm feeling so generous right now, and it's only one word, I will repeat it because I'm in a good mood. The code word for this hour, 19th hour, was the word anthem. Quick like for Clayster. Thank you. We're up to 139. That's awesome, you guys. No sign of hot take. Well, he's probably getting ready to stream himself, isn't he? Maybe. He was around earlier. Brock and Halak playing today. I don't know. I have not been on Twitter all day because I've been on here. Let's see if they... Well, no, Travis Green's talking to the media right now, so maybe we'll find out in the next few minutes. Halak, yes, Halak will be playing. I'm not sure about Brock, but Halak will be playing. Streaming your reactions during the game, yeah. Then I'm not. Yeah, I can talk about what happened and analyze more than play by play. Play by Clay, I like that. So we have cross crease Clay, play by Clay. What was the other one yesterday? Road to 8 Clay. Pooch needs. Dog is up there. Just trying to make sure. So there's Mickey right at the top left corner there. He's up there. We're about equal opportunity. Is not just humans. Dogs can make the wall too. But only if it's our dog. You doing another quiz today? No, Kyle. That one took a while to put together because that was 25 really hard-fought questions. But later in the stream, during the game, I will talk about the Monkey 9 giveaway, Monkey 9 Brewing, because my son Sean is going to help me put that together. That will be an Instagram contest. And then at the end of the night, I will talk about how you can enter the code word contest. Going strong. Yeah, James, my YouTube consultant, still going strong. Yes, Amjad, Green is doing a media availability right now. So as soon as you hear it, the lineup, let's see what happens. Every time I see, I'm hoping he tries the lacrosse goal. Yes. Clay pop. Oh, that's right. Clay pop, not K-pop, clay pop. Very good. Very good. I called it on your last video that Puckosen will get his first against the Flyers. That's awesome, that dude. Yes, I do remember that. Daniel, hello from Sweden. Thanks. I know you were here earlier. Hope you all like Matthias Olin. Absolutely. Him and Edler were probably... Gail, can you bring Mickey up here? I think he wants to get up here. I'd love to bring him on the stream. Don't scare him. Just bring him up. Does he have a treat in his mouth? Oh, sorry, buddy. Mickey.
I put his food out for him. Well, he just ate his lunch.
Wait, Mickey. Say hi. Mickey. Say hi to everyone.
He just finished his food.
Okay, here. I'll put it up here, Mickey. You can sit behind me. Go. Come on, jump. Okay, good. Yes, I do like Sweden. I do like Sweden. I like Sweden. I like Matthias Olin very much. I just watched Dhaliwal beats the computer on YouTube, and I think you should go watch it right now. It's only 1 minute, and it's hilarious. I will watch it in a bit. Yeah, Dexter, because I don't have the double screen set up. I know you're not asking me to watch it, but I'll watch it later for sure. What happened with the Zawada sponsor? Very good. Actually, I talked about it, Quacky, at the start of the stream. We've decided, it sounds so formal and sounds so bad, but we decided to mutually end that sponsorship. And it was fine. It's all good. It's all good. We actually had a good chat while we were doing it. You guys want to see more Mickey? Oh, you can see him already. That's fine. Mickey hanging out, right? Mickey hanging out on the couch. What are you looking at? What do you think about Mickey? Do you think? What are you looking at? What do you think about? What are you staring at? Oh, I know. You want to see the squirrel. Are you looking for the squirrel? Is that what you're doing? Riveting conversation with my dog. Well, I'm the one trying to talk to the dog. Matthias Olin is our hero. Yes, Mickey, dog power, Mickey. What made you want to do this 24-hour stream? I saw a nice pocket in the schedule where the Canucks were playing back-to-back. I wanted to do something different to start the season. I wanted to do something that would build community, and I want to really stretch myself. And this has really stretched me, I'll tell you that much. But I thought it'd be something different. And if a few more subscribers, members, and donations came along the way, that's fine. But that certainly wasn't the main motivation. How old is Mickey? 3.5 now, right? Yeah.
Almost.
When is he born? 19?
He was May.
Or 18?
Oh, he's 3.
Yeah, 3.5. Mickey, do you know your name? Mickey. You get, it's like my dog's deaf. Mickey. Hey. Hello. Hey. Come say hi. Where's Dan Murphy? Yes, unfortunately, Dan Murphy could not make it. Gilbert, unfortunately, he was having travel trouble getting out of Philadelphia. How did the discussion go? Well, I can be. It was fine because it wasn't really. I was actually the one who discussed it because it wasn't really a fit with Perform and Transform. I'm going there. I'm working out with Gassy Jack Art. It's Canucks related, hockey related, and he's been donating stuff. Not that and Monkey 9 is donating stuff as well. So it was fine. I'm actually the one who brought it up. I actually, it was such a loose agreement. I don't even know if Raymond knew that I had his logo up, to be honest with you. Squirrel. Yes, squirrel. Mickey loves, where'd Mickey go? He was just right beside me. Seriously, where's Mickey? Upstairs. He ran upstairs? Okay. Huge respect for this. Thank you, Belimi. How many viewers did you have in the middle of the night? Kempner, it was interesting. For 1 o'clock with Sean and Jacob, my two boys, it was about 80. Then at Chris Faber, it was about 60 to 70 at 2 o'clock. Then at 3 o'clock, when I did my jersey, my swag showing, it was about 60. Then at 4 o'clock, when it was Dave and John from the Uncontested Sports Podcast, I think it was between 40 and 50. Then for Church of Pedersen, I think it was about 50. And then I had to abruptly restart my computer because it did an automatic update on me. So then when I came back, it slowly creeped up, you know, from 30. Then we had about 50 when Owlsgirl came on at 7. Then at 8 o'clock when it was my friend Mike, it went up to 60. Then it just kind of climbed to 70 to 80. Then when Parker was on, it went up to about 90. Then when Rick Dhaliwal was on, it crested to about 120. And then I saw between 80 and 90 when Marie was singing. So it was fine. I actually thought it was only going to be about a dozen or so in the middle of the night. But no, we had 50 strong in the middle of the night. Who's your favorite defenseman from that list? It's Matthias Olin. He's my favorite defenseman, Amjad. Finally, I made it to the stream. Oh, Maury, welcome. I'm doing great. I hope you're doing well as well. Home stretch. 5 hours left. And 3 of those hours are going to be watching the Canucks game. So really 2 more hours of true content. Who gets the most points this season? Little Jimmy, I'm going with Elias Pettersson. When do I need to contact Gassy Jack Art? I will set that up for you, Fangirl, but let's wait. We just had the contest last night. Let me finish the stream first, and then I will connect you, and he's very fast. Likely, he'll get you to go visit the website. He'll have you order the prints, and then he'll give you a promo code to put. So you can go to GassyJackArt.com right now and start picking what you're going to do, but certainly don't buy them yet. Terry Ann's back. Hi, Terry Ann. Reaction, want to hear something funny? The Sabres are first in the league. That is funny. That is crazy. Kempner, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the signing and usage of Chason. Sure. If they didn't know how long Besser was going to be out, if they truly thought that Chason was the best option on power play 1, then yeah, you get him in the lineup, whether it's first line or fourth line. Travis Green does trust his veterans. I'm not saying necessarily it's Chason over Podkolzin for ice time, but Travis Green does certainly trust his veterans. And I'm okay with it because it's only been the first 2 games. If the Canucks had lost both games, then maybe I'd have more of an issue. But the Canucks have taken 3 out of 4 points, which is pretty impressive. Bulomini says, how do I donate? Right in the chat, there's a happy face, and there's a $sign, and then there's a poll. There's like 3 little graphics there. Actually, I don't know what you see because it's my stream. So you should see a $sign right under where you type in messages. I think that's where you do it. But if anyone can help Bulomini out, that would be great. Matt, what refreshments have you got lined up for the game? Well, I'm going to treat myself to a Pepsi. I haven't drank a Pepsi all day today. I weighed myself. I haven't gained any weight today, which is good. I still have a bit of sushi to eat. I might wolf that down in the next 10 minutes. But during the game, what are we eating for dinner, hon?
Kids are having chicken nuggets because I didn't make it for lunch.
Yeah. What do you mean, kids? What are you eating? What are we eating?
We'll have salsa chicken.
Oh, salsa chicken. Nice. Sibby, what teams look poised to make most improvements this year, Canucks aside? I think Florida is going to be very good. I think the Rangers are going to be very good. I think LA is going to try and be really good. So those are 3 teams I would look at. Minnesota's going to be good as well. No, hey, Clay, do you think Patan slots in? My guess is no. Oh, so here we go. Halak starts. Besser is out. So Besser is not playing. I bet you we see the same 12 forwards then. So Halak will start and Besser will not play. So we're not there just yet. Can we raid Parker at 7 p.m. during his stream? Yeah, we can certainly do that, especially if we end before him. I think that's a really good idea. Billominis, thank you for this. Thank you for the donation of $6.99. Let's give some hype to and give some love to Billomini in the chat. I'm probably butchering the name, but I appreciate you very much. Here in New Jersey and Detroit should be much better this year. Yeah, those are 2 other teams that should be better. Real question, is the chopstick or not to chopstick? Always chopstick. Kempner, did you see the Jack Hughes goal from last night? It was awesome. No, I haven't had a chance to watch any highlights. I will check it out later. Hit that bid. Long time no see. Clay, you're a legend for the 24-hour live stream. Curious where you got the motivation from. Got me thinking it's a good idea myself. Yep, building community, something different, stretch myself, all those kind of things. Celebrate the start of a new Canucks season. Austin, Clay, I'd say the 2 hardest games of the road trip have already happened. And if we gain 3 out of 4, which is amazing, if we could take 9 out of 10. Oh, yeah. So we come back with 5 or 6, that's good. 7 or 8 is strong, and 9 or 10 would be amazing. The Canucks are having wings for dinner. Nice, Matt. Nice. Dexter, has Gail heard your fight story? If not, tell her. The story when Chris Stojak took my hat and chucked it over the fence at Colchina. I told you that story. Did I tell you the story? So he chucked my hat over the fence. I grabbed his head and I smashed his head into the ground. Dexter, he's not violent, but grade 2. He loves it when I tell this story. Dexter, this is the story, right? Where I took Chris Stojak's head and I smashed his head in the grass. I said, "Go get my hat."
Did you really? Horrible.
What do you mean horrible? The guy chucked my hat over the fence.
Therefore, you smash his head.
Dexter, is that the story? Yeah. He says, "Yeah, haha, Chris is a goof." Alfred, hey Clay, last night's game was great to watch, though I didn't like how we let the Flyers back in the game. Canucks need to finish off teams. Yeah, the Flyers are good, bro. They got some really, really talented players. I thought it was okay. I liked how the Canucks still won the game. You don't worry about giving a point to a team in the other conference. So I thought it was fine. But yeah, you want them to show a bit more killer instinct, but they're not going to simply exert their will every time. Thanks again, Billumini. JZ Productions. Hey, Clay, what's up? What's up, Clay? What's up? Naruto. Hey, Clay, how you holding up? I'm getting there. I'm getting a little loopy again. But I was in a good mood because of the music, the concert that we just had. I can't wait to go back and watch that. Isn't Marie the best? Like, she doesn't mess up. Well, actually, she does, but not as much as I mess up. If the Canucks can pull off a win tonight, they'll be dominating the standings. Yes, they'll have 5 out of 6 points. Are you in a hockey pool? If yes, who are your stars? I'm in 1, 2, 3. I'm in 4 hockey pools. 1 fantasy pool, which I love the most. 1 auction pool that we're doing tomorrow at my house. So hopefully I don't fall asleep in that. And then 1, the fantasy pool is fun though. I have a really good team. It's salary cap league, and we use last year's salary. So we're a year behind. But on that team, I have McDavid. I have Pettersson. I have Kaprizov. I have Connor Hellebuck. I have Landeskog, Rantanen, DeBrincat, Matthew Tkachuk, Brock Besser, JT Miller. Those are my 4s. Yeah, I like that team for sure. Jack Hughes' goal was a Gretzky look-alike. Wow, that's awesome. Bill Amini says, last name is hard to pronounce. No problem. Chris is a goof. What team will win the cup? I'm going Colorado. Most childhood friends I had started with a whack to the head. Guy probably thought you didn't look good in a cap. Very good, Rome. That is an awesome callback to the 3 a.m. Hour. That's awesome. You don't mess with Clay's hat and get away with it. Exactly, Alex. That's what you do. If you're new, you know what to do. Don't mess with my hat. Making breakfast right now. What the heck, Dexter? You're not doing a 24-hour live stream. Haven't gotten out of bed until now because I've been watching your stream. Oh, great. So I'm sure your parents are loving me right now. Loopy Clay. That's right. SLE. Loopy Clay. So your friends are back. SLE are awesome. They're Kayla's friends. Make sure you treat Kayla well. I always say that. Erico, brother, will you be watching any Abs for Canucks games? Yeah, I'm going to get out there 2 or 3 times. Oh, look how amazing my wife, Gail, is. She made me my sushi. Whoa. I mean, you didn't make it. I almost spilt it. So this is spicy crunch roll, and this is my salmon sashimi. I'm actually going to eat that. Can you take it in there? I'm going to eat it as I get ready for my next one. Thank you. Guess what my newest interview was? I have no clue, Joe. You have to let me know. Naruto, Marie's singing was amazing, and so was yours. Thank you. You're too kind. Update this hour. Oh yeah, that's true. Well, might as well just do a new update when it's at 2, because James Duthie is next. See edits. Other than the Canucks, which teams that underachieved last season do you see making the playoffs? That underachieved. Rangers. Rangers is a team that didn't make the playoffs that I think will. Yes, I do expect Canucks fans at the Seattle home opener, although the border hasn't opened yet, has it? So I'm not sure. Maybe it'll have to be Canucks fans that live in Seattle. We treat Kayla well, don't worry. Okay, I believe you, Lee. I believe you. Do you have any plans on having an interview with Jim Houston? I would like to. I think that would be really good. SBG's in the house. Siakam bodyguards are in the house. Sushi ASMR. I don't think anyone wants to hear me making noises out of my mouth. That didn't sound right. Throws his glass. Oh, cool. Border is opening next month, I heard. Okay, awesome. You guys, it is 1:50. I'm going to take a 10-minute break. I'm going to make my way back in there. Got to set up for my next one. So I will see you. Stay around. I will see you at 2 o'clock. It is indeed James Duthie. We will see you in a bit. All right, we are back. We are back, and we are almost ready to go here. Trying with computer audio. Microphone. Okay, that works. Okay. Okay, friends. Truly the home stretch now. 5 more hours. Can't believe we are done hour 19. So we are into hour 20. We are into hour 20. And the code word for this hour is Olympics with an S. Olympics. 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 And welcome Bill Amini to the All-Star level. So their our number 20 code word is indeed Olympics. James Duthie is waiting. Let's bring him in. Hello, James.
Clay, you're sideways on me.
Oh, you're sideways on me.
How does that work?
Are you on a phone or a computer?
I'm on a phone that's charging, so I can't really turn it.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on, let me try. No, I know I can't. I can't let it. I don't think I can let it rest like this. Hold on.
Oh no.
Let me try. Hold on. Let me try.
You want to come back in?
Let me just leave. I'll leave for a second and just try my iPad. Okay.
No problem. No problem, James. Thank you.
Okay. Hold on.
All right, James Duthie from TSN having some technical difficulties. I think we've all had technical difficulties at some point or another. This is so confusing because now you're seeing me on the Zoom where now this is, oh, weird. Okay, so I'll go to this one until he comes back. But until he comes back, I can look at some of your messages, or I guess I can wolf down the sushi actually. My spicy crunch roll. Oh, oh no. This is going to be bad. Like as soon as I take a bite, he's going to come in. So you know how you guys saw me eating my lunch with Parker at 10? So I guess this is my, no, that was, my breakfast. This is probably my lunch. Oh, it's good. Sideways Duthie. Yeah, exactly. My mom just texted me and she's enjoying your stream with my dad in Calgary too. Wow, that's awesome. Samuel Kim, thank your mom for me. And your dad. That is great. You just made me order sushi too. Well, I'm glad to help, Quattrob. Here to help. Your stomach will thank me. All right, so I'm just waiting for James. As soon as he's going to get his iPad, I'm going to wolf down another piece of sushi. This is my salmon sashimi. Should I chew like really loud in the microphone? Yes or no? Does anyone want to hear the salmon sashimi like squishing in my mouth? Hello, Harry. Dexter says yes. Oh, no. James is here. Sorry. Have to do it another time. Clay. Clay SMR. Very good. You guys are creative with these things. Okay, let's try this again. Here he comes.
What's up, bro?
Oh yeah, two good-looking guys. I love it.
Where?
Welcome. Thank you,
Are you
James.
on? Are we on? Are we on? Is this on?
Yeah, we're on.
Are we live?
Can you hear me?
I got you. I'm just kidding. I'm just playing. How's it going? How long have you been doing this for? What's going on? What are you doing, Clay?
So, James, I am doing a 24-hour live stream. And the reasoning was something different to start off the Canucks season. They had two games basically this weekend, as you know. So I started at the end of last night's game at 7 p.m. Pacific, and going all the way to 7 p.m. Pacific today, including a watch party for the Detroit game coming up in 2 hours. I've run a couple contests. My music collab partner Marie, we just finished an hour and a half concert, a jam session. I'll send it to you later. I think it's music from our era. Yeah, and I've had Rick Dhaliwal on, a bunch of YouTubers, some family members. Yeah, basically, chance to build community, stretch my creative juices, and try something new.
Oh, that's amazing, buddy. Trying to make Trade Center look like a short show.
Speaking of which, I was going to ask you about another show, but we'll do that in a second. So for anyone who doesn't know you somehow, can you please tell the fine folks? So there's about 90 people inside the stream right now watching us. So maybe tell everyone a little bit about yourself, both professionally and personally, whatever you want to share.
Okay. My name's James. I'm a welder who has always dreamt of being a dancer. That was the plot of what was that movie? I'm forgetting. It's before your time. Jennifer Beal, Flashdance. That was the plot of Flashdance. Sorry. I'm James, and I host a bunch of things on TSN, hockey, some football in the playoffs for the CFL and the Super Bowl and the Masters and the World Juniors. You don't see maybe as much as me as you used to in Vancouver when we had the national rights. But also a guy who lived in Vancouver, lived in Victoria when I was a kid, lived in Vancouver before I got the job at TSN, actually. Wow. Here's a story, Clay. When TSN called me to give me the job, I was on my then girlfriend, now wife's parents were out visiting. And we had rented a fishing boat to go salmon fishing in English Bay. And I literally had a salmon on the line. It was reeling in a salmon in English Bay when the phone rang, and my wife said, "You better take this." And it was Keith Pelly at TSN offered me a job at TSN. So there you go. There's a good Vancouver story for you.
It's funny. You had the salmon on one line, you had TSN on the other line. Actually, James, I remember you telling me that story, but I'm so glad everyone here heard it. James graced me with his presence when I just started the Zoom chats at the start of the pandemic last year. James was one of the first ones on, and he shared a lot of great stories. I won't make you rehash all of them, but shared a lot of great stories about the Olympics and your fondness of Vancouver. So you were in Vancouver in English Bay fishing. You got the call from TSN, and was it a pretty quick decision at the time?
Yeah, I think I knew. I was in Ottawa before and had worked sort of my whole career in Ottawa. And I kind of felt like TSN was the place I always wanted to go. And I got a job came open in Vancouver before. If your viewers / listeners have been in Vancouver a while, VTV, which is now CTV, but VTV launched in 1997, I think, and that's when I moved out to Vancouver to be a reporter at VTV, and actually I loved it. So it was an easy decision in the sense that I'd always wanted to work at TSN, so I was never going to turn down the job, but it was hard leaving Vancouver. When my girlfriend and I moved out there, we wanted to stay for 5 years or something, and we really loved it. We had an apartment in Yaletown, nice. And we just really loved it there. So it was hard to leave. My iPad keeps saying it's losing battery, so I'm just going to make sure we don't die in the middle of your live stream. I don't want to be the guy who killed your live stream, Clay.
Oh, don't worry, it wouldn't be the first. We've had a couple. I want to be the one who brought it
down here. Why is this baby not charging? Hold on. Anyway, keep talking. Keep asking questions, Clay.
Okay, no problem.
It's all going to be okay.
No problem. Tell us one Olympic story. I don't know. I think you told me. Did you tell me a limo story or something? Does that sound right?
I think I've told you a story about almost killing a guy on the last night of the Olympics, probably.
Yeah. Can we hear that story?
Sure. Well, that was probably the longest day of my career, and in many ways the best day of my career. It was the last day of the Olympics, and I would host with Lisa LaFlamme in the afternoons and then go down and do the hockey games at night. So it was an exhausting couple of weeks, but I just loved it so much. 2 of the best weeks of my life. And on that last day, because the hockey game was at, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3, I think, Vancouver time, that I hosted in the morning from like 9 to 2. And then I had to run across town. I actually tried to take a cab, but it was too crazy in the street. So I ended up running to the rink to host the hockey game. We had the set. Bob McKenzie, Nick Kiprios, and Darren Pang were on the panel, right behind the goal, above the Zamboni entrance there. So we were 30 feet away from where Crosby scored. And obviously that was a chaotic, wonderful moment. And then I had to run across to BC Place to do the closing ceremony with Lisa Laflamme. And that was also amazing. I don't know how well people remember that closing ceremony, but we had gotten a chance to go to the dress rehearsal the night before. And I was terrified because it was produced by an Australian. And they came up with all these really hokey Canadian stereotypes. Like there was like giant inflatable moose and beavers running around the place. And Lisa and I looked at each other and said, this might come off terribly, right? But because Canada won the hockey game, I think the whole country was drunk. It was fine. But if we'd have lost that hockey game, I think it might have been a different story. But anyway, so we finished that, and a car picks us up to take us back to our hotel, and then we're going to go to the wrap party. And I can remember I was sitting in the front seat, Lisa was in the back, and some young lady was driving us, a volunteer, one of the many great volunteers for the Olympics. And I remember sort of shutting my eyes and taking a deep breath and saying, wow, that was, one of the craziest days I'll ever have in my career. And just as I was thinking that, we went through an intersection, and a guy ran across the intersection, and we hit him dead on. And in the instant, I thought we'd killed him. So there was about a few minutes of pure panic. And the poor girl who was driving was, beside herself. And Lisa and I were trying to calm her down. And the police were very quickly on the scene, ambulance, and they were trying to administer first aid to this guy. And then, and I think I wrote this in my book. I said, very selfishly, my first thought was, man, I'm going to miss the wrap party for the Olympics, which is going to really suck, and which is a horrible thought. But then the guy just popped up. Like he popped up like he'd never been hurt before. And I think he was Irish or something, because he ran by our window and said, sorry, I'm sorry. And the ambulance guy was like chasing him with the IV, it was hilarious. So he was okay. I guess he'd just been stunned, and we made it to the wrap party. But that was my last day of the Olympics.
Now, with the closing, my recollection, James, is the opening ceremony was a little more formal. They had the malfunction of one of the
Correct.
4 arms didn't come up. And then I thought they intentionally kind of made it a little campy and cheesy. Or am I?
It always is.
Yeah.
Look, a closing ceremony is always supposed to be like that.
Okay.
But in this particular case, I thought it was, it's still supposed to reflect the country. I think when Italy has the Olympics next, I don't think at the closing ceremony they're going to have giant inflatable, pizzas and stuff and all the Italian stereotypes. So it was hokey, but like I said, it worked because the country was in such a good mood.
Was that the name? That's the name of one of your books, right?
No, that is from. Let's see. The guy on the left is. I think that story from the Olympics is from the guy on the left.
Okay.
Which is just a book of stories about my career. Yeah.
Okay. I just had this brainwave of one of your books being called something about the day I almost killed a guy, but maybe not. That's not you.
Oh, sorry. My first book was called The Day I Almost Killed 2 Gretzkys.
Oh, that's right.
Which is a whole other story about a day that I almost killed Wayne and Walter on a golf course within 3 holes.
Now, speaking of the Olympics,
what a legacy that would have been, eh?
Can you give us the
2 most popular Canadians?
Can you give us the short version or the medium, any version?
Sure, I will. So basically, Wayne had a golf tournament in Blue Mountain, Ontario, which for you folks in BC is a couple of hours north of Toronto. It's definitely not Whistler. It's a really nice place, but Ontario skiing, it's not quite BC skiing. One of the reasons I hated leaving BC, but So Wayne had a golf tournament, which was actually I think at the time it was called the Nationwide Tour, now the Corn Ferry Tour, which is a secondary golf tour event. So it was a real event with real players there. But on the day before the Pro-Am, we were practicing, and I was playing with Walter in a group behind Wayne. And Walter's a fascinating guy, was a fascinating guy, obviously, rest in peace, Walter. But if you ever played golf with Walter, all he did the entire round was look for golf balls. Like the entire round. And I was always scratching my head going, his son's worth whatever, hundreds of millions of dollars. Why is Walter looking for golf balls? I found out later that Walter would find the golf balls, clean them, and get Wayne to sign them and give them out to kids.
Oh, cool.
So just one of the many amazing things that Walter did. So we're constantly the entire round going, where's Walter? Where's Walter? Where's Walter? And I was on a tee box on this par 4 with like fescue in front of it. And I was right in the middle of my backswing, and Walter's head popped up like a fox in a meadow, 10 yards in front of the tee box. And I had to stop my swing very tiger-like as to not kill Walter. Then a couple of holes later, we were on a par 5. I don't know how big a golf guy you are, Clay, but we're on a par 5, and Wayne's group was up on the green in front of us, and I was probably 260 yards out.
Yep.
And I'm an okay golfer, but not amazing. And so Gino Retta was another guy in the group, and I said, Gino, should I go? Should I hit while they're up there? And he said, yeah, you're not going to make the green. And so I hit my 3-wood, and I'll just give you a run through the thoughts in my head, okay? So I'm like, oh, I killed that, right? And then my second thought was, that's going to make it to the green. And then my third thought was, that's going right at that guy with the red shirt. And my fourth thought was, that guy with the red shirt is Wayne freaking Gretzky. And my fifth thought was, that's not just going at Wayne Gretzky, it's going like right at the point of the back of his head, which will kill him instantly. And then my next thought was, how quickly can I get to Mexico? And then in what was a very typical break in my golfing career, but probably one of the best breaks of my life, the ball landed. Wayne was kind of standing on the top of a bunker, and the ball plugged right in the lip of the bunker about a foot below his foot. And it must have made like a sound because he turned around and looked back, at which point I just pointed at Gino Retta. So anyway, that was the day I almost killed 2 Gretzkys.
Thank you.
That wasn't an entire book, by the way. It was one small part of a book, but the publishers thought it was a catchy title. So there you go.
Can Gino hit anywhere close to how far you can hit?
Gino, I tell you what, I played once with Gino this summer up in Muskoka, and he hit it pretty good. So okay. I'm not gonna rag Gino on this podcast, but I beat him most of the time. Let's be honest.
Oh yeah, of course. No, we want honesty. Yeah, my boys, my 20-year-old and 18-year-old, my 2 sons, they were junior golf members out here in Richmond. So yeah, $600 a year playing unlimited golf. You can't beat that. And then of course, once you turn 18, that jacks up to $20,000 a year, right? So, but they know how to play. We do a 3-day Whistler trip, Whistler, Blackcomb, and Pemberton every year. Whistler, Squamish, and Pemberton every year. So it's fun. I'm not good, but I enjoy it, so I can appreciate that story. That's really, really cool. Speaking of the Olympics, are you on tap to go in February? Oh, I think the audio cut out, James. Let's bring him back in. Phone now.
I'm back, buddy.
Okay.
I'm back. I don't know what happened.
Are you on tap to go to the Olympics in February?
I think I'm going to be doing something from here. I'm not 100% sure yet. I did have a conversation about going to Beijing, but there's such a limited amount of space in the hockey arena and such that I don't think you're not going to see a full panel over there. I think that's fair to say. I don't think I'm giving away any big secrets that most of the hockey panels will be done from here. The play-by-play and color guy will be over there.
Yeah. And
I think, there'll be someone else over there as well. But it's also challenging for us. There's going to be quarantines and things involved. And so, I have other duties with TSN if I'm fortunate enough to do some of the Olympics that I have to do before and right after. So it's a real challenge to go there. I would love to, even though it's a COVID Olympics. I'm a massive fan of the Olympic Games, and I'd go to as many as I possibly could.
Wow. Well, how has COVID affected your work at TSN from a standpoint of, have you guys actually cut down feature shows, or has it been pretty much business as usual, just with more precaution?
I think the first 6 months or so was almost a complete non-business as usual, where the building was basically shut down.
Yeah.
There were no sports anyway. We would continue to do some of our regular features like the quiz and insider trading and some of the things you see on SportsCenter. We would do them from home. And we kept doing them from home for basically the next year. I think we got back into studio basically the same time the NHL got into the bubble.
Okay.
But it's still kind of a ghost town. Our big building, which is right off the 401 in Toronto, is still pretty deserted. So when you go in there, it's basically the crew. You'll see the 2 or 3 camera operators and the producer and the analyst sitting next to you, and those are the only people you'll see.
Yep.
Essentially the entire time. So, but beyond that, it's pretty normal now. It feels, we were split desks last year because because of social distancing and such, you can only have one person on a desk, and we have that giant studio. So the 2 other analysts would be 20 yards behind me, which was really weird. But we've done a couple of Leaf games that you wouldn't see, and Senators games that you probably wouldn't see so far. And we're basically back to normal production now, but the building's still very quiet.
Was your trade deadline this year normal, basically normal, like the trade deadline show?
That's a great question. I'm trying to even remember. I think that beyond a couple of the panels being in different studios, like usually the insider panel with Pierre LeBrun and Darren Dreger and Bob McKenzie and Gord Miller are right behind me.
Yeah.
And I think they were put in another studio. So we were spread across the building more. Beyond that, I think it was essentially the same thing. So and we did free agency in the middle of July, and it was essentially the same show. So not big changes.
Yeah, I'm curious because I like technical stuff because of what I do, content creation. So in a non-COVID year, so 2019 or 2018, when you have 3 different panels for Trade Center, you have the panel that you have, the main one, then you have the insiders over one of your shoulders, and then you have that secondary panel. I'm always curious,
Correct.
James, can you, obviously there's an audio mixer controlling the lavs and everything, but isn't it kind of weird that you can just hear their natural audio coming from behind you too?
Yeah, I mean, everyone, you're so focused when you're speaking yourself.
Yeah.
There's so much happening, for instance, in my ear, because let's say I'm doing a panel. I have my producer in one ear. I'm listening to the other guys in the other ear. If those guys are talking behind me, it's just a murmur, right? I don't think it's any different from a quarterback in a NFL game, not comparing myself to a quarterback in an NFL game, where you just, you don't really, there's crowd noise going on, but you don't really hear it. So I can hear them, and we can have conversations sometimes. Like, let's say, I've asked the panelists one of the questions, Darren Dreger might yell at me from behind and turn around. I can have a little conversation with him, or he'll mouth something to me. That happens all the time on trade deadline and free agent frenzy, but, It works pretty well. It's complete chaos. It's one of the things I like about the show.
Yeah.
You never have any idea where you're going. It's 9 completely unscripted hours, which is a lot of fun. It's a bit of a dance, but that's what we're in television for, is to have craziness like that, right?
Absolutely. And then I know you, right at the top, you said you're involved in many features, many shows, many sports, including football, including hockey, including Olympics. Are you completely immersed, or will you be immersed in the NHL season? Or are you already there already, even though it's only a weekend?
Yeah, I am for sure. I watch hockey every night. Do I get to watch every game? No, it's just impossible, I find. And I hate, on a night when there's 8 games, like say tonight, I'm not a huge fan of flicking all over the place. Like I like to sit down and watch a game, and then I'll usually go on, NHL.com the next morning and watch those little 5-minute highlight packages. So I have an idea what went on in every game.
Yeah.
But I can't, that's why I always say, how important local television is and local radio and such. When I'm doing Vancouver radio, I'm always quick to tell, I guess there's not a lot of Vancouver radio, which is incredibly unfortunate.
Yes.
But you know what I mean? In those days, talking to Donnie and Moj or whoever that may be,
Yep.
I'm always quick to say, hey, I fully appreciate that you guys know more about the Canucks than I do, because I can't watch every second of 82 games. I probably watch 40 in their entirety and a lot of highlight packages. But the one thing I hate is people who pretend they know everything about a team when I don't think you possibly can. As a host, I don't necessarily have to, but I try to know as much as I can and certainly be a generalist with every single team. But heck, your people covering the team on a day-to-day basis know more than me. And
right.
I always call Farhan the night before trade deadline and, have a 10-minute conversation with him about, because he knows a heck of a lot more than I do about what's going on, the insides and outs of the Canucks. And I do that with every Canadian reporter if I can.
Yes. I think when we last chatted, I'm not sure if the TSN radio station had already been shut down or if it happened after, but are you aware of how all those guys have kind of landed on their feet, either starting a new digital space or new digital project? Yeah.
I think it's great. I mean, I think that it's an incredibly frightening thing to go through that and have your career sort of the carpet pulled out from under you. But it's remarkable to me how many people bounce back and find something else and often find something better. Right. And I think that's amazing. It doesn't happen for everyone for sure, but it's awesome the number of guys who've branched out into something else and have done well with it.
Yes, absolutely. And then I was thinking, when it comes to so not to put you on the spot, especially if you haven't done or maybe you have already, have you been following just how much change, how much anticipation there is in Vancouver for our Canucks to put last year's dog's breakfast of a season behind us?
Yeah, absolutely. I watched opening night against the Oilers.
Yeah.
I didn't see all of the game against the Flyers. I saw some of it, and I picked them the other night for the playoffs. I'm not just saying that because I'm on in Vancouver.
Yeah.
I just think that that division's pretty weak. And I'm also there's nothing, I have no analytics to back this up, but just in my time covering hockey, I always feel like, guys who come into the league with tons of promise, rookie of the year candidates, the likes of the Pedersons and the Quinn Hugheses of the world. And then quite often there's a bit of a drop in the second season, especially if the team has a bad season. And look, last year was just such a nightmare. I mean, it would be tough enough for a 32-year-old veteran to handle all the issues of last year, let alone a kid. And then with the COVID outbreak and everything. So, and I always feel like that third year is, even though they have their contracts already, can be a bounce back year. And I really feel that's the way it's going to be for those two guys in particular. And I think for the whole team. So I think there's a real opportunity this year. You don't get a lot of years where you have, three kind of rebuilding teams and an expansion team in your division and a lot of question marks all around you. So I'm not just going to sit here and guarantee they're going to make the playoffs or anything, but I think I pegged them third or fourth when I was doing my projections. So I think they have a really good chance.
Yeah, no, obviously there's a lot of optimism out here, and it's just there's always something interesting going on this side for sure. CFL,
it's a great market. It's one thing I'll say is when I worked out there, Vancouver's one of the best media markets, I think, in North America. And for a market that's, not massive, it's incredibly competitive. As a news reporter, I saw that. It was so different from Ottawa, where it really felt like, there's multiple stations and everybody was gunning for the big story. And it was a shock to my system when I got there. And I think it was the same with sports out there, certainly in the heyday when both radio stations were functioning and all the local stations still had sports and everything. I know it's not quite the same in any market anymore, but I always say Vancouver's one of the more really competitive, intense, and great hockey markets I think there is anywhere. So I think it'll be a fun year.
No, we're excited. If honestly, James, the first two games, the shootout loss against Edmonton Wednesday, the shootout win against Philly, those two games were probably more entertaining than our entire season last year.
Right.
Are you good for 10 more minutes? Is that good?
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome. I got a couple questions from the people in here. One of them was, I want to know what James Duthie's best golf game was and where.
Like the best I ever played or my favorite? So
probably your best
answer
round.
I'll answer that two ways. I have like 475s at different places. So I'm trying to think of my my best one or my most pertinent one. I think the first time I did that, I played a round in a place called Silver Lakes, which is just a really nice public course in Ontario. And it was my first round of the year. And I used to play, Ray Ferraro always gives me a hard time because I talk too much about this, but the only sport I played like really competitively for a long time was touch and flag football, which I played from like 20 to 50 basically. And so all the guys in my touch football league had this weekly game they played and they kept bugging me to come out. I'd never come out. So first round of the year in middle of April, I don't know, probably 15 years ago, dusted the clubs off and they're like, okay, we do handicaps, because we play for money. What do you shoot? And I'm like, I don't know, like 85, 88, 90. I don't know what I'm going to shoot first round of the year. So put me down for like 15 or 17 handicap or whatever. And I just couldn't miss that day. I shot 75 with a triple bogey on a hole where I just got a bad bounce. And so, sorry, I always forget to put my phone on ignore here.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah. So, and then they all called me the biggest sandbagger in the world for that. So that was a special round because that was the first time I'd shot 75. My favorite round, I got to play Augusta National 4 years ago on the Monday of the Masters, there is a media draw and about 20 guys get to play with Sunday pins, the same course. And it's unbelievable. And I used to bring my clubs every year, and I think I won in my 7th year or something, and got to play Augusta National. And it was just, as you would imagine.
Wow.
I'd never been more nervous on the first tee of a golf course because, I grew up thinking I'd never get to Augusta National, let alone play Augusta National, and here I am getting to cover the Masters and getting to play on it, and that was unforgettable.
Did you actually, when you were playing it, did you recognize holes that you've been covering or analyzing?
Oh yeah. I mean, I know every hole. What's interesting about that is that you play off the club tees, which are they were the same tees that like Tiger won on in '97, but technology's come so far that a lot of the tees have been moved back. So some holes they're just back 20 yards, some holes they're back 100 yards, 120 yards, 130 yards. So on a lot of the holes, you would end up in the same spot where you would see the pros hit on TV, right? So, you'd have whatever, I'm trying to think of an example here. You'd have 120 yards out on the 7th hole to an elevated green, the same shot you see all the pros make on Sunday. So that was a really cool part because you stand over your ball and be like, holy crap, this is where Jordan Spieth hit that shot 2 years ago, right? Yeah. So it was an amazing 4 hours.
That's pretty cool. I can shoot a 75 in the front 9 if I have a good day. So Dexter, one of the guys says the TSN room is all one big green screen. That's not correct, or is it?
That is not correct.
Yeah, it's actual desks and chairs and da.
Yeah. Big studio. Studio.
Very, very cool.
Well, the reason I think people think that is, one studio, the CFL studio, if you watch CFL, is the same as the NHL studio.
Yeah.
And the World Junior studio is the same. We just changed the backdrop, it's funny because, quite often Bob and I do not go when the World Juniors is overseas. We're in the building when it's in North America, but we often stay in studio if it's over in Russia or something. And so people always think we're there. They just think that they've green screened the studio behind us. Because even good friends of mine will text me and they'll be like, hey, what's Prague like? And I go, well, I don't know, because I'm in Aurora.
Wow, that's impressive. That's very impressive.
Yeah.
Someone wants to know if you actually caught the salmon at the very first story that you told us that you took a job while you were fishing.
Yeah, I think I did. The sidebar to that story is I had a Jack Russell Terrier named Tanner, who was my first dog and one of my favorite dogs. Jack Russell Terriers are like the smartest dogs alive. And Tanner was on the boat that day, and he never liked water. Would never go near the water. We'd go running every day and down by the beach. He wanted nothing to do with the water. And I reeled in that salmon, and Tanner's watching, kind of confused, doing that dog head tilt. And the salmon comes flipping onto the boat. And you know what a fish does when it hits a boat. And Tanner's eyes just went like bugged out of his head. And for the rest of his dog life, he's like, okay, this fish, which is the most interesting thing he'd ever seen in his life, is in water. And so all he wanted to do for the rest of his life was jump in water and look for fish. And he thought every body of water. So like my wife would be having a bath and Tanner would just sit by the edge thinking a salmon was going to pop out any second. He was like a psychotic dog. We had a swimming pool when we moved back to Ontario, and he just all day long, he'd just sit by the edge of the swimming pool waiting for salmon to come out. So
trying to wash dishes, your dog's sitting there.
That's the only way I remember that I actually caught the fish.
I like that. Let's do a couple more quick ones. Here's a good question. 2 or 3 people are asking this. Some of my younger members here. Just advice to get into the media industry, maybe not even TSN specifically, but media industry overall.
Okay, so my first caveat would be, it's been a long time for me since I broke in, so I certainly don't pretend to be an expert about how to get in these days. And there are probably people that are much more informed than I am. The 2 things I would say would be, first, you have to be a Swiss Army knife these days. You have to be able to do television, and, the writers who work for The Athletic all do podcasts and come on the television, and TV guys can, chumps like me can write books, and, radio guys are now on TV. So you have to be able to do everything. When I came out, they always said you had to choose. Okay, are you going to be a print guy? Are you going to be a TV guy? Are you going to be a radio guy? I chose television at the time, sort of what dabbled in print afterwards, but you have to do everything. So you can't shy away from anything. If you want to be a writer, that's fine, but learn the other skills. And the second thing I would say is that I know a lot of people, look, the media business is shrinking greatly. Yeah. And I think if you asked a lot of people in the business that question, they would say, don't. They would say, run away, do something else.
Wow.
And I don't agree with that opinion, because who am I to know that whoever asked that question, are not the next, Kate Burness or Bruce Arthur or whoever it may be, Jay Onright, whoever that is, right? Mm-hmm. So, and a lot of people told me back when I was doing news in Ottawa, I remember the executive producer of news pulled me aside and said, you got to give up on your dream of doing sports, because, and he said these words, he said to me, sports is a dead end street. You need to think about, getting yourself to the Middle East and becoming a national news reporter. And I remember in my head thinking, but that's not what I want to do. That's not me. And he was really trying to convince me that, and what's happened now, news has sort of shrunk to nothing, and sports is kind of the last bastion of live television, right? So if I had listened to him, who knows what would have happened. But so I think you have to certainly, I am not one to be the dream killer. I think that if you really love this and you really think it's something you want to do, then you should go for it. But I would just add at the end of that sentence that you do have to be a realist and have a backup plan, because it is such a small business. If you want to be, Jennifer Hedger on SportsCenter or Rod Smith or whoever that may be, there's only, if you compare it to, say, another business, advertising, being a doctor, being a lawyer, let's say the top 10% or 20% of that field do extremely well, right? Maybe. And, in our business, those jobs are, maybe it's 1% or 0.5% or 0.1% of the jobs in media. So it is really, really challenging. So I say, hell, go for it. but have a backup plan. My backup plan was going to be a gym teacher. So
nice.
I haven't had to use it yet, but who knows? Check in with me in a couple of years.
Oh, you'd be a cool gym teacher. Whether or not you're going in person or not, what are you looking forward to in the upcoming Olympics? Is it a question?
Just everything. I mean, I would say this about hockey. I'm glad they're going. I love and the NHLers playing hockey, but this was the 1 year I would have understood if they didn't go.
Yep.
I've always argued with Gary Bettman when I've seen him. I usually see him once a year backstage at the Hockey Hall of Fame, and we have a very lively 10-minute conversation. And in past times, I say, you have to go to the Olympics. And, he would argue that it's just not beneficial to the owners and the league doesn't see a real benefit out of it. But this is the 1 year I kind of side with them that, man, after the 2 years of COVID, they could have really used a regular season.
Yes.
Just an average 82-game season where it wasn't interrupted, that ended at a normal time. And so I would have understood this year if they didn't go. Having said that, I can't wait to watch, the possibility of Connor McDavid and Nathan McKinnon playing on the same line or whatever that may be. But as I told you before, Clay, I was an Olympic nerd. So,
yeah,
I'll watch speed skating and cross country skiing and everything they throw at us there.
It's actually how my YouTube channel started. Is before Canucks, I was doing daily vlogs on the 2010 Olympics in Vancouver.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, which is cool. All right, last two questions. Pretty good ones, actually. The first one is, what is Ray Ferraro like?
Just an ass. Like he's really fake on television. One of the most pompous, arrogant. No, Ray is exactly who he is.
Yeah.
He can be a grumpy at times, but he's got a heart of gold. He's one of my good buddies. He's the best analyst in hockey. And he gives me a hard time all the time about my golf game or my touch football injuries. But I love the guy to death.
Awesome. No, we like him out here too. And lastly, I don't know if you posted about this or they're just presuming, house skating on the canal in Ottawa is the question.
Hey, that was my field trips in public school. That was one of the great cool things about living in Ottawa is every year. I remember there was maybe it was probably only one day a year. It felt like about three, but every year you had a winter day where you had an option of going snowshoeing, which no one ever chose. I don't know even why they had that as an option. You could go downhill skiing, I think, or you could go skating on the canal. And we always chose skating on the canal. Now, the canal's only open usually for, a couple of months, depending on the weather. And sometimes it would be the best conditions for the ice is when Ottawa can get nasty cold, right? Like minus 35 and winds blowing down. There's like a wind tunnel on the canal. So you'd freeze your ass off, but they'd have these little stands. Do you know what beaver tails are?
Yep.
The Ottawa tradition that would be just yummy stuff. And so you skate down the canal, you have a beaver tail. And Glenn Healy, the former New York Ranger, Toronto Maple Leaf, former TSN analyst, who's a wonderful guy, tells one of the best canal stories. He had always wanted to skate to the game. They stayed at the Westin or the Chateau Laurier, the players usually would, which is at one end of the canal. And in the early days when the Senators first came, they played at the Civic Center, which is right on the canal, 6 kilometers down from there. And so Glenn decided that he would skate to the game. And he was the backup that night, so it was no big deal. The problem was that, his skates it's not exactly NHL quality ice. So his skates got kind of destroyed, and they didn't have quite the, I think, the sharpening equipment maybe they have now, where they were doing it every game. And the starter got injured in warm-up. So Glenn had to come in last second, and his skates were, the way he tells it, completely destroyed from the canal ice. So he didn't have his finest moment on the Civic Center ice that night. But, I haven't done it in a few years. Got to get back and do it because Winterlude in Ottawa is an absolute treat.
Cool. And then this truly will be the last one because it's such a good question. It was, I think James left already. Let's see if he comes back to finish off. Or maybe that was an abrupt ending to our interview, our chat. Hope we didn't think I kicked him off. Because the boss guy, I do want to ask you a question. I think it's a really, really good question. But I hope that we have the chance to ask him. Yeah, exactly. James has had enough of me. That's right, Infernal. He said, I am out of here. Well, I thought he was on his phone first, and then he switched to his iPad because his iPad wasn't his iPad horizontal and his phone was vertical. So I thought that he went to his phone first, then switched to his iPad, and then went back to his phone. Okay, let's presume that he's not coming back. I'm just expecting a text from him now. So we'll see. Okay, so I'll keep my eye on this. I'll switch the view for a second. And if he comes back, we will finish it off. And if he doesn't come back, we will thank James for his time. Yeah, that was an abrupt, like, I'm out of here. Thank you, Riley. I think you're awesome too. Nice. I got a jailbroken iPad. Yeah, I could never really get into those. Not because worried I'd get caught, but just worried that it wasn't gonna work. Okay, let's presume that he's not coming back as much as I want him to. I'll check one more thing. Okay, so let's thank James for his time. In the most, it wasn't abrupt, like rude. I think it was a technology issue. So we thank James for his time. Really, really good storyteller, and you can tell if you ask him about anything, he'll certainly have something say about it, and not just speaking for the sake of words. Something thoughtful, something entertaining, something that you can learn from. So I appreciate that. A couple of people, at least one of you mentioned I think it was Rome, you mentioned in the chat that you still remember all his work with the Jonathan Petrie story, that young man in Ottawa. So yes, that would be nice to ask him, or at least reference once. But yeah, he's a great. Yeah, phone died, but I think we were done. Yes, no problem. Just going to sign off. Thanks for coming on. Okay, so James is officially done, which is fine. So we thank James for sharing his stories, his Olympic stories, his hockey stories, his broadcasting stories. Some really good advice there about making sure that you're a Swiss Army knife, that you can do almost everything. I really like that. Yeah, but so there's some funny moments today, and I want to try and capture some of these moments. Maybe I won't edit a video, but there were just some funny things that happened this entire stream. So Kemper, like that was awesome. Thank you, Inferno. Really well spoken. Yeah, he's the best. Shannon's back. Mic drop by James. Yes, that was the ultimate mic drop. Yes, he has to go run a breaker report in the studio. C Edit says thank James. And then Coach Rob seems to be back. No problem. Duthie being a media diva. Oh, that's funny. That is funny. Clay, do you have a favorite Canucks player right now? Yes, it is Bo Horvat. Bo Horvat is my favorite Canucks player. Oh, good. Maybe I can eat this. No, I can eat it in my 5-minute break. Score prediction today. Bilomini, always. Canucks 4-2. I always say, I just like that score because if it's a 3-2 game, there's a chance of an empty netter. But yeah, I'm going to go with Canucks 4-2 as my score prediction. For sure. By the way, for those of you on my channel, no, you're all on my channel, but those of you that follow my channel, a couple of things that I'm going to bring up is I'm going to do... I'm going to move my Ask Me Anything vlog to Monday. So I'll put a post up tomorrow asking for questions for Monday instead. Usually I do the post up on Saturday asking for questions for Sunday, but I'm going to be resting tomorrow, and I actually have a hockey pool. I have a couple other things to do tomorrow. So members, franchise Hall of Fame and hero members. We have our monthly Zoom call tomorrow as well, so that should be a lot of fun. The boss, very impressive. All your hockey connections, Clay. Thank you. Yeah, no, the people are really good. It was mostly over COVID where I reached out to people and said, would you like to come on my stream on my channel? And most of them did say yes. Not everyone did, but most of them did. Riley, Clay, what are snowstorms like in Canada? Depends where you are. In Vancouver, it's heavy, and then it goes away pretty quick. In places like the prairies, it can get pretty bad, just like Midwest United States. But in Vancouver, where I live, it has to be a pretty heavy snowstorm, and we don't get them every year, that's for sure. Yeah, I wonder what the average score is. Yeah, CB, I think 3-2 is a really good guess because usually if you're a good goalie, your goals against average is in the 2.4, 2.5, 2.6 range, right? Goals against. So 3-2 would make sense. Dexter, I was hoping to ask you to put in a good word for me, Tim, because he has a good-looking daughter. Okay, I will take your word for it, Dexter. I was not aware of that. Based on goalie. Yeah, there you go. Goals against average. Any word on Besser play today? Cal, Besser is not playing today. Oh, so Shannon went back to get the code words. Very sneaky. Well, not sneaky. Good idea. Yeah, the Zoom call is tomorrow. It's going to be 8:30 Pacific because I was going to do it before dinner, but I have my hockey pool from 3 to 5. Then I'm going to go to Mass. So then the Zoom call will be 8:30 to 9:30. And then then my regular live stream will be at 10 tomorrow. Yes, I am going to be live streaming tomorrow because tomorrow we'll be drawing for the winners of the grand prize. So, but I'll talk a bit more about that at 7:00 tonight. Heavy and rare. Not sure what that was about again. Northern BC can get bad for snow for sure. Oh, sorry, you're talking about snow. Yes. Calbro, no Besser. Yes. Dexter, Jim Benning hasn't showed up on this live stream yet. No, he hasn't actually. Neither is Bim Jennings. Tiger, who is going to kick on and watch after the Canucks game? Oh, good question. I know I won't because I'll be on here wrapping up. Sibby, the Lower Mainland is a sliver of Canada that isn't like the rest of the Lower Mainland. Yeah, that's true. The rest of Canada. Alfred, when you go eat out and say, let's order steak, how do you take your meat? Rare. The boss, we got Forrest Gump rain in Vancouver. Sometimes the rain, even seen it come up from the ground. Quattrop, are you planning to sleep right after the game tonight? No, probably not. But probably early. If I can be in bed between 10 and 11, that would be good. If I sleep till 7 or 8, that should be fine. Where's Murph? Yes, Murph unfortunately couldn't make it today because of travel plans falling through, getting to Detroit. Basically, he got in a lot later than he wanted to and therefore could not commit to me, but that's fine. Lego, how long are you going to sleep once this is all over? I think if the game ends at 7, I'll stream for a bit to finish off the stream, probably eat dinner, clean up. Probably, yeah, I could see myself sleeping maybe by 10 o'clock tonight. And then if I'm up by, I don't need 12 hours, but maybe I'll sleep till about 8 or 9 tomorrow morning. Thanks for asking though. Ray bro, Clay is just built different. Yeah, I'm old and fat. What's the lineup look like? The same? Yeah, I think it could start off as the same. Usually Travis Green doesn't like to change his line if he's winning. Haven't seen Wisebroad either. AHL TV is free on their app. Oh, that's good to know, Tiger. Thanks for that. Fango, if I win the tickets, I take you to the game with me. Well, thank you. That's fine. But no, you can bring someone else. That's fine. Just tell them to join during the intermission. Yeah. You see him. The Sportsnet camera is cut to him, and you see him on a Zoom call with us. Clay, you're an Iron Man. Now I know I'm going to make it. I'm 4 hours away. I'll stay alert with Nick and then get ready for the Canucks game. And then, maybe Sean and Gail will come on. It'll be great. Does Gail get a weekend of pampering after this? Yeah, Matt, I'll do something nice for her. But she's pretty independent as well. But yeah, definitely appreciate her understanding for sure. It's kind of funny. I didn't get to say this on the stream, but with Marie, a lot of people think that we are married just because good chemistry on the screen when it comes to music. Really good friends, but she's really good friends to both Gail and me, not just me. And Gail, to her credit, I already talked about this. Doesn't get upset or anything. It's just more kind of funny. Clay, you're my favorite Canadian YouTuber. Thank you, Riley. I appreciate that. Adam, is John a wise broad or not? Only change is Halak and not Demko. That would make sense. Hey, Clay. Hey, Siakam bodyguards are here. Wow, Shannon would take Fangirl. She wins the tickets. Very good. Welcome, Kran. That's awesome that you're here. Are you ever going to do another 24-hour live? Yeah, next weekend. No, we'll see. Maybe I'll do one in the spring, or maybe I just make this once a year. 48-hour stream. That would be nuts. Claire, are you raising money for this 24-hour live stream marathon? I am. People are welcome to donate, but I'm not raising money for a specific cause. If I had done that, I would have done it from the start. So I haven't specifically sought out or asked for donations, but I'm also not raising money for anything specific. Clay, when are we getting your dad jokes on the stream? I could probably do a few during the game. Maybe that's what I'll do, but wanted to differentiate this one a little bit. Where's that jacuzzi shoots guy? I'm not sure. Maybe a 12-hour stream might be better for your health. Yeah, that's true. Okay, speaking of health, I'm going to eat the sushi. I will turn off my mic for 2 minutes, and then I won't even put you guys can just talk. I won't even put a timer up because I'm just going to sit here, but I'm going to turn off my mic for a couple of minutes, finish these pieces of sushi, and then we will move into hour. Then we'll move into hour number 21. So give me a sec. Okay. Home stretch for real. What do we got here? Clay eating sushi. Quality content we have. Oh, you guys are awesome. Daniel asked me, what are you doing with the donated money? Gmod, great minds, fight to two Canucks, Gmod. Yeah, Gmod, email me with whatever you're going to. I'm not sure if I missed something, but yes. Daniel's asking what I'm going to do with the donated money. I'm not sure yet, actually. I didn't specify a particular charity, so I will think about it. I might repurpose it for the purposes of this channel. I might give it away. Not give it away. I mean, like give it to charity. I'm not just gonna hand your money away. So I'll see. I will see. Maybe I'll invest in singing lessons. I think that's what I need to do. Okay, it is hour number 21. Hour number 21. So we are 80% done now, which is pretty crazy. Okay, the code word for hour number 21 is... Okay, let me do this, and then is quiz. I meant to ask James Duthie about the feature on his show on TSN called The Quiz, but I didn't get to. But yeah, that is the code word for this one, is indeed quiz. Quiz. Q-U-I-Z. Quiz indeed is the code word. And final countdown. Da-da-da. I can play that on the piano actually. When is the last time you went 24 hours with no sleep? Straight 24. I think recently actually. Because... No, full 24 though. Oh, maybe it was Sean. Yeah, maybe it was actually Sean's grad 2019. It was the year that went to the draft. Then I volunteered at Sean's after grad. Then went back to the draft. So maybe 2 years ago. Scale of 1 to 10. How tired are you right now? Maybe 6. Clay, me and the SVG boys would love to bowl with you. And what we'd have to do to have you meet and greet at a bowling alley and play with the SVG, the Siakam bodyguard. Come on, let's chat. We'll chat. Message me on Twitter. We'll set something up. Maybe we'll go the SBG versus the Emo family in a bowling challenge. Okay, guys, we are into the next one. And yes, he just tweeted, so I should retweet it as well. Nick Pinkerton, Twisted Wrister Hockey. Really, really like this guy. And I can't wait to bring him on. So let's do that right now.
There we go.
Hey, Nick.
Clay, how's it going, man?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. You're actually a lot more spry than I would have thought you would be at this point.
I've had my moments for sure.
And you've had your Red Bulls for sure.
Yeah, no, I've gone today by only drinking water, eating a breakfast, and eating sushi, but I haven't had Pepsi, which is, as you know, my vice. I haven't had coffee. I haven't had an energy drink. It's just doing it.
Wow, that's amazing. I don't even think I could do more than 18 hours, frankly.
Well, 18 is still pretty good. It obviously helps having guests like you. It actually makes it go by a lot faster. And home stretch, man, you are my final guest. Then I'm going to watch the Canucks game and then have Gail on during the intermissions and basically suck up to her and thank her for letting me do this. And then wrap it up after the game and we're good to go.
Sweet. Let's bring it home.
Awesome. So you guys know that I had John on. He helped me preview the Atlantic Division. We had Nathan on to preview the Central. We had Kim on to preview the Metro. And now we have Nick. And Nick is going to help me preview the Pacific because those are the 4 people. I actually made full-fledged videos with them last year. But this year, knowing that I had the stream, I asked. And all 4 of them graciously said yes. So we're going to have Nick lend his expertise. He actually knows a bit about a few of the teams in the Pacific Division, not just one team centric like me. So Nick, can you tell everyone a bit about yourself, where you've lived, where you're living now, what you're covering, and what your YouTube channel is about?
Yeah. So first and foremost, my YouTube channel is Twisted Wrister Hockey. The theme of that channel is hockey history and culture. Although I do some sort of breaking news stuff once in a while, especially if it's going to pertain to my favorite team. That's these guys here, the Sharks. Hey, they're Canucks fans. I grew up in Sharks territory, basically, and I lived there for a very long time. Now I live in North Idaho, so the closest to me is the Seattle Kraken. For a few months there, I was actually writing for thehockeywriters.com to cover Seattle. I just wrapped that up just so that I could spend some more time on my channel and take care of work stuff because it's sort of peak season from that front of things. But yeah, the Pacific and just like the Western Conference in general is what I usually follow. And yeah, let's hopefully get an interesting season underway here because yeah, it's been dominated by Vegas. It's probably still going to be dominated by Vegas, although they haven't looked the best in their first couple of games. So who knows? The season's young though.
Right. So where were you born actually? In California?
Yeah, on the Central Coast there.
Okay.
Well, you know a thing or two about golf, right?
Yeah.
You know Pebble Beach?
Yes.
I grew up one town next to that.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's an amazing place to call home for sure.
Awesome. Okay, Pebble Beach. That's pretty cool. Okay, so grew up in California, moved now in Idaho. So your closest team is Seattle, and you've already been to both preseason and regular. No, they haven't opened regular. You've been to preseason games, right?
Right. So I went to that first preseason game in Spokane against the Canucks. Yeah. And, the arena was, of course, packed there and tickets were pretty hard to come by after that pre-sale had started. So I just decided to buy a Spokane Chiefs ticket package. So then that way I got access to that pre-sale. So I've been to a Chiefs game there as well for the first time. And that did not disappoint whatsoever. Actually, very exciting and lively atmosphere, much more so than I was expecting. And then November 19th, I'll go to Seattle for my first Kraken game. I'll watch them take on the Colorado Avalanche.
Oh,
so
what a great game.
Yeah, totally.
Grubauer.
Yeah. Grubauer and also Donskoy will play against his former team for the first time.
Oh, that's right. Oh, okay, that's awesome. So November 19th.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. And then I put your YouTube channel in the chat. So a couple people are saying that they've already subbed for you, which is really, really good.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Nick does some really good stuff on his channel, unboxings, previews, tier lists, and just overall topical stuff. Not just Sharks related, right? Completely across the league.
Yeah, across the league, a little bit more West centric, I would say, and especially being in the States, I do provide some love for like teams in the Sun Belt as well that don't really get as much coverage, I would say, in North America. Yeah, that's kind of the name of the game on my channel.
It looks like Armin has already been watching because he said right away, you ranked the Canucks logo too low.
Well, if they used the skate logo, it would have been probably ranked a little bit higher.
Where did you put them in?
Oh God, I think probably 27th or something like that.
Okay. Well, it's basically the same place they finished in the standings. That's fine.
I know. I don't know why you decided to choose me. I'm not like it's not that I hate the Canucks by any means. It's just I'm not like as enthusiastic about them. I don't know, man. But hey, you've given me reason to follow them more for this upcoming season.
Thank you. Well, let's talk about it. Let's start with. We'll go in no particular order. I'll just kind of list out the team's names. Nick, if you go for 2 or 3 minutes, maybe on each team, you can talk about new key additions, key deletions, or basically how you think they're going to do.
Okay.
But in no particular order, and then at the very end, I'll have you rank them 1 through 8, if that makes sense.
Sure. Yeah.
Does that work?
We'll see how I do here. It's been a while since I've spoken at that length about each team, but I'll give it my best.
Well, even if you get to 2 minutes, that's fine, or talk about one big thing. So let's start with your team. I know you have no trouble filling this time.
Okay.
Let's start with the San Jose Sharks.
Yeah. So the Sharks they look a little bit different than they have in the past couple of years. Like this, think about it this way. It's the first season in which they won't have any of the following, Patrick Marleau,
Yeah.
Joe Thornton, Joe Pavelski. All those guys are gone now. And now Evander Kane is off the roster. He wasn't even at training camp. So this team has had some voids to fill. And it's been hard because, of course, they've been strapped with those veteran contracts for a long time.
Yeah.
So I don't necessarily expect them to be able to sort of go into that full rebuild. It has to be more of a retool. Another reason why it has to be like that is because they've had a very difficult time selling out games. Their season ticket holder base has dropped several thousand holders over the last 6 or 7 years.
Wow.
And so that's why they need to still spend money, even if it's, bringing in like Nick Bonino, who isn't like the biggest name by any means, but he's somebody who can make some level of impact out there.
Yeah.
So that's kind of one side of things. The other side is a youth movement that you'll see in the next, I'd say, 3 or 4 years. It starts with William Eklund.
Yes.
We had no idea that he would be busting in like opening night on the second line, but there he is. And he's been really good too. It's not just the name. He's been putting it together. And I think that is something that's consistent across all 3 zones from what the coaches have said. So yeah, look for him on the second line, number 72 out there. The Gecko, as we're going to be calling him probably. So we got him. Jasper Weatherby, I don't know too much about this guy, but he's going to be centering the 4th line to start out. And then in goal, the Sharks are looking different as well with Aiden Hill coming over from the Coyotes. And James Reimer, who also played for the Sharks a few years ago, he comes back in as well. I don't expect these guys to be world beaters, but it's got to be at least just a little bit better than, Jones and Dubnyk last year. So I don't think the Sharks are going to be like a playoff caliber team, but I think they could end up better than what my expectations were. But I'm keeping them pretty darn low since the last 2 seasons. They haven't been anywhere near the playoffs.
Who's going to score for this team? Couture, Hurdle, who else?
Yeah, really. That's a great question. So Timo Meier is somebody who hasn't last couple seasons been producing to the level that he had been. But again, it's when you look at Timo Meier and Kevin LeBanc as well, not as much of a goal scorer, but a guy who's put up plenty of points, especially on the power play. Those 2 guys have tailed off the last 2 years. A huge reason why. Timo Meier was playing on a first line with Joe Pavelski. Kevin LeBanc was playing on a third line with Joe Thornton. So I don't necessarily expect those guys to be back at that level, but they got to get just a little bit higher in terms of and consistent too. Consistency is key with those 2 players.
Yeah, San Jose. I was at a hockey pool, Nick, on Thursday night, and San Jose is interesting because I guess Hurdle's 27 already though, right? Like, is he?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're right. You mentioned the Marlows and the Thorntons, and you still got the 2 older, higher paid defensemen there, and then
3 of them.
Yeah, but there's really. They didn't do a good job rebuilding because there's really nothing in the middle like that's they're okay, like Couture's fine, Hurdle's fine, but and then you said that they might have to wait for this retooling youth movement in the next 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, one other big guy is Tristan Robbins is a fairly known name among WHL teams. I think he was the first player to hit double-digit points, so that was one. And then we also have one of those Michiganders as well. Not anybody who was recently drafted, but Thomas Bordelot is supposed to sort of be that next sort of franchise caliber center for us. So yeah, but down the middle, we are pretty damn thin. I like the Bonino signing. It's a great deal, but obviously we need somebody who's going to create some long-term impact, especially if a guy like Hurdle packs his bags and goes somewhere else.
Awesome. Well, thanks for that detail. No, that was really good actually. Anaheim Ducks.
Okay, well, now everything's from here on is going to be a complete disappointment. Anaheim, wow. I mean, how many guys on Anaheim's roster can we name?
None.
And how many of those guys are not prospects, right? You got Getzlaff, you've got Silverberg, Raquel, Fowler, Manson. But with Anaheim, they have obviously been in the thick of this rebuild, and now it's time where they start putting it together. Of course, Zegras and Jamie Drysdale on defense. Those guys are, getting their feet wet this season to start out. But they've had a couple other guys who've been playing with the organization for a couple of years, like Sam Steele and Troy Terry. They haven't quite panned out to the degree that we expect from these other kind of like blue chip prospects. But now it becomes a matter of now bringing those talents in does that sort of help the players around them? Does that help the players on a line with Trevor Zegras? Also, you have Mason McTavish. I forgot him too. Third overall pick in this last draft. He was, skating last night as well. And they just got a win against the Jets a couple nights ago. So that's a good win. And they had a close one against Minnesota. That was just a few seconds away from going into overtime. So who knows this? And it's interesting because a few years ago, they got off to a really hot start and then they, tanked from there, but they were getting more out of players at that time. So it's kind of like, what's it going to take for Rickard Rakell to kind of get back into like 25 goal scoring mode?
Yes.
And if so, can that sort of, inspire some of those, young guys to, kind of surpass expectations for year one or year two. And then having, having Drysdale with a couple veterans like Fowler and Manson, that should help his development fairly well. Backup goaltending, we'll see how that fares. It looked good last night, but like John Gibson, I think he already got injured. So
yes,
right. That's the guy who can, put the team on his back if need be. But yeah, they can't just be driving him into the ground for an 82 game season,
Right. Okay. So Anaheim kind of plagued with some of the similar problems, although maybe a bit more promise. How about LA, the third California team?
Yeah, LA is kind of a dark horse, I think. I wouldn't be all too surprised, even though I don't expect them to actually qualify for the playoffs, given this division. They brought in, of course, Philippe Deneau and also Victor Arvidsson and Alex Edler. You'll have to let us know sort of what you think of his absence from the defense there, even though you have some experienced veterans that you brought in. So those guys come in. LA is a team that has witnessed, Kopitar, Doughty, and Dustin Brown not really slowing down. Maybe a couple of years ago, it seemed like they had, but they've been really good the last, I'd say, 2 seasons. But the thing that gets lost in translation with the Kings is that they have other forwards who kind of go unnoticed because we're always watching Kopitar. We're always watching Doughty out there, especially since he plays half the game, basically. Guys like Iafallo and Adrian Kempe. Those are 2 names that come to mind. Even some of the grinders, like Blake Lizotte had a pretty good season last year for them. Those are the guys who I think could be the ultimate X factor in terms of getting this team back into playoff contention. And also a big one, I think, is Arvidsson's health. He's just been unhealthy. He's been inconsistent the last, I'd say, 3 years with Nashville. So if you can kind of turn the clock back, maybe this team gets back into it. Cause I don't mind, Cal Peterson as their number 1 starter. He's been serviceable at worst, I'd say.
No, I like him a lot. I do like Peterson a lot. Okay. Let's go with the 2 Albertan teams, Edmonton and Calgary.
Okay. I'll start with Edmonton since they're right here. Yeah.
Yes.
Edmonton, a lot of people would probably book them for second. I don't quite see that. I don't know. I saw a couple of forwards drop off in their productivity from the 2019-20 season, somebody like Kyler Yamamoto. Mm-hmm. And I know they brought in Zach Hyman, but again, it's the age old or the tireless question of, does this team have enough depth? And when I look at them, I don't say outright no, but I'm still not entirely convinced. I mean, I think Hyman scored in his first game. You would know that, yeah?
Yeah, actually, I don't even know. Oh no, against the Canucks? Yes, he did. He was he was on the crease. Yes, that's right.
Yeah. So I mean, that's good for him to get off to a good start there. But like Turris hasn't worked out, defensively. Let's look at that side of things too. They lose Adam Larson, so they lose somebody who's steady in his own zone.
Yep.
Bring in Keith, which is helpful to a couple of the younger defensemen. I guess I don't think that's an upgrade by any means, and they also lost Ethan Bear. So it's kind of like this team hasn't done. I don't think they've done enough to get better. Hyman's certainly an upgrade, but again, I'd rather have them make up for productivity for a guy like Hyman with a committee of players who can actually step up. Like Puljujärvi, he'll have to look like he did last season too. And then in goal, Mike Smith had a wonderful year. Mm-hmm. And even in that first game,
Yep.
Yeah, like a 970 save.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, he's going to play great, at least in portions of this season, but it's an 82 game season for a 39-year-old. Can you expect him to replicate his performance last season? I do have concerns over that, and just backup goaltending as well. So anyway, I still think that, of course, McDavid and Draisaitl can get them into the playoffs, but in that division, right? But when you have to pair up, when you have to go against a team who's either seeded higher than you, or you have to, you win a couple rounds and you go up against Colorado, or you go up against a team with good defensive depth like Winnipeg now.
Right.
Can you win that? And I just don't know if that's the case with this team.
Interesting. Okay. So let's go down the road to Calgary.
Yeah. Calgary is a team that, frankly, I haven't been following in depth quite as much. There's a battle of Alberta tonight. That should be interesting.
Yes.
But I don't know. If just the makeup of this club, I haven't been very convinced that this is the group of players that's going to get them to that next step. They were 2017-18 that season, and I think 2018-19, that's when they actually, won the division. Like they were leading that division the whole year. But the thing is that Monahan and Gaudreau haven't been the same since then. They've lost Mark Giordano, which not only just from a leadership standpoint, but the guy he does everything. He plays power play, he plays penalty kill. And, that presence I would imagine is pretty missed on the blue line. It's kind of like, who's their main guy on the blue line these days? Is it Rasmus Anderson? Shillington? I can't really identify somebody who's going to sort of step up in the way that, Giordano did for so many years there. Goaltending, the way that I look at Calgary is that I'm not sold on them, but if Jacob Markstrom plays like he did for the Canucks 2 years ago, then that's a different conversation.
Right.
That's somewhat how I see them. I like Blake Coleman, but in terms of, that contract and probably the role that they intend for him, it's like, that seems a bit of a stretch to be honest. I just don't really believe in what is going on in that front office for Tree Living and company, but that's just me.
Yeah. So when Edmonton and Calgary play, do you have a dog in the fight? Are you casual, or do you actually like one of the two teams better than the other?
I don't really care all that much. I probably like Calgary just a little bit more. And it's not because the only time I ever hated the Edmonton Oilers was 2006. I can talk about that ad nauseum. And I mean, I love watching, who doesn't love watching Connor McDavid? Even if you're a Flames fan, you probably love watching Connor McDavid. So I don't know, maybe Calgary just because I'm a little bit closer to them. And a couple of the YouTubers I've interacted with and collaborated with are Flames fans, or they live in Calgary. So that always kind of, working with various personalities will at some point, help me understand and appreciate more about them. So the Canucks would be, one of those teams at some point, I would think. Like, for example, I wouldn't be as curious about the Islanders if it weren't for, Kim's channel and all the fans that have, been interacting with hockey Twitter and that sort of thing.
Great point.
Yeah.
Great point. So that leaves, we did the 3 California teams, we did the 2 Alberta. So that leaves Vegas, Seattle, and Vancouver. Take your pick.
All right, let's start with Vegas.
All right.
I still see them as the best team in this division. I know that their first couple of games haven't been all that flashy. I mean, they had that 3-0 lead against Seattle. They almost lost it.
Yeah.
I think they've never lost in regulation after being up 3-0 or leading after 2 periods. I think it's after being up 3-0. I of course can name a time in the playoffs when they were up 3-0 and lost, but that's another story. But yeah, I think that defensively this team is still the best in the division.
Yeah.
Guys like Shea Theodore, Alex Pietrangelo, and they brought Martinez back too. So they're sturdy there. Lehner, I think that he's earned a starting spot there. Now, in terms of his durability over the course of a full season, I'm not so sure about that. I like bringing in Brossoit as a backup. That was kind of one guy I wanted the Sharks to take a look at. Brossoit was signed on a very affordable deal there after a good season in Winnipeg. I mean, small sample size, but a good season nonetheless. Dodonov is I don't know why Vegas specifically wanted to bring him in when their issue is at center, if anything, but he's somebody who can definitely spark the power play a little bit because their power play has looked like crap in the last couple of years. That's what happens when Peter DeBoer is your head coach and brings over Steve Spott. I know a thing or two about that. But nonetheless, yeah, I still think that they're the best team. They've got just some electric forwards out there. Even somebody like Alex Tuck is underutilized, and I know that he's out right now. So Vegas might not be dominating the division early on, but they're going to get it together at some point.
Yeah. So let's say Vancouver for last. So
okay,
yeah, let's go Seattle next.
Seattle is a team that's built on kind of like Vegas, a little bit of defense, but goaltending is the best in the division there, right? So Grubauer and Chris Streaker, who, he's only played in 38 NHL games, but his numbers are fantastic. The last 2 seasons have been great. Yeah, I know he stumbled a little bit in the playoffs, but it doesn't help when your team is like committing 14 penalties a game or whatever the hell Florida was doing. Yeah. So goaltending is their absolute strength. And, Grubauer, he played probably better last night, still hasn't been like Vezina caliber. And let's not forget that even though he was a Vezina finalist, that Colorado Avalanche team was by far the best at limiting scoring chances out there. I think they led the league in fewest shots against at 25.5 a game, something like that, which is wicked good. So that's going to be their calling card. And that's why I think that with that, some big beefy defensemen who are mostly stay at home in their nature, that's why I think that I don't see them finishing anywhere lower than 4th in this division. And I've just straight up flat out said that they are a playoff team. I'm lock them in.
Wow.
The forward group isn't anything dazzling per se, but they just have good characters in that group. Right. And a couple of guys who broke out last year and are sort of coming into their own, like a guy like Jared McCann, right?
Yeah.
He went from this, bottom 6 nobody in Florida, and now he's scoring, last year 32 points in 43 games. And that's what, with 16 minutes of ice time a game, give or take. So this guy's now playing on a first line. He's going to help a couple guys there who kind of need to bounce back after last season, J.D. Schwartz and also Jordan Eberle too. Yanni Gord is injured, so they'll have to make up for him. But already you're seeing some guys step up. Somebody like Morgan Geekie.
Yeah.
It was interesting because I had to write an article on Geekie after he was drafted, and I looked at some of his highlights, a lot of it WHL, because he didn't really get the opportunity in Carolina. And I said, whoa, this guy has great hands. He goes to the net. He's just got a very solid kind of fundamental skill set. Even though he's not flashy, he's got a pretty good shot and good and a fairly quick release. And so I said, all right, this guy probably was just underutilized because Carolina is such a stacked team anyway. And so he comes over to Seattle, scores 2 goals in that preseason opener, and he gets a great opportunity and snipes at home in the first game against Vegas. So that's somebody who's kind of coming into a role that is maybe not necessarily expected when he's drafted.
Yeah.
But he's kind of there already from what I see. So I think that this is a solid team. I think that, it was smart that they didn't spend all of their cap space. Yeah. And I think that they've got a good first season ahead of them. I don't expect a cup run, but we'll see.
The Seattle one's interesting because, up here, Nick, a lot of Canucks fans, they really want to see Seattle not succeed because they already saw Vegas, what they've been doing, making the playoffs the first 4 seasons of their existence, and they don't want that to happen again when they've been struggling so much for them to make the playoffs themselves.
Yeah. I mean, and it's interesting, the prospect of these two teams facing off, October 23rd, I think it's the first time, because they're built kind of differently, right? The Canucks you've got all these skilled forwards.
Yep.
And then with Seattle's side, you've got, I just looked at this, if you take Carson Soucy and Jamie Alexiak and Adam Larson, for example, those guys would be on average 6'3" and 225 pounds. So it's going to be interesting to watch that matchup, in the 4 times it happens in the regular season, and who knows, maybe beyond that.
Yes. And we know that rivalries are generally built in the playoffs, but still there's already a little small one brewing. So you started to talk about them last but not least. You said the Canucks have a deep, skilled forward group.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, first of all, it was good that they were able to get their contracts done while they could there.
Yes.
Going to be interesting to see Demko for a full season as starter. Halak might be a good kind of mentor to back him up there. I've always, enjoyed watching him over his several seasons his seasons with several teams. So I hope that he, is able to kind of play up to the level he did in Boston there. Not entirely sure. He's getting a little bit older, but I think that he's got a lot of sort of off the ice sort of advice that he can probably offer as well. So anyway, I've always liked him quite a bit. Now defensively, I remember you mentioning that like the pairings hadn't quite worked out to what you had expected in terms of like the bottom pairings, because you guys really have like 4 defensive pairings.
Yeah,
like 4 true ones. Yeah. What? Any thoughts on what you saw from Rathbone in the first game?
Yeah. So he played all. Yeah, good question. He played all 7 preseason games, but it's funny, he wasn't a lock. And then when you saw the 4 pairings listed, sure, it depends on how they're listed on the tweet. But you had Brad Hunt, Luke Shen as your 3rd, and then Jack Rathbone, Kyle Burrows as your 4th. At least that's the way it looked on paper. But they're the pairing that's played the last 2 games. Rathbone's been fine, very limited ice time, just 12 minutes as a 3rd pairing guy, but. He does create with his skating style and with his edge work and able to pivot and stuff. But they've been fine. They've actually been, I guess when you're the 3rd D pairing, you don't want to be noticeable, especially for the wrong reasons. And they've actually been quite good.
Well, if that can pan out, then maybe the Canucks are that team who I think they could finish as strong as I would say 3rd. Yeah. I almost want earlier on, a couple months ago, I was thinking, could they be like 2nd place? And I said, all right, well, I'm gonna pump the brakes a little bit just from the season that they had. And I understand that it was kind of a write-off there. So even though like when we get to my actual standings, you know, I like to throw things around more so than I should. So I won't have them where you want me to, but I won't be surprised if they finish 3rd in this division.
Fair enough.
I won't be. But then again, I said I wouldn't be surprised if LA finished 4th.
Right.
Yeah.
So yes, factoring surprises and whatever, you just never know what's going to happen. What does your 8-team list look like, Nick? And how many of those 8 make the playoffs?
Okay, only 3 make the playoffs.
Yep.
The Central is stacked. I think that you're seeing a couple teams tail off there, like Dallas. I wasn't a huge fan of their offseason. It was almost like a senior boat cruise. They just got some passengers from there to come over to the team. And with like Nashville, they were lightning in a bottle last year. I don't know if I expect the same from them or St. Louis. They're kind of stuck in neutral, but nonetheless, I still think that there are enough clubs there, strong clubs to put together 95 plus point seasons and then maybe a 5th team there. So I see 3 from the Pacific for sure. At the bottom, and I did my season predictions on my channel, and I said that this was an anti-jinx. This is like me saying they're going to suck so that they don't suck.
Oh, so reverse thinking or whatever it's called, reverse psychology.
Yeah, pretty much. Although, you know what? Maybe I should have picked them higher, because if they sucked and finished at the bottom, then they would get a lottery pick. So I'm going to say the Sharks are on the bottom this year.
Okay.
And some people do have them on the bottom this year too. Let's just say that they can't quite match the productivity that they lost from Evander Kane, for example.
Right.
He's been a terrific player. It's just that, Kane get a Kane. So I'll say that maybe the goaltending isn't anything spectacular, and I'll put the Sharks on the bottom.
Right.
It'll be an interesting season to follow nonetheless, but yeah. 7th, I predicted Anaheim.
Mm-hmm.
And Anaheim, I think toward the end of this season or in the last, 3rd or whatever, they're going to kind of come on like the Ottawa Senators did. I think that's when they're going to start putting it together. Not just with the blue chips out there, but a couple like guys like Isaac Lundestrom or Max Comtois. He had a really good season for them last year as their leading scorer. In 6th place, I'll have Calgary. I know that's probably the lowest that anybody would predict them to finish. Again, I think it takes a 2019-2020 Jacob Markstrom to put the team on its back. Excuse me.
Right.
And I think Giordano's loss is going to kind of get to them too, because like they got Kachuk there, which he's somebody who could definitely light a fire under the team, but I just don't know how many other players besides him and like Blake Coleman are going to do that per se. But we'll see.
Calgary's tricky because they're actually I don't hate them, but they're one of my least favorite teams. But to me, man, it's got to be a chemistry thing because they have enough skill. They do. I don't know.
At least in the top 6, they still look pretty strong.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. But you're right. The Giordano loss, that's a big one. All
right. Hold your breath, or take a deep breath, right? And that's probably the way to do it. So fifth, how about this way? I'm assuming worst case scenario, again, as reverse psychology. So I'm going to put the Canucks in fifth. Now, what happens if the Pacific sends 5 teams to the playoffs? Let's look at it that way.
Oh, wow.
I'm not a big OEL believer, but the thing is they don't need him to be a Norris Trophy caliber defenseman to do well. Mm-hmm. So I'm assuming worst case scenario after last season, but they're probably going to prove me wrong in some ways. Because, again, I like to keep things a little interesting. So I vaulted the Kings ahead of them, but not in a playoff spot. I say that, Dano is a great addition to their center depth. And I think Cal Peterson's maybe a little underrated. And again, some of those forwards, the Kempes out there, the Iafallos, they're a little bit better than we're giving them credit for. Even a guy like Athanasiou, like they could put him on a second line, right?
Right.
I sometimes forget that he was there too. So I've got the Kings in a surprise to finish fourth. Third place, I predicted Edmonton. So let's just say they don't get quite the goaltending they got from Smith last year. Yeah. I think that could, be a bit of a difference maker. And we'll see how the defense does now that they don't have Adam Larson.
Yeah.
And then second, I predicted Seattle because, again, I'll take my chances with a team that has stellar goaltending and good defense over a team with, decent goaltending and good offense or great offense, I'll say. So I'll predict Seattle. No, I mean, come on. Vegas ran away with the division their first season.
Oh, yeah.
And, I mean, you could even argue that back then the Pacific was a little bit better because Anaheim was still wicked good. San Jose was good.
Yeah.
LA was about to tank, but they still were pretty good. They made it into the playoffs. Whereas this time, I mean, like the only team that, you can just guarantee it is, I think, Vegas and maybe Edmonton, but I've got Seattle ahead. And then, I still don't see a reason why Vegas would fall off the top of the division, right. I guess. But yeah, what does yours look like?
Yeah, that Seattle pick is bold because, I don't want to bias myself just because the Canucks took 3 out of 4 in their first games, but all their new guys look good. OEL, Pullman, Podkolzin, Dickinson, and Garland are okay, but it's still super early. I think if I had to do it, so to clarify, to confirm, you went Vegas, Seattle, Edmonton,
LA,
Vancouver,
Calgary,
yeah. Anaheim, San Jose, right?
Yeah, and you know what? Like, if I were to give you my less crazy predictions, it would probably be, Anaheim on the bottom, San Jose. 6th would probably be, I'd probably still stick with Calgary. 5th would be LA. 4th would be Vancouver. Seattle 3rd, or right. Who knows, maybe flip those 2. Yeah, and then Edmonton 2nd. But anyway, you were saying.
Yeah, I think I still go, I don't know, pretty maybe optimistic. I go Vegas, Edmonton, Calgary. So, sorry.
Oh, wow, you got Calgary 3rd.
No, I screwed up. Vegas, Edmonton, Canucks. Yeah.
Okay. I was like, in what world are your Canucks worse than Calgary?
So, Vegas, Edmonton, Vancouver. Uh-huh. And then I have, I have Calgary, LA, Seattle, quite frankly. I'd say
wow.
6, yeah.
Slid them all the way to 6th.
Yeah, and then Anaheim, San Jose. Now, the Seattle one, I must admit, Nick, I think I'm a little bit, I don't want to say voting with my heart, not my head. I don't know. I don't see it. I was flip-flopping between LA and Seattle because I don't want to just say LA, Anaheim, San Jose, the 3 California teams, because I do think LA is going to be better, but yeah. And then Calgary can't be as bad as they were last year, so yeah, I guess that's the biggest difference between us is a 4 spot difference.
Wow, that's remarkable. I mean, one other justification. I mean, this doesn't necessarily justify a second place finish, but I mean, compare the opening night roster, like, and don't do it by looking at their roster today. Look at it 4 years ago. What did Vegas's roster look like on opening night? Did anybody think that William Karlsson was going to score 43 goals and be as good defensively as he was, right. Or Riley Smith being like one of their most consistent players the whole time? If you look at that opening night roster, and then you look at Seattle's, I think Seattle's is incredibly better.
Wow.
Going away, it's way better than Vegas's.
Mhm.
You know, who was their backup goaltender? Malcolm Subban, Vegas, right? Shea Theodore was a nobody at that time.
Yep.
You know, they didn't have Pietrangelo or Alec Martinez. Their best forward on paper was Jonathan Marchessault.
Yes.
And that's where they kind of have Seattle a little bit beat. But Seattle, at least, they have a third line which could have guys like, Calle Yarncroke or Jonas Donskoy or Mason Appleton, like guys who have been playing a little bit. Whereas, the other guys had, or the Vegas had, who did they have? I can't even remember. James Neal was on the second line, but yeah, their bottom six looked weaker, or at least their third line, second and third line. That's where you notice the drop off, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, so then, yeah, I know Seattle, their defense and their goaltending looks really, really good. Their offense, I'm not sure. Like I can see some of their players break out, like Gord and Eberle, and I like Jaden Schwartz and all those guys, but I don't know. Do they have a superstar on up front?
No, I wouldn't make the case for anybody scoring more than about 26 goals for that team. I mean, McCann's going to get that opportunity. I think he's only 25 or 26 years old. So, I mean, for him to be up there with Schwartz and Eberle, I think that, he's able to, score at the same rate more or less than he did last season. But I wouldn't say that, he's not going to put up 70 points or more. I mean, if he scored 60, I would be pretty surprised.
I like how you picked, I like how you said 26 goals, like such a precise number that you said no one's going to score more than 26.
I think I've got Eberle down for like 24. So that's why. Well, Eberle hasn't been scoring as many goals now, but he's going to be looked to a lot more, because that's another area where Seattle's weak, at least on paper, is that they don't really have any prolific power play personnel.
Exactly.
But they actually look pretty good. And even I think they've scored 1 or 2 power play goals in their first 2 games. So, I mean, it's probably going to come together a little bit better there, but yeah, going into the season, I said, well, who's going to put the puck in the net? And I'm like, what about Eberle? I said, when was the last time Eberle scored like 25 goals? It's been seemingly forever. He had a 34 goal season even before McDavid went to the Oilers. It's interesting kind of career journey for him.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so Seattle, and it's fascinating because Vancouver starts off with 6 on the road, and game number 6 is
in Seattle.
Yeah, the 23rd one, the first home game for Seattle. Wow. Are you in tune with the Seattle fan base, Nick? A little bit?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. What's their general hope and expectation? Their realistic general hope and expectation?
Maybe I don't know it that well then. I mean, the enthusiasm is absolutely there.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see it as much where I am, but like I went to that preseason game and I didn't see very much in the way of Vancouver fans. I mean, what was cool though is you saw all sorts of hockey fans there. Spokane is as I say, it's one of the best kept secrets in the US, I would say, for hockey. It really is. But yeah, I think it's enthusiasm first and foremost, right? It's the honeymoon period. So it's like people really don't care if they're not going to be all that great. They just want to have hockey in that city. That's to the extent that I really know it, to be honest.
And I admit, when I watched that game, I should have asked you where you're sitting. Were you anywhere within like TV range?
Oh, no, not at all. I mean, one reason was because tickets were a lot more than I was expecting. I mean, I know it's just a preseason game, but it's, here it is in Spokane, like 10,000 people are there, 10,300 or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like, I was in the upper bowl, like second row up in like one of the corners, and I paid, I think, $95 for my seat, which, that's not bad if you're going to watch pro hockey by any means. But I was like, wow, like preseason, for a town that doesn't even have an NHL team. And I was like, you know what? They probably just know their market really well. They know that they can sell it for that much. And so I said, all right, well, I'm going to do it. Like that's awesome. Let's go.
And that's 95 US. Like for us Canadians,
we times
it by another 1.
Yeah, 95 US. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Wow. And so you ended up doing prediction videos for all 4 divisions, 4 separate videos?
I was going to do that, but just in the interest of time, I just made one season predictions video.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
cool.
I know. It's so weird though. I don't know how often you do that sort of thing, but like people get really butthurt if you don't choose their favorite team to win the cup. I'm like, oh man, I'm so sorry, buddy. Like I forgot that you're a Philadelphia Flyers fan. I didn't predict your team. Oh God.
Exactly. No, that is very funny. John from Hot Take Hockey walks in here. It says 2 legends. Some people giving their predictions, which is really, really good. Some people saying, they got Vancouver as high as 2nd or 3rd, and others saying, great job on the collab, which is cool. Are you cool to answer questions for 5 minutes real quick?
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
I'm good. My Sharks don't play till 7.
So I got my Canucks at 4, your Sharks at 7. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, guys, so let's do this. I need about 10 minutes to get ready and to get back over to the TV room to set up. So let's pepper Nick with the questions for the next 5 minutes based on his rankings. Remember, he has Vegas, Seattle, Edmonton, LA, right?
Yeah. Again, I can't just give you the same predictions that the analysts are going to. Yeah. If you like, I can tell you guys right now, let's see here. What was probably the most surprising projection that I've made beyond that? The Metropolitan Division, I ended up kicking out one of those teams. And that team in this case was Pittsburgh. I only did it because I only chose them because I know that Sullivan has managed injuries better than any coach, I would say, in the last couple of years. He's been amazing with that. But when you look at who's injured to start out, right? Yeah. The other team I thought about almost kicking out was Washington, but because defensively they've lost some guys. But I ended up kicking out the Penguins in favor of the Rangers. I just thought about Gallant, who, by the way, he's never made it through his 3rd season with any of the teams he's coached. But I said, no, I think that the team's going to respond pretty well to him. So I bumped the Rangers into a playoff spot. I guess that's maybe my other boldest prediction, but something crazy is going to happen. Yeah, you just know it.
I don't blame you. The Rangers, kind of in New Jersey too, they're both filled with younger players now that are finally going to start to move a little bit. No, I like that Rangers pick for a playoff spot. I would agree with you, actually. I would agree.
I'd love to see them or the Devils get in. I think the Devils, they still need another year though. That forward core is still pretty darn young.
That's fair.
Whereas the Rangers at least have Mika and Panarin out there.
Yeah, good point. And then the emergence of Adam Fox, of course, as well. Okay, 2 questions in here. Who's your favorite San Jose Sharks player currently?
Oh, he just earned an alternate letter, and he certainly earned it in spades. That is Mario Ferraro, number 38.
Nice.
Yeah, the guy's only like 5'11", but he plays above his height and above his weight. He led the team in hits last season. He even got in a couple of scraps. He's entering his 3rd season, and he's already earned an alternate on a team that's stacked with veterans.
Wow.
He led the team in block shots last year as well. Offensively, he's not going to wow you by any means. I think he'll get some more opportunity over time, but his fundamentals and just the cojones on that kid. I can't think of anyone better to grow into that kind of role with San Jose. So somebody to watch out for in the future for sure.
Oh, I like that.
Great question.
I have to look that guy up. Do you think there'll ever be a Vegas versus San Jose playoff rematch? Probably not for a little bit, eh?
Hey, what's going to be interesting? I don't know what will take longer. The Sharks to get back into the playoffs or Vegas to find their way out of it. Yeah. That's kind of an interesting dynamic to look at because Vegas, I don't know. I don't think it's this year, but next year is when, if they don't get into the final, that's when I think people should get concerned because a couple of those players are going to get a little bit older and they're going to enter some cap trouble, I think, unless they pull a Tampa. They're Vegas, so they probably will.
Yes. Yeah, that was a very memorable series too. And lastly, a good question. Do you think San Jose would ever move north to San Francisco?
I have a video from, I'd say June or July when I said I think the Sharks are going to move out of California. At some point. I'd say within the next dozen years, I think they're gone.
Yep.
I hate saying it, but they live in the most expensive part of the United States. They've had a terrible time with season tickets. They need to get. That's the thing. They're in this terrible trap right now where if they're not in the playoffs and spending money, no one's going to come.
Yeah.
But we've already seen what happens when they try to spend money. So
that's tough.
I would not be surprised, I should say. San Francisco would be tough because that's more expensive. They would have to maybe share the same arena with the Warriors.
Right.
And I mean, the challenge here is that nobody north of San Jose gives a shit about hockey. I'm sorry for cursing, but
that's fine. First one in 24 hours, we're good.
It's my frustration with that area is that there has been very little support from the media to actually build that Sharks fan base north of San Jose or north of Santa Clara County, which, it's only about 50 minutes away from San Francisco. But the thing is that it's kind of like, the Rangers and the Islanders, right? The Rangers get all the hype and all the attention, and the Islanders are playing second fiddle.
Right.
It's kind of like that dynamic, I guess.
Oh, gotcha. No, this is great. Nick, this has been awesome, man. And thank you. There's a lot of great feedback in the channel saying you guys are awesome, legends, all these things. So it's pretty cool. And then I posted your link to your channel one more time in the chat. So friends, make sure that just as you've been supporting me, make sure that you support Nick and all the great stuff he's doing on his channel. We will see if Seattle's closer to a 6th place team or a 2nd place team.
That's a great way to look at it. And who knows, maybe we can have another conversation around that once we get toward the midpoint.
Let's do it. You know what they're going to do? They're going to hit 4th. They're going to split the difference, but then it will depend on whether or not that's a playoff seeding or not.
Well, let's get them and Vancouver into the playoffs. So,
Okay.
let's sneak San Jose in too.
Okay.
How about we get all 3 teams right on the coast there?
Yep.
SoCal can go, kick rocks. And then one of us will take down Vegas.
I love it. That's perfect. And yes, GL says Nick seems like a great guy, has a radio voice. Yes, a very nice,
thanks.
Clear tone for sure.
I appreciate
and who
that.
the Sharks got tonight? Who do the Sharks have tonight?
It's West Side Story. They're playing the Jets.
Okay. Very good. Well, enjoy that game. I'm going to get ready to not stream, but watch party the Canucks and Red Wings. And then we'll see for I'm not sure about San Jose. If Vancouver can win this, they'll come out having 5 out of the first 6 points possible.
Yeah, Detroit's not a pushover anymore.
Nope.
You guys got to bring your A game.
Yeah, they're a lot better, but it should be a lot of fun. Nick, thanks for everything, man. I really appreciate your insight, and I look forward to connecting with you throughout the season.
It's been a pleasure, Clay. Thank you for hosting me.
All right, and nice jerseys, man. That looks really tight. Thanks a lot. I think, I'm not sure if Nick heard me say that last thing or if he was on his way out already, or maybe he didn't like the way that I said it. Maybe he didn't like the way that I said Seattle. No, I'm just kidding. Nick is so good. He's his channel is really growing, slow and steady, but more emphasis on steady. And he does high quality stuff. You can tell he's got a really good tenor to his voice, and he's very calm and he's articulate. He doesn't stutter. He doesn't word whisker. I think he's really good. And just like all the guests that I've been blessed to have, he's been really good. Okay, it's 3:52. I'm going to make my way over to the family room now and set up. So if I come on a few minutes after 4, I just realized that the Zoom camera makes my lips look really red, but that's okay. I'll start to make my way over there. My last move of the night. But yes, I will come on pretty much at 4 or just after 4. No, I should be able to move over there in 7 minutes. I'll give you then the 22nd hour word, and then I will release some instructions about the next giveaway. So if you have an Instagram account, you'll want to be ready for that. There's no rush on it though. I gotta Sean help me do it. I gotta check that out right now. So I will not put up any screen or anything like that because I'm not taking everything over. I'm just taking my one laptop over. So I will see you in about, I'm gonna aim for 4 o'clock. It might be 1 or 2 minutes afterwards. So hopefully you're sticking with me to watch this Canucks Red Wings game. And we'll have obviously a good 5 or 7 minutes before. And then when you see Dan Murphy on the TV, you can look at him and say, oh man, you should have been with Clay today on a stream. Okay, so thanks everyone. I will see you in a few minutes. Let's aim for just 4 o'clock or shortly thereafter. right, we are back. Now I can get my TV ready. As you can imagine, this house is in a bit of a mess right now. Well, mostly because of me. All right, welcome back. I know you guys are waiting for the 4 o'clock word, so give me a second. I just want to update this. Really quickly. Let me just fix this. Stick around for my post-game show, for my brief, for my post-game show. I'll be sharing how you can win a pair of Canucks tickets. How you can all right. So that's good. And I just want to update the subscriber list, and I can give you the 4 o'clock time. Then I'm going to go get myself a well-deserved Pepsi. Okay. Subscriber goal, we're at 7896. Pretty good. 7896. Do we think we can get to 8,000 by the end of tonight's game? So we need to basically find 104 new subscribers tonight. Seems a little tough now that I think about it. Subscribe per goal 8,7896 and by tomorrow. All right. There's 64 of you in here, which is great. Give me a couple of minutes. I just want to get a couple things ready. So thanks for being here. We've made it to the end. Let me give you that hour number 22. And basically the code word is this thing. Code word is piano. 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 That is the code word for hour number 22. Again, it is piano. Piano, piano, piano. I guess I should put the mic this way if I'm going to be sitting like this watching the game, right? Yeah, I guess then I can read comments. I guess like this. Does that make sense? I don't know. That angle weird? Yeah, Nick, I'm surviving. And I'll be excited. No, I have not slept. Time for the final event. Yes, Austin, let's run into each other again. Watch a Canucks game with Clay Emo on Sportsnet. Game on your TV, whatever you do. Don't lean back on the couch. We will lose you. Oh yeah, that you might find it. Oh, I also don't like how I'm sinking. Hey, there's Dan Murphy. Let's all tweet him and say, why weren't you on Clay's stream? I'm just kidding. Okay, give me a couple minutes. I'm going to change my shirt so I don't like blend into the couch. And I will be back. Yes, I can't stream the game because then I will get copyrighted to heck. But yes, give me 2-3 minutes. I just got to go take care of a couple things. Hey, Karan, what's the lowest the stream viewers went to? We always stayed above 40 or 50. Actually, I can look at that right now. Let me check. It dipped down to 20 to 30 when I had to restart with the second stream, which kind of stunk, but that's okay. Yeah, so when I came back on at 6:30, we got it quickly up to 40. And then the lowest it went to was actually 50, 55 or so. So we did very well. Thank you, Eagle. I appreciate it. All right, Detroit. Okay, I just got to see now. Oh, by the way, got my trusted Canucks mug, frosted mug. Like this one very much. Oh, I can get some crackers. I trust you'll forgive me if I'm a little bit chill for a little bit right now as I kind of reset, regain my energy. Yes, it is a Pepsi. Believe it or not, it's only my second Pepsi of the whole weekend. I'm going to post something on my Instagram in a few minutes. I'm going to tell you about it. By the way, we are at 7898 subscribers now. It didn't show up on the thing. I'll update it later. But yes, we are at 7898 subscribers, which is cool. Jarhead, thank you for the donation. Unnecessary, but it's still appreciated. Get this man some well-deserved rest after the game. Well, I did it to myself. I actually feel good. I feel good. Okay, while we're waiting for the game to start, you guys, while we're waiting for the game to start, Sprite and Pizza, nice Gmod. Tell me about what your favorite part of the stream was. Was it one of the games? Was it one of the interviews? Was it the music? Tell me what your favorite part of the stream was. And don't worry, by naming one part, you're not offending the other 23 parts or whatever. I'm curious to know, what was your favorite part of the stream? What was your favorite part of the stream? Dhali's interview, that was outstanding. The gig with Marie, thank you. That was a lot of fun. She's so good. I was just okay. Maria, Kim, and Parker, and Dolly. Can't pick one. Nice. I beat it up by just knowing there was always something good to watch. Thank you, Mialza. The gig with Marie, thank you, Matt. I'm glad you liked that. When we were talking about Team Canada, yep, with Dave and John. The Kahoot was fun. I think I should do more of that. Imagine if I made a Kahoot for every live stream. No, that would be too much. Kahoot, having Marie, Mike, Sean, and Jake. Thank you. Everything. The Church of Pedersen. Yes. What time Master are you going to go to first? Yeah. Thank you, Cole. I think I'm going to do... I don't want to do a morning one just in case I don't get up. I have a hockey pool from 2:30 to 5. Then I'll probably go to Mass at 6:30. Then I have my members chat at 8:30. I'll send out the link later tonight or tomorrow morning. By the way, members Zoom chat. And then we have my live stream at 10. I never know how loud I can put my TV without it getting flagged for copyright. Kahoot, games, guests. Thank you, Sean and Jake. Okay, so I've heard loud and clear that you guys don't need me to do commentary, especially if you're watching yourself. Rather, I will just react to what's happening. A lot of empty seats. That's the first thing I notice. Yeah, and Halak is starting, which is good. Oh, I'd even plug my my Wi-Fi. I mean my. Whoops. Okay, here we go. Detroit entering the zone. Oh, Pullman got away with a little bit of bump. Why is the camera yellow in the game? Oh, I don't know. Oh. Really curious to see how much jump the Canucks have considering they played last night. Just realized I never set my fantasy lineup because I was busy on the stream. Oh no, I was smart. I did it yesterday. $63 of you in here watching with me. Thank you. Like the video if you haven't liked it already, and make sure you subscribe if you haven't subscribed already. James, are you still in the chat? Did I actually say I'm not going to rush this 24-hour live stream? That makes absolutely no sense. What dummy. Yeah, the color commentator doesn't sound like Garrett because it's not John Garrett. James, that was funny. Oh, nice little touch pass from Dickinson up to Highmore. Oh, Burrows, Highmore. Oh, too bad Chason doesn't have a stick. Good job with Podkolzin. By Podkolzin, providing a little bit of pressure in the offensive zone, making Detroit ice it. Don't hurt your neck, yeah. I should probably sit further back. Actually, if I... Oh, you guys, this is dangerous, but I could sit like this. This would be a lot more comfy, though. Uh-oh. This has fall asleep written all over it. But this is very comfy. Maybe I'll sit like this. You guys don't care, right? Better on my neck, too. Oh, Pedersen. Oh, the puck came out. Oh, it wasn't covered. Dang it. This TV, I believe, is... I don't know, actually. I don't know. 60? No, I don't think it's 60. I'll try and find out for you. We want you to be comfortable, not just too comfortable. When they say a goalie, do you have multiple screens? No, right now it's just one TV. It's the same TV that we played our Xbox tourney on. So I'm back in my family room, and then this computer is running my stream, and then this one is the one that I'm reading all your comments off of. Hockey for all. Yeah, my boys, Jogpo, my boys were talking about it too, that hockey is for all commercial. You guys, is this a bad look? Like, does this look too casual, or who cares? Are you of the mind, doesn't matter as long as I can do whatever I want? Or are you of the mind that this looks too casual? I kind of like it, actually. Oh, when a goalie is cheating, that means they are coming off of their post too early. They are cheating to the other side. So if this is the goal, and then here's the post, and the guy's kind of coming from this side is going to shoot at me. If I think he's going to pass it, I might cheat away from the post, and then they can put it right in. Looks good. Just don't sleep. It's your party. Thank you, Karan. Just relax. Okay, you guys are good. That's good. Okay, I got to get this Instagram post ready. Okay, just finishing off the Instagram post, then I'll actually talk to you guys. I'll do the Instagram on the commercial. I should probably watch the game. Gosh, there's so many empty seats. It's almost like or maybe they're not full capacity. No. Every league, every arena is full capacity except Rogers. Nice play. Bouncing puck. Oh. What's that? Paulo's coming? You're on the stream. Say hi.
Hi.
You gonna come here? I almost fell asleep just now. I'm okay now. Oh! Pearson tried to get it to Horvat.
When should I cook dinner? What time's the game now?
Game will end at, well, it's supposed to end at 6:30, 6:40, but it's gone late the last two because it's gone to the shootout. But it's supposed to end between 6:30 and 6:45. I'll be done to everything by 7:30, but if that's too late, then that's fine.
We need to know when to cook. Maybe after the second intermission.
Like eat during the third period? Yeah, you can set. Huh?
Try it.
Yeah, you can do it. Yeah, do it for 6. I mean, cook at 6.
Are you muted?
No, I'm talking to them. I'm just very relaxed. All right, what's everyone saying? Yeah, Coach Rob, I did close my eyes for a couple seconds. It felt good actually. But I'm okay now. That's what I say now. Oh no! That was a nice deflection though. Fabry with a nice deflection. I think Kyle Burrows was supposed to check him. Oh, great. Battery died. Can you get... No, I'll get it. I'll get up. Oh, yeah. Hi, Mickey. Up. Up. Come on, buddy. Good boy. There's Mickey. You guys see Mickey's... You can look at Mickey for a minute.
Dishwasher as ours.
Really?
He was attaching it as he was listening to the singing.
Did he enjoy it?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah. Not really. Are you? What's that? Mickey, look. See everyone? Hi. Hey, buddy. You good boy? You're a good doggy. Down 1-0. Mickey stream, yeah. We should have Mickey, give Mickey an hour. Mickey? Mickey? What are you thinking of? All right, Canucks, let's go. You shouldn't be losing to this team. Sure, if you're going to make some. Ooh, Gail's bringing me popcorn. You're on in the first intermission, eh? Probably 15 minutes from now. Hey, Mickey, you're still fine. Boops for Mickey. Icing. Okay, let me post this and I'll actually give you guys some attention here. All right, guys, if you are on Instagram, I just set up this post. It's a it's the Monkey 9. It's a $50 gift certificate to Monkey 9. So my Instagram is right on the screen there at Clayton Imoo. And all you have to do is like the post, follow Clayton Imoo and Monkey Nine Brewing, and tag 2 friends in the comments below. And every comment is a new entry. Tag 2 friends in 1 comment. Tag 2 friends. Okay, so like the post, follow Clayton Imoo and Monkey Nine Brewing, tag 2 friends in 1 comment below. Every comment is a new entry. Repost to your story for an additional 5 additional entries. Draw will be on Wednesday night in my YouTube live stream. So that is up on Instagram. If you follow me at Clayton Imoo, you'll see it on my feed. Wow, there's a few of you guys that did it already. Sure. I'll work out later. Okay, friends, it's up on Instagram now for sure. The Monkey Nine Brewing giveaway, $50. Check it out. Nice, easy way to win. Okay, so that's up. That's good. All right, we're at 7,899 subscribers, so we're 1 away from 7,900. Tubby is here. Hello. I am still going strong, slowing down a little bit, but that's okay. Okay, I gotta make room for Gail to join me here. Actually, I don't think I'm supposed to put ice in this because it's already frosted. Yeah, great. All my drinks frozen now. That was dumb. Oh, that smells good. Okay, setting up for my lovely wife Gail to join us. Got my second win now. Yes, I almost fell asleep twice. You guys saw that. So I've been streaming for 24 hours, but I've been up since 6:30. So what does that mean? 24. So 6:30 to 6:30 is 24. Plus another 12 makes 36. Plus another 10. Yeah, so I've been up 46 straight hours. That's dumb. Give this video a like if you like the fact that I've been up for 46 hours. But I do have my second win now. I'm ready. Let's go. So don't forget Instagram. I just put up the new giveaway. Well, very uneventful first period. Canucks are actually leading in shots 7-4. Up, Mickey? Why do you have that stunned look on your face? Do you have something in your mouth? Oh, see edits. That's good. 1 more hour and it'll match your age. Very good. Very good. Oh, I did that math wrong, actually. Yeah. That was bad math. I've only been up 6:30 to 6:30 plus another 10. I've only been up 34 straight hours. Because I was up 10 hours before I streamed. Yeah, bad math. So that was wrong. Two minutes left in the first. Oh, there's like 8 Canucks players on the ice. They got a problem with that. Clay, do you see the fatigue in the Nucks? I don't know. They seem to be... They're not getting dominated. Are they dominating? No, I think they're fine. Yeah, no problem, Fangirl. If you do enter it then and you actually win, then you can just give the prize back or whatever. But that's fine if you don't. Okay, 1 minute left. One minute to Gail. Not a lot of flow to this game, though, that's for sure. Good. Penalty to Detroit. Gosh. Can I see your phone?
One's coming at 5. My phone?
Here. Did you tell her that you'll be on stream?
She knows.
She can. No, she can come in. We'll get Sean to help her. Oh! All right. Come on in, Gail. Here's the real MVP. Can you scratch my back? Itchy. Here is the real MVP. My lovely wife, Gail. You guys have heard me talk for all 24 hours. Or almost. So let's direct all questions to Gail. I will read them to her, and she will answer them to the best of her ability.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for supporting Clay and for hanging out with him through the night, because I sure didn't. I was fast asleep.
What's a mukbang?
I don't know.
I've heard people... what time did you go to bed last night?
Like at 10? So on a...
Oh, it's an eating show. Oh, because I'm eating popcorn. All right, here we go. So a lot of people are excited to... So give this video a like if you are excited to see Gail, and you got Mickey over her right shoulder as well. Hello, Gail. First time I see you on here. Hi, Gail. Gail, have you punished Clay for walking on the sofa earlier? How did you know about that?
Because I was watching from upstairs.
Did you say something?
Yeah, I said, I see you.
Oh, whoops. Derek, hi, Clay. Hi, Gail. Do you have any mom jokes like Clay's dad jokes?
Oh, gosh, no.
Do you have a sense of humor?
No.
Adam says, hi, Gail. How are you?
Good.
Coach Rob from Nanaimo's, Victoria, right white spot, says, hi, Gail.
Hey.
M from Australia says, hi, Gail.
Wow. From
Yeah.
Australia.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
we have a lot of
We'd love to be there.
We have a lot of international here.
That's so cool.
Rome says, hello, Gail. Good to see you again.
Mm-hmm. Hello.
Cole Rodericks.
Oh, no. Mr. Rodericks.
Are you liking learning resource better or being in charge of an entire class better?
Good question, Cole. Well, it's only been a month, so I'm learning a lot from Mrs. Jew, but I do miss the classroom. I miss seeing the kids all the time, every day, with 31 kids that I would be in charge of. So, but I do like my new role where I get to work with all the kids in the entire school. So being able to be one-on-one is nice, but I wish I had more of that. But hopefully soon, because there's a lot of paperwork right now that needs to be done. Thanks for your question, Cole.
You think this is like a show? Like a... Shannon says hi.
Hi, Shannon. Hope you're doing well.
Lefty, what part of the Philippines did you grow up?
Okay, so I was born in Cebu. My dad is from Cebu, but my mom's from Manila. But at the age of 2, we moved to Manila. So pretty much my whole life experience has been in Manila from 2 to 13. That's when we moved to Canada.
Elmi's not in here, but she's on here. She says hi.
Hi, Elmi. How are the kids?
She said mukbang is a eating show.
Kayla must know that.
It's not, kind of.
Well, that's what Google said.
It's just like a show where, not a specific show, but like you'll film a video and eat a lot of food.
I should call you mukbang.
You look like a mukbang.
You look like a mukbang. Okay. Chris from Nanaimo.
Oh, hi, Chris.
And C Edits. She's the one that I went to training camp with. She says, hi, Gail. Nice to see you in the stream.
Nice to see you too. Well, kind of. Nice to hear from you.
Matt Gail, the great woman behind the great man, literally and figuratively.
Aw, thank you.
Fangirl, hi Gail. Was it love at yeah? Was it love at first sight when you first met Clay?
Gosh, well, I thought he was pretty funny. He still is pretty funny. So he was the president of student council back when we were in junior high, and I think I first noticed Clay. He was trying to put a poster up high, and he was trying to show off his jumping skills.
My vertical. So big.
Oh, yeah. So was it love at first sight? I don't know.
But if we had to choose one, you noticed me first.
Yes.
Yeah.
He loves to say that.
It's true.
Yeah.
Inferno says, Gail, what did you think of Clay singing from earlier?
Well, I've heard it before.
Carol, I screwed up the math. It's not 46 hours. It's only 34 hours so far.
Mm-hmm.
That was bad math.
But it's still a lot.
Callum, your comment was deleted because you're trying to get me to say something silly. Lefty, so you speak both Tagalog and Cebuano and Mandarin and Cantonese?
Definitely speak Tagalog, and Cebuano I fully understand. I need to be exposed to it a little bit more to remember how to speak it. We speak, for Chinese, it's Hokkien or Amoy or Fokien. So it's close to Taiwanese, but in school growing up, we learned Mandarin. But I don't know Cantonese.
Says my girlfriend is Filipino from Alabang. Alabang?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Alabang.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
He's been to the Philippines twice and he loves it there.
Yep. I miss the beaches. I miss the seafood. I miss green mangoes.
Fernanda, you want to come on the stream? Sure. Really? Yeah, no, I want you to. Why don't you and Sean come in second? Are you here
Yes.
for the night?
Yeah, I'm here for a bit. Yeah.
Why don't you guys come on the second? Oh, why don't you want to take the second half of the first intermission, or want to take the whole second intermission?
You care? No. We can just say hi. Yeah.
Okay.
So Sean's girlfriend's here, Fernanda.
You know your dad left me a comment this morning?
Yeah, he told me.
Yeah.
Oh, how should we do this?
Come say hi. I don't know. There you go.
Hello. You recognize Sean, and there's Fernanda, and there's Kayla eating a. Oh, sorry. There's Mukbang.
I think you forgot his streak.
Huh?
Nothing. Hi.
Do you want to? No, wait. Why don't you come in? We'll focus this one on Gail. You guys do second intermission if you want.
Okay.
Or come say hi.
Okay.
Like you just did.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's keep on going. Did you marry me for my vocals?
No. Definitely not.
Does this mean that your kids are some part Filipino?
They would love to think they're Filipino, but actually my blood is full Chinese. Just my parents were born in Manila, but my grandparents are from China.
Kumasta, Clay's son?
Kumasta?
Kumasta? That's what I said. Stop correcting me. Well, look, we had 20 more viewers since you came on, Gail.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Ask more questions to Gail. Otherwise, she's going to leave. That wasn't a threat. It just... Anyone want to ask Gail what it's like to be married to me? What it's like to be mother to Sean, Jacob, and Kayla? It's the best. The three kids did do well. Mm-hmm. Kayla was very good last night. And Sean and Jake carried a whole hour.
Yeah. What's my favorite
thing? Yes. What's your favorite thing to cook?
I think I cook a lot of Filipino food because the kids really like it. But Clay doesn't like sinigang soup, which is the sour soup. But the kids, well, I shouldn't say the kids because Jacob's very much like Clay, picky. And but the other two, Sean and Kayla, love it.
Yeah, Sean eats everything. Human carburetor.
Yeah. So.
Hey, Sean, no inappropriate gestures, please, from off camera. Alfred says, "What's your favorite food?"
Sushi.
Do you know how to speak volcano?
Huh?
Oh, Ilocano?
Oh, Ilocano, no. Sorry.
How long did you date for?
We were together for 10 years. 10 years or 11 before we actually got married. But we started really young.
Yeah, 10 and a half years.
Yeah, so I was 14 and Clay was 15.
Yep.
Yep. So. Yeah, so Kayla could technically already start dating.
Not too young. How good is your Tagalog on a scale of 1 to 10?
What would you think? Decent.
How would I know? Because I don't know what good Tagalog sounds like.
Maybe 9, because it has been a while since I've been home, but I like to think I'm still fluent.
Do your kids speak a second language?
Oh, they now get really angry that they never learned Tagalog, but
Sean speaks.
They wish they had, or they wish I had spoken to them in Tagalog. But Clay wouldn't let me.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, you said you wouldn't be able to understand.
Well, that is true.
So, yeah.
Do you cook any Filipino dishes?
Sinigang, Filipino barbecue, adobo, lumpia, all the things my kids like.
Tocino.
Apitada. Well, tocino longanisa is kind of cheating because we just actually buy it.
Nangbagang.
Clay's made up Filipino word.
Oh, lots of good questions here. Oh, no. Matt, Gail, did you always know Clay had the potential to be a star?
What kind of star?
Superstar.
He always likes to think he's the star. Definitely was always outgoing. Loves center of
yell
attention.
At you on the stream.
So I guess I kind of knew there was potential because he was always, I don't know. We like to tell the kids that Dad was the most popular kid in school, and they all laugh because they don't believe it.
Fernanda, did you see my concert with Marie? No, I didn't. Oh, I'll show you later. It was very good.
Yes.
Because of Marie.
Mm-hmm.
Lefty says, cool, I eat a lot of Filipino food too. Gmod, Gail, what's something really memorable that Clay has done for you? Why is everyone laughing?
It's not memorable because you can't think of one.
No, I'm not going to prompt you. You should be able to think of something.
Just little things, I guess. Like in the morning.
This is turning into a joke.
So the boys have their cars blocking our driveway now. So our cars. So sometimes when Clay leaves early, he'll actually move the other car out of the way so I don't have to do it. So little things that matters. Or buying breakfast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Peanut Gallery over there. You want to talk? You come over here.
Although we don't do McDonald's breakfast anymore, even though I really like it.
High school sweethearts, indeed. Debut Hunter, which homework subjects are each of you better at when helping the kids?
Play for math.
English.
Yep. Actually, the kids don't really ask for help.
Well, from you, because you can't help them. Oh.
They're self-sufficient.
It is 5 o'clock. You do need the code word.
Code word for it.
The code word for hour number 23 is Besser, as in Brock's last name. Boeser.
Mm-hmm.
Besser is the code word for the 23rd hour. Thanks. Do you do all the cooking? I know Asian women generally take care of their man.
Yep, I do all the cooking because Clay's specialty is...
Hey! If you say one more thing...
Sean said being useless.
Washing dishes.
Yeah, washing dishes, and if Clay had to make me something to eat, it would be a grilled cheese sandwich.
Yeah, good, right?
Mm-hmm.
You should be grateful.
Our kids would starve.
I'll stop. Okay, hold on. I lost my space. Can any of your family speak French?
Fernanda does.
Yes.
Fernanda's fluent. She took French immersion.
Have you taught Clay any Tagalog?
Oh, he has one famous line.
Okay, Elfrin and Lefty, this for you. Gusto mo kong motot?
He says it so well, actually. Perfect accent.
We won't translate that for other people.
Yeah.
Do you ever go to buffets?
We used to, but Clay and I are trying to be really good and healthy. And
As I wolf down a bucket of popcorn.
yeah,
But I deserve it.
Actually, eating out has become a lot harder.
Your favorite movie?
Favorite movie? I think it was Father of the Bride.
Oh my gosh. Mine is Shawshank Redemption. Yours is Father of the Bride.
You know, you used to like Coming to America.
Oh, I still do.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Filipino dessert?
Oh, I like...
Anang bagang?
No. Actually like kuchinta.
What'd you call me? What's my favorite Filipino food?
Your favorite food? Barbecue? Lumpia?
How did Clay propose to you?
Oh, at church, at a youth min event. He had some of our guys.
We sang a doo-wop song.
Yeah. So.
And you guys saw how I sang earlier today, so you can imagine how well that went.
So they sang. Our friends sang. No, you sang too.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
Oh, Rome says, we found the ring. Did I find the ring? Yeah. No, who found the ring? You did?
I shopped for the ring.
No! Not...
What ring?
When we lost the ring.
No, I found it in your closet.
Oh, it was in my closet, Rome. Thanks for helping
Yeah.
me, though. Love language is acts of service.
Yes, very much
No,
so.
isn't... No. It's quality time, physical touch, acts of service, words of affirmation, and something else.
Okay.
Not food.
He found them.
You can go a long way on a grilled cheese sandwich. Favorite child?
Oh, never answer that question. They're all special.
Do any of your kids have jobs?
Like earning money kind of jobs?
No, like...
Or like chore kind of jobs?
No, like jobs.
Well, Sean and Jake were working at Lucky 9 for a long, long time. And then now they make videos for JR Pro Shop. And then Sean's
works
also
for a tech
doing...
startup.
Yeah, tech startup. And then he also does Monkey Nine's marketing. So they do all that. So the only one that doesn't have a job yet is Kayla.
She doesn't need to.
But she's only 13.
What does ISUS mean?
ISUS. Like...
Score prediction for tonight's game. Detroit's winning 1-0, but what's your score prediction for tonight's game?
3-2.
For
Canucks. 3-2 Canucks.
Do you bowl as well?
No, I'm awful.
She's pretty awful.
But my mom and dad used to bowl a lot, so I spent a lot of time at the bowling alley, and still do with the rest of the family. But I'm cheerleader.
Justin still watching from work? Yes, I'm almost done. I almost fell asleep twice during the first period, but I'm okay now. Debut Hunter, I think gifts. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Gifts was the fifth gift. Love language. Affirmation.
Yes, very good.
Service, physical touch, quality time, and gifts. That's correct. Kayla, thoughts on Blackpink?
They're good.
So we have Clay Pop. We have Clay, Cross Crease Clay. Oh, the game's going to start. Okay, we got to go fast. Last ones. Were you guys popular in high school?
He was. Then I kind of became because I was with him.
Where did we go on our honeymoon?
We went on a cruise. Oh, no, we went to Vegas for a week, a cruise to the Caribbean for a week, and then Disney World for a week.
Favorite hiking spot?
I don't know. Where did we go last time in the summertime?
Budson Lake.
Budson Lake.
Okay, last one. How important? Last two. How important has faith been to your marriage?
Extremely important. yeah, that's what keeps us grounded or together.
And lastly, we know that Clay isn't up to date with pop culture, but since you work with kids, do you think you'd be able to defeat Clay in a pop culture quiz?
Oh, no, I'm horrible with names and all that stuff. So maybe he would still win.
I know a bit about pop culture. Okay, that was awesome. Thanks. Good job. Second period. You can
Enjoy the game. Hope we win.
You want some? I ate it all.
That's okay.
All right, that was good. Now I will focus on the game. Mickey took my spot. Mickey, how am I going to lie? Mickey, this is my spot.
That quiz, that'd be so much fun.
That Kahoot?
No, we'll give you like a slang or something. You have to figure out what it is.
Or like a Filipino slang?
No.
Or no, real slang?
Like a Gen Z. You know what Gen Z is?
Yeah, and by the way, we live in Canada. It's Gen Z.
I know, actually Z, but like.
You know what I think we should do? If you guys find our family interesting, instead of me like answering questions, we should just set up a bunch of cameras around the house. Or just record our regular conversation. Like, come on, Canucks. Oh, Miller, what are you doing? Why are you passing it so hard? Some extended pressure by the Canucks after the expiration of the Red Wings power play. Oh, so much for that extended pressure. Oh, here's one more good question. Matt, congratulations, Matt Lee. Awesome. As a soon-to-be parent, I was talking to you. Wait, I'll answer. As a soon-to-be parent, what's your one piece of parenting advice? Gail?
Sleep when the baby sleeps.
Okay, Gail said sleep when the baby sleeps. My one piece of parenting advice is know that you're doing a good job. There's no perfect way. Matt, you're going to have maybe your parents, your in-laws, your brothers and sisters or brothers and sister-in-law. Everyone's going to have their own opinion. Everyone's going to speak into things. But be confident that you are doing the right thing and that you will find the right way. I think that's really important. Gmon, great answers. Thanks, Gail. Thanks, Gail.
Speaking of which.
What are you speaking of which?
To be a newborn parent, we get to be a newborn.
So this is Gail's sister's second child. You can bring him on.
Can you see him? He's sleeping. This is Paolo Francisco. Fast asleep. He is 2 months old.
So we got a dog, we got a baby, we got a Canucks game. Come on. Oh, we almost scored there. Future Canuck. I love it, Coach Rob. Well, mukbang is eating breakfast, basically watching people eat on YouTube. All right, we're at 7,900 subscribers. That's awesome. Will we get 100 by the end of the game? Probably not, but maybe by the end of the weekend. But yeah, 7,900 subscribers. That's good. Thank you, everyone. No problem, Matt. Take care. God bless you too. Oh, I know what I can do. I have a treat for you guys next commercial break. Now, I seem to remember a certain person saying that Connor Garland was going to score the first goal of the game for the Vancouver Canucks. Now, but I'm not the only one. C Edits, was it you who also said that it was going to be Garland? I was setting up my piano, actually. So Horvat, good fight to Garland. Garland holds, and he puts it in. Look how happy he is. All the Canucks happy when they score their first goal. So, perfect example. Someone asked, what does cheating mean? That goaltender was cheating. Watch Grice. He should have covered that side. Garland should never be able to score from there. But because Grice was leaning against the post and he came off of it, that's called cheating. And that's why Garland was able to put the puck in the net. So, yes, I think C-Edits. Did you say Garland as well? I know I did. Anyone else? Oh, Gmod did. Sweet, sweet, sweet. I said Garland, another for Petey. Nice. Yes, Reaction Club. I'm still going to do the regular stream tomorrow. Tomorrow night at 10. Because that's when you're going to figure out all the code word things. That was a horrible explanation. I'll explain to you after the game. Hi, did you add that last line? Did you add that last line in the form? You did? So it's good to go? Okay, thanks. Bye. Oh! No. Power play goal by the Red Wings. Oh, that was tough. Oh, too bad. What's Gail cooking for dinner? Oh, Vidal. Oh, Vidal's a new member?
Yeah, I told you.
You're coming over? Sure, Vidal. We'd love to see you guys. Come on over. Come on down. It sounds like your computer needs to be plugged in. I hear a noise from it. No, the computer's plugged in. But yeah, actually, I think I know what you're talking about, Shannon, because I hear a noise once in a while too, but I don't know where it's coming from, actually. Hey Vids, nice to see you. Oh, why am I getting a phone call from San Diego? I better not answer it. The regular streams will probably be a cakewalk for you now. Yeah, actually, Jogpie, I was thinking about that. I think they will be. Nice to see you, Justin. 48-hour live stream. I don't know if I can do that. No way. Oh, the USB disconnecting and reconnecting sound. Yeah, Windows has been making a deactivation sound. Oh, I wonder what noise that is, you guys. How often does the sound... How often does it make that sound, you guys? I'll try and figure out what it is. Kuya Vids, yes. Who's Carmsies? Oh. So Carmsies, how do you know Vidal? Maximizing my membership. That's awesome. Yes, Matt, this was a lot of fun, but I want to keep it a novelty or at least unique. So maybe I wouldn't consider one for another 6 months. What items do you have connected? I have 4 things. My microphone by USB, my camera by USB, my power, and then a USB, a hub or whatever it's called that only has the Ethernet and my ring light. Once or twice every 10 minutes, or that's not too bad. Oh. Sounds like a low battery. Oh, it's Carmela. Thanks, Carmsies. Yeah, I wonder why it's making that noise. Yeah, the hub only has... Well, does it matter if it's USB 3 versus USB 2? I switched it from the 3 to the 2. Come on, Canucks. Who won the NHL tournament? Sean beat Jake. I came in third. No, Shannon, you're not going to find out who wins the tickets tonight. I'm going to give all the instructions at 7 o'clock tonight. Stick around. I'll be sharing how you can win a pair of Canucks tickets. Bro, you close to 8,000 subs? I'm exactly 100 away, Vids. I'm at 7,900. Because I can't award the tickets tonight because there's a very important step missing. Yes, I did. Yeah, I agree with you, Matt. I love the way that Myers came to Ekman Larsson's rescue. That was really good to see, actually. No, I'm eating later, fangirl. Maybe during the third period, we'll see. Ooh. Why don't you and Fernanda come down for a second intermission? Why don't you and Fernanda come down for a second intermission? Because they've already asked Gail everything. Or half of it. Let them ask questions to Fernanda about dating you. Come for the start. You're right. Sean beat Jake is Clay being kind. Jake destroyed Jake. Sean destroyed Jake. Canucks will come back. A lot of time. Oh, good. Mickey's not here. Uh-oh. Getting comfy. No, Debut Hunter, I'm going to try and sleep at a normal time. I can make it till about 10 or so and then fall asleep and then sleep for a good 11 or 12 hours. That should be enough. Uh-oh. Corey Hirsch makes that point every game about blocking a shot. He always says, just go ahead and shoot it because then the guy will think twice the next time, which is true. On Mom's phone. Marie's so good. Got like a free concert today. Still, not bad pace to this game. I haven't been paying too close of attention, to be honest with you. Vidal, you bet on the Canucks today? Thanks, Debut Hunter. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Come on, Canucks. Ooh. Come on, Canucks. Let's get a goal. Tied up for the end of the period. Five and a half minutes left. Detroit still up 2-1. Oh, Halak almost high sticked a guy. Tell us a joke, Clay. Okay.
Vince has one on our group chat.
Should I say it? So this is from Vidal. Gail said to check it. Oh, this is from Via Mesa. Our best friends Vidal and Andrea. They are godparents to Kayla. We are godparents to their daughter Aria. Why did the duck wear pants? To cover up his butt quack. That was good, Vince. That was good. Yeah, I'll be okay for my member Zoom. I think as long as I sleep till don't do anything big before noon tomorrow, I'll be fine. If I use from tonight to sleep all the way until tomorrow morning, that will be fine. Oh yeah, where is Stetcher? Is he a healthy scratch? Troy Stetcher. Oh, that sounds good. What are you making? Maybe is Stitcher playing? I haven't heard his name. Oh yeah, I can hear the